right, hello. Welcome, ladies and gents, back to the Iesf Asian Qualifiers. We've got a bunch of different regions to be bringing to you today, so we're very, very excited for this one. We'll be starting things off in Southeast Asia with a couple of best of threes, then heading over to another region, which we'll touch on a little bit later on. My name is Neokai. I'm, of course, joined by Anders, as per usual, when it comes to the Iesf stuff. Brother, how you feeling?
I feel pretty good. Just looking forward. We've skipped onto an entire new region. I think that's really exciting. So I look forward to see what kind of games we've got and what the level will be here in the Asian region.
Yeah, exactly. We get a bit of a variety. Sometimes we get some teams who are pretty damn solid, right? They play a lot as a team together, whether it's in a lot of the kind of more domestic local things, and then sometimes we see teams who are a little bit newer. Maybe the scrapbook isn't too deep, and occasionally it can show. I think we have all the matches for today to bring you our little schedule of how things are going to be going. Like we said, we got best of threes to kickstart things with Thailand taking on Vietnam, then Malaysia taking on Vietnam. So a bit of a back-to-back one there for Vietnam. Then we head on over to a completely different region. That I think if I'm right, say Central Asian, which would be pretty damn fun as well. We got Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Brunei, Malaysia, Brunei, Thailand, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan. So yeah, pretty cool, man. A lot of different regions.
Yes, and I think some of them, to start with, we're going to be doing best of threes. I think some of the later ones will be best of ones. So, it's a little bit of a mixed bag to start the day with, but I'm pretty excited. I think it's going to be fun to see, some new faces here. And also just to get a sense of, who's going to be ultimately qualifying for the offline portion in Chengdu later on. And obviously all of it meant to be a whole qualification to play in Riyadh at the end of the year for the Iesf Championship. That's going to be really exciting. So we've already found a bunch of teams, and we've got some offline qualifiers in some of the other regions that are still meant to be happening later on in the year. But we've got a packed schedule. So many teams to find. So I think it's really cool.
Yeah, no, it should be pretty damn sick, man. I'm really looking forward to it, especially when we get in towards the Central Asian side of things. There's a couple of teams there that I'm pretty interested to look into. So especially Uzbekistan. We saw them at Iesf in Romania last year, and they surprised everybody, making a fairly decent run towards the quarterfinals. I think most people he's coming into it maybe wouldn't even expect them to make it to playoffs in general, but did really well in their groups. Had a couple of individuals. I don't know if you remember Iesf. He was pretty crisp.
Yeah, I remember Iesf.
Yeah, so look forward to seeing them. He's actually playing as well for Uzbekistan. He's the only remaining player from that Romanian team, the team that we saw in Iași, Romania. So they back him still, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's nice to see him returning. That's really he was definitely someone that was worth looking out for with the AWP. It was really interesting to see. So, but yeah, I mean, some of these regions definitely they have like a knack for finding players. I mean, I think Uzbekistan might be one of them, but I guess Kazakhstan is the other one that, at least in terms of Counter-Strike history, has just managed to produce a lot of really good players for some reason. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know why that happens to some countries and not others, but it's definitely going to be real interesting. Do you have like a favorite today that you're sort of looking forward to, or is it just Uzbekistan, or is there another country you might have your eye on?
I'm going to keep an eye just ever so briefly on towards Thailand. I think this team, I've caught them playing within kind of more domestic, international Asian competitions. They've been here, there, and everywhere in a few online qualifiers. And honestly, playing some pretty decent Counter-Strike. This whole 5 play under the banner of NKT, which have always been a bit of a stalwart within the upper echelons, let's say, of the Asian scene. So for me, I'm gonna keep an eye on Thailand. And of course, we can kind of show you our current matchup, or our matchup that's going to be the first one of the day, which is that of Thailand taking on Vietnam. We're kind of looking forward to this one. It should be pretty damn good. Thailand, for me, are a side that have the opportunity to do some serious damage here. This is a side who, it's the first time we've kind of really seen a Thai side at the top level for a while. They've kind of, at least in NKT's perspective, they're an organization from the region, but they've kind of had a variety of players. And actually for a long time, we're actually leaning Mongolian. They have players like MIQ, Dobu, Zerold, Coolers playing under this banner, very decent players, kind of basically everybody who is the top level in Mongolia that isn't under that kind of IHC/Mongols banner were playing under NKT. They also had Iesf, funny enough, playing for them for a very small stint before he get picked up by Fours. So yeah, I think for me, this organization are pretty cool. They've always been around the top level. Now they've got a full Thai team with some fairly decent names as well. I'm interested to see what damage they can do.
There's a lot more Counter-Strike happening in Asia right now. It feels like we've obviously got the Chengdu offline qualifiers for Iesf, but obviously we've got a major at the end of the year happening in China as well. So I hope that it means that the region as a whole is going to get just a little bit more support. Maybe some more local lands. I'd love to go there more. There's so many countries in the region that I haven't been to yet. So I've been to China many times, but I've never been to either Vietnam or Thailand. And those are I'd love to get those checked off. That'd be so cool to get to go. So hopefully that's always been. It was like almost a bit of a meme in Global Offensive, right? We had Counter-Strike Global Offensive. We were like, well, it isn't as global as it could be, but maybe CS2 could make up that gap. I think that'd be really nice.
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually getting quite fortunate to get the chance to go to Vietnam next month. Or no, 2 months. No, actually next month. We are in July now.
Yes, we are.
But yeah, that should be fun. I'm going to Hanoi. I've heard very good things. I've got a friend who is very well traveled. His dad lives, I think, he lived in Hong Kong for a bit, now lives in Malaysia, I think. So he spent a lot of time in Asia, into Southeast Asia, and he said that Hanoi is his top 3 cities he's ever been to. So, as a pretty well-traveled guy, I value that opinion. So I'm looking forward to it. It should be cool. Let's take a look at the rosters, though. I've already kind of touched on these Thai guys a little bit. They are talented. I've been able to cast these guys a couple of times. And honestly, they can bring a very decent level. If they play to the level we know they can, I'm expecting big things from them. I think for me, I'd probably put them as the favorites coming in towards this qualifier, just because of what I've seen from them in the past, especially the name value wise as well. I mean, Seven is somebody who, at least individually, has been on my radar for a little bit of time. Genius as well. This guy, when he plays well, can frag out very decently. So I'm expecting big things out from this Thailand roster. They have the name value here. They have the experience and have the organization as well. They've got everything you need to be successful. But the only thing is, there's only one spot off for grabs. So there's no real room for error here.
And I'm guessing, just to make it real confusing, right? We got Genius, we got 7, and then we got 7, 8, 9. So I'm assuming we're gonna differentiate those 2 players just so that we don't confuse everybody like that, and then Rolex, and then my roles. So good. I'm again fortunate with the naming. We don't have anyone that's so far off the chart that we just have no idea what they're called. I'm always happy about that. That's a little bit of love to the commentators whenever you get that chance. So good times.
Yeah, I think the way I would probably maybe even slightly differentiate it is go Zyven and then 789. I think maybe is the way to kind of make life a little bit easier. But yeah, no, you are right. There's maybe a little conversation out there. Let's take a look at the other side though, and have a look at the Vietnam roster. Take a look at it. Now, I have to admit, as somebody who follows the scene, the Asian scene quite a lot, I don't actually know a hell of a lot about these guys. I know they play under the organization, or 4 or 5 of them play under the organization of Revolution. Different playing under a bit more of a local kind of domestic team, neither of which kind of have the Wikipedia pages or anything of the sort. There's some names here that I've heard of. Prodigy and Talon are 2 that I think have, at least kind of been there on the wins, I guess, coming through from the scene, but I haven't seen them play, so it's going to be a little bit new to me. I'm interested to see what they can bring.
That will be, a learning experience. And we had this, obviously, we were over at the African qualifier. We had the same kind of feeling. Sometimes we just didn't necessarily know exactly what the players were going to bring. So we're here to learn as much as you guys are at home, which I think is part of the fun and part of the charm of it. I look forward to this one. I really do. There's a lot on the line, obviously, and I think for this particular qualifier, it's only the top 1 that qualifies. So, so it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to fight your way through. And like you said, Vietnam going to be playing back-to-back games to start the day with. So if nothing else, they're going to get warmed up by the end of it. But you said you thought Thailand might be the better team in this one, just going off of the sort of the name brand value of it.
Yeah, I think for me, Thailand are probably the main team that I would look at and say, right, this is a side who have the opportunity to be or at least bring the most to the table. I think they've got the organization, they've got the names, they've got the guys who have played at a fairly decent level for a while. At least they've been around the scene. I mean, some of these guys are absolute vets as well. They're kind of pushing kind of mid to late 20s at this point, been around for a good few years since the earlier parts of Counter-Strike. So, I look at them as like, they've got the experience, they've been playing a little bit more kind of domestically as well. So I'm expecting big things from them. When it comes to maybe the team that can potentially push them off the back of that, it does become a little bit harder to call. Malaysia is a region that has a decent amount of talent. They have in the past, but whether they can bring it here, I'm not 100% sure. Team Brunei are also an organization too. I think a little bit more domestically, but an organization all the same called Goodfellas Gaming. Pretty sick name. So I always think it's a good sign, at least in my eyes, when you see kind of in these sort of international sort of qualifiers where Iesf does it, that you see actually still organizations here represented, which is, I think, in my eyes, the way I want to see it, right? This is a team that at the very least you'll know they would have had a decent amount of prac. They've got setups, they've got defaults, they've got ideas about how to kind of pull up executes and retakes and the rest, rather than occasionally we see a couple of these teams that come through and they're just mixers. We see it happen in all these qualifiers. Yeah. We see it happen in the major, these mixers that make it through. I forget their name. I remember back in, I think it was Paris or Rio, one of those, but Fantasy, they were an FBLC mix, made it through. And they were quite literally on the day of the major qualifier. I forget his name now. Polish Orpa. He puts a message in the FBLC Faceit chat and just says, "Hey guys, anybody want to mix for this qual?" And four of the guys replied. Ended up qualifying to the major, getting stickers. So pretty sick for them. But sometimes you can see a real difference between these mixers and these full teams. So I think, I'm going to pretty heavily lean in favor of Thailand. My second team, just to throw it out there, I maybe have a little look in towards Malaysia, just because the region as a whole is fairly decent.
Yeah, they should. I mean, again, there's an awful lot of esports happening down there, and has been for a long time. And I mean, I remember even back in 1.6, I'm pretty sure we had like Malaysian teams that would show up every once in a while. So it's not, so it's a region that's been playing Counter-Strike for a really, really long time. Hopefully they can do some damage as well. I look forward to it. And in best of 3 territory, here's a question: do you think we're going to see any Vertigo? Like, it's been a while now since the new Vertigo is out, but last time it was just banned like in every single tournament. Nobody was playing the new version of Vertigo, so I wonder if it's in there.
I had a time, especially when the new change of Vertigo came. I was out in Mongolia doing a LAN over there, but we were playing old patch. You had I Am Dallas simultaneously playing new patch, and across both tournaments, in Dallas, it wasn't even picked once, and in Mongolia, it was picked once as a decider, which they didn't even end up playing. So it's kind of insane. It doesn't matter whether it was kind of old or new patch, both. It doesn't matter which one, but teams aren't wanting to play this, and I can kind of understand why. I think for a while it's been the big conversation of just this map isn't good. Let's be honest. From the second it came in towards the pool, nobody was happy. Nobody's ever been happy. They've just kind of accepted it. I think is probably the main thing, is the way I've gone about it. I mean, I speak to a fairly decent amount of pro players about what they feel about the pool, and the main thing is, Vertigo is a map that they just don't really care about. They just think it's rubbish, but they know Valve love it for some reason. The other one being, I'm interested to kind of get your opinions on this, is the common consensus between kind of pros, creators, casters, whatever, is that this current map pool we've got right now with Dust 2 coming in over Overpass, a lot of people, myself included, say it's the worst map pool in history.
Worst
at least
map pool in
from
history.
Go into CS2.
That's a big question. I wonder about that. I don't know. I feel like the thing is for me with Dust 2 is that it's changed because of the grenades and because of the skyboxes. It's changed enough that it's kind of like I'm happy to like give it a fresh look. But I mean, towards the end of Dust 2, when it was in the rotation last time around, it did become fairly stale at one point. But I feel like there are some new tricks that people are throwing in there, so I'm less upset about it. But I don't know. That's an interesting question. I guess for me, like, also having trained out for such a long time is such a shame. Like, I'm a huge fan of that map, so I kind of wish that we could have like more of a rotation coming into it. I think Cache as well is another map that probably is worth revisiting at some point. Like, especially now that it is not going to be looking so green anymore. I kind of prefer the normal style of it. So yeah, I don't know. I think that there are options out there, and it does feel like Vertigo is on the chopping block for almost everybody. Like, it's just a map that people are kind of sick of. So even with the changes, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to make Counter-Strike fans happy. Like, it's always something to complain about.
All I'm saying is, if Cash and Train came back, I'd be very happy. So the one thing I can't stand for is Cobble. Cobble.
No.
I think people forget that people have nostalgia bias, and I'll die on that hill. People don't realize how bad that was at a pro level, just because Snacks in the big, in the big, he's hungry. That kind of classic line, Snacks in the Big Apple. People forget that map was garbage, and it was bad to play as well. But people have nostalgia, and the bias clouds their judgment. Let's talk about maps a little bit more, though. We're heading in towards the veto here. Nuke going to be the first one banned. That does hurt me a little bit. Nuke is my personal favorite map. Always has been. It's actually the reason I started playing Counter-Strike. So I watched a couple of YouTubers play Nuke, and it looked fun. So that gets banned. Mirage, though, will follow. So interesting that Mirage gets banned. I always feel like, especially when it's in a match like this where maybe you don't, kind of you want to put some feelers out there. A lot of teams go to the bread and butter maps, the kind of the Mirage, the Infernos, the Dust 2s as kind of where teams lean. So Mirage being banned early is pretty interesting. However, Inferno will be picked into.
Yeah, picking up right away the classic map really. So I don't really mind that. I think that's fine. Another good map to settle on. It is interesting to see Mirage. That's another map I think that usually is like almost always in these best of threes where it's like it's such an open territory. But I guess not for now. They've got rid of it. I feel you on Nuke as well. I'm kind of in that same boat. The gray map always has been. So yeah, we'll be seeing that later, I'm sure. But yeah, Inferno is our first map of the best of three, and second coming in, it is going to be on Ancient. So not many complaints I feel about that. Even though I guess it's a map that sometimes can feel a bit weird, but I think when people played well, it's a fun map to watch. So I don't really mind. Oh, there we go. Yeah. They got rid of it. It only lasted for a while there, Vertigo.
Thank God. Yeah, I'm going to say it was still floated there for a second. It does make it interesting kind of where we end. Are we gonna get the no? We're not gonna get the new look of Dust 2. So we are gonna be getting that Anubis as our decider. Fair enough. I actually don't really hate this veto really at all. I mean, Inferno is a map that I don't love it, but I don't hate it. In all fairness, it's whatever. I think there's probably still a couple of changes that need to happen. In all fairness, when you look at maybe Banana a little bit. It's still, in my opinion, maybe just a little bit confined. It's pretty tough to move around. You still get peppered with Util. I saw a statistic actually that Banana players on average get 20 more ADR per round than any other position on any other map in the pool. They get an extra
that makes sense.
20 ADR just because they just pepper Util down. So yeah, you get some free ADR if you're a Banana player. But yeah, Inferno, fair enough. I think for Vietnam, probably playing it safe, going for a map in which kind of everybody knows. For them, it's probably a little bit more of a quote-unquote comfort pick. Thailand, though, are pushing the boat out a little bit, going in towards an Ancient. This is a map in which, at least in the region of kind of the Asian Counter-Strike scene, especially when you play at that top level in things like ESL Challenger League Asia, which obviously has Pro League spots on the line, the good teams are the ones that really have that deep map pool that can go to maps like Ancient and actually showcase how good they are. So I'm a little bit concerned to maybe see what Vietnam can bring when it comes towards Ancient, just because it's a map in which if you don't have the defaults there, if you don't have the strat, it can be brutal to play. I mean, if you're on T side trying to do anything, you just don't have an idea about how to break down to the fence, man, it can be like slamming your head against the wall, just impossible.
Yeah, it definitely has that component to it. I don't disagree. I like the maps too. I think we're in for a wild ride. I hope we get to see Anubis as well, just because, again, it's early on the qualifiers, so we want to learn as much as we can about these teams and kind of get a sense of where they feel home and what kind of Counter-Strike they like to play. Yeah, I don't have any real complaints either. Would have maybe been interesting to see if we could have got a little bit of Nuke in there, but I'm sure we'll get it down the road. All right. I mean, obviously we don't know necessarily who's going to be playing better on which, so we can't really do like a breakdown analysis of that part. But yeah, in terms of the maps, I think we're off to a good start. I think most people just again like wanted Vertigo to not be shown. So as long as we got that, people are going to be happy.
Exactly. Yeah, pretty happy, all things considered. We'll be getting on the way towards the game in just a second. The big thing for me is I look at this and I say, Inferno's the win factor. I mean, there's no two ways about it. I really feel like if Vietnam can't take that Inferno, I think they're going to struggle. Ancient's a map which, as a team, NKT have played at least domestically. They have played it in some of these qualifiers. It's kind of been a map in which they've at least kind of floated in their pool for a while. So I worry a little bit. Not a huge amount, but enough that I look at that Inferno and I say, if they can't find success there, they can't make it stick, it's going to be a little awkward. I mean, It's tough to say. They've played it a little bit domestically. It's at least a map in which they've tried to play against some of the best teams. I know recently they were playing in the Esports World Cup quals, and they picked into it there. Or they got picked into it against Rare Atom, but it didn't really work out. They lost that one 13-5. We're live, ladies and gents. Thailand versus Vietnam, our first best of three of the day.
Yeah, let's not waste any time. Let's get right into it. We do have a little bit of a slow start here. As you can tell, the T side, Vietnam, just going to be trying to check the top of middle here on Inferno, which is never really a bad idea. You want to make sure that there are no CTs hanging around. And they're not going to be going too deep into it. That's a really, really shallow look in towards that middle portion of it. So it looks like they're going to go back and try and execute right onto that B bomb side, which currently there's only have 2 players defending, which is 789 and Myrolls. And already I think, yeah, one of them's already taken a fair bit of damage. Look at this forward position. That's kind of scary.
Let's see. Myrolls holding. Not a huge amount on offer. Smoke will come down. He might be tempted to play out in front of it, and he will. And he gets a freebie. And he gets 2, in fact. The second through the smoke, full blind. Can see a thing. Different will drop. So will Sora. And I think this round is done. 789 and the Julie's going 2 for 2. And boy, I'm not really expecting a huge amount, in all fairness, off the back of this one. He's probably going to be falling in just a second. Genius of swing. And fine. Really nice start for Thailand. That's very confident.
That is not bad at all. Great start, and yeah, I mean they were in a position on that T side to do a lot more damage. I feel like once you get that close to the bomb site, I think they could have had something, but never able to get the right kills to open up the round with. So 1-0 in favor of Thailand. It means second round here. Okay, we do actually see that's an interesting buy. Tech9 and Molotov. I was not expecting that for the second round, but fair enough. They want to put on some pressure early on.
I don't hate the little bit of the investment that they've gone for. Water comes down. Not a huge amount, really, behind it. And our control taken, I mean, very simply, in all fairness. So now, the brakes kind of pumped for a second, and this round, it feels like a tough one to even get started there. They've not really got anything to work with for the rest of this round out of Vietnam. They've kind of just got to pug it out and hope that they can isolate a couple of fights. But Thailand are more than happy just to slow things down.
Yeah, and they should be. Why would you want to put any pressure on this one? Just stay cool at the beginning of it here. Genius with the MP9 on the other side of the smoke, and 789 towards the top of Banana. So they're in a pretty comfortable position. Already one SMG kill coming out, and the Molotov straight in the middle. I forgot about the fact that they added the new flames to that CT side incendiary, so you can pretty easily spot what's going on. Rolex having a good time. I was going to say try and make some money, but he kind of gets cheated by his teammates, end up getting all the kills.
I hate to see it. You really do, but I don't hate to see. 2-0 start. The big thing for me is I look at this and I say, if I don't see Vietnam find even a bomb plant into this next round here where they've got a buy to work with, that's when I become very, very concerned. I look at this and say, you know, that economy is never going to get going, but it's not even more about the economy of the rounds or anything. It's actually just a mental state. This is their map pick. This is meant to be their choice where at least they feel some confidence that they can get things going, and if they can't, it'll be a little worrying. I saw Pop Flash to come over here from Genius. We'll give them some coverage to the top Banana. Hang on, he gone past him. He's walked straight past him. Rolex, he'll fall. That's a tough one. The nade will come down and it will see off the trade.
I think he could have had that kill. You're absolutely right. He just ran straight past him. On the other side of the map, it's Myrolls going to get taken down, and 7 will die as well. Okay. Got some kills coming out here from the Vietnamese side. In fact, they've taken over the A-bomb side. It might just be better for Thailand to save this round out. That is, that's a bizarre start to the round. I think they just, if they check that corner, it's a very, very different game all of a sudden, but doesn't turn out that way. A little bit surprised by that.
Because honestly, you know, if like two different engagements, or if two engagements went different in that instance, you know, swinging towards Banana and clearing close cubby, which sort of always should happen. If that is being the case, I mean, we're talking about Banana control never being taken by Vietnam, and then them being, you know, at least feeling a little awkward. Might be an upgrade there if he wants to pick it up, but he's going to stick with the Galil for now. He'll be flanked out regardless. So, goes Genius, and that will be Vietnam putting their first on the board. At least thankfully, they managed to get the bomb plant like I asked, and a little bit more the round. So, all in all, not bad. First full buy, going well. But I think for me, that still comes down to primarily just mistakes from Thailand. Maybe a little bit too overconfident, a little bit too comfortable off the back of a pretty easy opening double. And yeah, a lot of oversight in that one.
I agree. It's one of those, you know, hard to know if that's just like, you know, the early start of the game here, or if it's a question of overconfidence, because they really were just running down Banana. They were very aggressive at the start of it and overlooked a couple of things, cost them the round ultimately. We'll see if this one's going to be different. Round number 4. That's a nice start. Trimin coming in with a shot onto Rolex. I think some of the names aren't quite matching what they had to start. I wonder if they're different players or if they actually just forgot to name themselves the right thing. But I guess we'll find out.
Classic.
A little bit of a spray here, and it's actually the SMG that comes out on top. That's surprising. Good grenade. I think Myrol's not really in a safe position at any point there. So now it's a 3 versus 3.
Doable. In the corner, they know he's in mini pit. And Zyven going to fall. This is a tough retake. It has to be said. I mean, they've got a bit of util, which is the main thing. Smoke, Molly, Flash. I mean, they've got the bits to work. And a kit. They've got to find an early fight here. No two ways about it. They're going to give this a go. A lot of this is going to come down to his first engagement. And it goes successfully, in all fairness. Lurksmoke going to come down, but he's all alone now. Swinging the corner. Looking for the head. He does get a tag, but it's not enough for the kill. Vietnam make it 2 for 2. Good work, in all fairness, when it comes down to the gun rounds. Vietnam may have started shaky, but they've at least responded in kind.
Yeah, and you're noticing that some of the players from Thailand, that they don't. There's not a lot of coordination in terms of helping each other out or setting up crossfires. They're fighting a lot alone. They're not falling back from a lot of the fights either. So if you're going to have a CT side like that, that's just going to kind of stay in position and fight you. And if you win some of those fights, I mean, you know there's not going to be anyone else nearby. I think that's a pretty nice little bonus here for the Vietnamese side early on. Deep grenade that lands there on KJ, I believe. But other than that, it should be a much easier round here. Just pistols on the CT side. They've got the MAC-10 leading into it. That always shows a little bit of an understanding of the economy side as well. You're buying a MAC-10 in this round. You like to see those little details.
Yeah, know him. There's a good chance of making some cash here. Okay. The first contact, but it is going to be genius for the first. Still alive, and he might want to re-aggress in all fairness. The only thing is he needs to have some support. He doesn't. Nobody there to trade, so MAC-10 gets one for free. A re-smoke into a CT as well. Their life a little difficult. Minute on the clock. No real rush here for Vietnam. They've got the numbers. Got the weapons too. I don't think they're really going to be stressing too much. Trade with the 5-7. Only the trade. Site is now open. And the last man of my rolls. Unfortunately, a long old rotate to probably no avail.
Yeah, pretty well done. Sticking around with the MAC-10, making sure to defend the weapon that was lost out there. That would have been a bit of a nightmare if they would have given up the AK at the start of the round. But they managed to recover it just fine, so don't think there's much you could do on the CT side here. You've got the USP, so you might as well stick around and try and do a little bit more damage, but he is going to be found as well, so wow. Vietnam coming into it with, I've got to say now, a pretty strong start here. 3-2 in their favor after losing the pistol. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, exactly. Can't complain. At the very least, 3-2. Not too shabby. Thailand. This next buy from them has to be pretty damn solid. I mean, they're the side who, at least for my money coming in towards this, were the team to look out for. They've been playing a lot domestically. They're looking good as an organization. I was hoping for some big things out from them, but so far, not so good. Vietnam, at least for the brief moment, feels like they're beating the brakes off them a tad. Let's see. Sorry, in towards apartments. Guess it's control for free. Not really rushed to much here. They got a bit of banana control. Decent apps control now as well. I mean, Vietnam, early spacing and early map control is pretty solid.
Yeah, they're being allowed to get pretty deep in here, putting a little bit of pressure on Banana while this is happening. But yeah, just hanging out in the boiler room for the minute. Flash is coming out from the CT side, but they're not turning the corner just yet. And now they're going to be falling back. So CT's, again, giving a fair bit of map control to the T side. I do like that incendiary coming out just to try and slow it down, because they did throw a Molotov towards the archway. So it's kind of good to keep them a little bit honest on that front. Just trimming. All right. Almost trying to pre-fire the corner there, but maybe went a little bit early. Oh, I can't believe it. Pushing just as the smoke was about to pop. And that actually works out. So good kill with the M4.
Yeah, decent kind of internal timing there as well. The tap goes on the corner, breaks for a couple of seconds, and then swings. Yeah, and all in all, the kill's not bad. The flash is an absolute huge, but he's like a deer in headlights. He didn't know which decision to take. Looks both ways, tags both, but kills neither.
Yeah, but they are low already, so 789 in the corner, going to be coming in with a couple of kills. And yeah, you're right. That flashbang was devastating. If he had committed to one of those fights out there, you're right. He probably would have had at least one more kill. But they'll get the round anyway. And for once, it's them winning an actual rifle round, but also a fair few people surviving. They get to steal 2 AKs on the CT side. So that's always a good thing. And Vietnam getting a chance to maybe cool down a little bit. No bomb plant either in that previous round.
We shall see. Vietnam, they squeeze out a buy, but it does require a Mac 10, a little bit lesser in terms of the use of the department in some hands. Right, that nade doesn't really do as much. It looked like it flew just past. Team here, dude. Kind of made the initial move here, but a smoke going to come forward on top of the molly just to slow them down. We'll see, but I think at the moment for Vietnam, already decent control. They've poked and prodded up towards top of A as well with pretty decent amount of mid control, and they're fighting out by a short. And they've also got already up towards car. I mean, some of what we've seen kind of most of these rounds, Vietnam's map control is very solid.
Yeah, it is. And the trouble is, it's really hard on the CT side to make really good rotation. So it's fine if you don't lose the fights, then it doesn't really matter, right? But if the T side wins the fights, then the CTs will have no chance to really rotate across the map because they won't really know until it's too late what's going on. And they did win the early fight here, so it's not bad at all. 4 versus 5, about 45 seconds left. And looks like Vietnam, they're going to be falling back. They might want to just go for banana. They pick up the bomb now at the bottom of T ramp. Yeah, it looks like they will end up at the B bomb site. So just 2 people defending. There's no rotation happening from the A bomb site yet.
Oh, yikes. Genius takes a lot of damage to Molly, and he tries to play around the pillar, but he can't. Do they clear 789? They do. Not effectively. We'll get 1. Looks for a second. Damage dealt. Not off the kill. Bomb will go down. 3v3 in the retake.
Yeah, notoriously one of the hardest bomb sites to retake. Maybe the other one being the A bomb site on Inferno, but certainly nobody likes retaking B. They did some damage coming through the smoke there, but not enough to get a kill. So bomb is still ticking away. And they're trying to see if they can sneak their way through. You can hear they're running out of time pretty quickly here. They do have a couple of kits in play, but they need to be fast with it here. 1 kill goes to favor of Thailand as they're trying to retake it. Rolex coming in. A couple of good shots. He's on the defuse, and with Simon on the other side to take down the kill, they should have enough time to win them around. That's very, very close.
Man, that's a very decent retake, though, in all fairness. Swinging in from Coffins, gets the first guy towards Pool, swings in towards Dark. I mean, you just think maybe to a degree Vietnam's trading in the crossfire should have been a little better. Sadly, not to be. 4-3. Thailand claw back a lead, and now it does have a little bit of a ramification over towards Vietnam in not winning that round. You look at it, only pistols then to work with. It's tough spot. Vietnam for them.
Just a little bit.
They've been pretty competitive, man, but it's just the small little mistakes that are costing them. Yeah.
Let's see if they can do some damage with the Tech 9s, though, and 2 deals as well. So, always a chance. But so far, it's a fairly even game. Wasn't sure how this is going to be playing out. Still have a couple of players that aren't really being put into play. She's different there with the 1 kill. Deagle does get the opening, but nice spray down from Simon. My God, he keeps it going. 3 kills. Rolex trying to defend the bomb site. If you'd had that kill, maybe the round would have been over just then and there, but at least the bomb will be planted here for the Vietnamese side. So they get a chance to get some more money on the side, and also maybe a clutch here with the Tech 9. Oh, he realizes, I think he's 2 boxed in now. Yeah, he needed that kill coming his way right at the beginning of the 1 versus 2. But still, that's a pretty good round.
Yeah, it got to be said. You can actually take some decent positives away from that. You're talking about kind of a low to no buy round of a few upgraded pistols, walking away with a bomb plant and 3 kills. It's not bad. It really ain't bad at all. Doesn't make a difference in the grand scheme. Not 100% sure. It's still Thailand putting up decent rounds on the board. At least bit by bit. Starting to be a very, very competitive side. But a 2-round lead. Back into the investments for Vietnam. Back into the AKs. I haven't yet seen an AWP out from either side, at least utilized effectively. So, waiting maybe for that to change things up. Thailand, it took them a while in the gun rounds, but now they are starting to look good themselves. And seeing off rounds like that is what matters most. Letting those ones slip can be very, very damning to the confidence. So, after it's not, you're all good. Another util towards Banana. Made him towards corner. Good decent damage and does do a fairly decent chunk towards Genius.
Yeah, the life of any Banana player, whether on the T side or CT side, it's just never really that much fun to hang around there. You know you're going to get grenaded at some point. All right, a little bit more top mid control for the Thailand side here, which is something that we were pointing out earlier. They were a little bit too far back ramps, or at least giving a lot of map control, but it feels like this time they're trying to hold on to it just a little bit more. You see for the T's, though, they are setting up a potential here. If they get the kill on Genius right away, that could be pretty devastating, and they will, right for the smoke, in fact. I'm not sure they could have seen much. That should be the round right then and there. Different with a double opening, and that's all they needed.
Nade on the smoke, opens it up, but different setting up close. Tough retake, very difficult. I mean, I'm not down just yet. There's a flank on the cards here, but one man waiting and finding looks for a second, but actually can't, as Myros doubles down. Hang on a moment. Different.
They didn't plant the bomb.
Now, got it all to do, yeah. And in 30 seconds,
the bomb is back at ramp.
Spawn. Oh, God. They left the bomb in spawn.
He can still get it, but he has to run more or less knife out right now. He put up a smoke because he's not sure where the fifth player is. Myros had 4 kills in the round. Now he's running right back in, and Rolex is waiting for him. Oh, what a nightmare. Vietnam, they had the round for sure, but they forgot the bomb, and they ran into Myros, who got 4 kills. That is completely nuts.
Yeah, that's tough. That's one of those things where you can sit here, and it's a term we like to use in the UK, and you just hate to see it. It's as simple as that. It's honestly, you know, these are the rookie errors, the little mistakes that you just see maybe on a team that doesn't spend as much time playing together. That's tough. That one's really got to hurt. And I mean, you know, you got to really, as best you can, try and forget those things, because you can't dwell on it. It's a tough mistake. Recoup, go again. But they would have loved the bomb part, honestly. Molotov comes down, stops that short swing. Was a peek just behind that smoke, but Onyx thankfully just doubles away in time. Holding towards Boiler. Probably will get a fight in just a second too.
God, a wild start. Yeah, nice kill, but ultimately still a headshot from the Tech 9 happened right before, so 4 versus 4 here. Different confirming, yeah, he's still back there, but hard to take this fight. AWP at the bottom. It's actually the Deagle coming in once again, so they might run into a little bit of trouble here, Rolex. You got to be careful, but he will get the shot. If he would have died, it would have left 789 alone at the bomb site, and who knows what would have happened behind that one. 3 versus 3 all of a sudden, and the AWP still holding at the top of Banana, so pretty good position. Oh, Deagle will do some damage again. Finally, the rifles are coming into play, leaving just different on his own. But these rounds are so much closer than they should be.
Yeah. Tech 9. It's not impossible. Still is, for the most part, probably improbable, but there's still a little bit of a chance here. Different making a bit of a move. Creep walking his way forward. Honestly, he might actually be able to get a far now here. I say that. 789 will turn around that corner, and he will see him off. Thailand going to guarantee a lead now at the turn of the half. And I come back to the point that I mentioned, sort of coming in towards this matchup, saying, if they don't win this map, Vietnam, I'm a little concerned. And now this is looking a little bit concerning in general, because while there was moments where it's been competitive and rounds that they should have won here, fundamentally all that matters is they are 4 rounds behind right now, heading into the penultimate of the half, and it's a little bit of a tougher showing than maybe how it's felt in the server.
Yeah, the swings back and forth here are really quite curious, but I guess also the problem for Vietnam at some point here is that they just kind of ran out of money, so it's been a little bit of a struggle in that sense. Myral's also coming online, having himself a really great game, up to 11 kills behind that one, so I guess we'll see if they can keep it going here. 4 versus 5. Now they can afford to fall back a little bit more and play a little bit more defensively, which it feels like it's what they enjoy doing here on the Thailand side. So I don't really blame them for it. that's their game plan, and they're sticking to it quite well at the moment. Just AKs in play on the T side, so yeah, sneaking around looking for the opening. It's been kind of their MO for a while. They want to win those kind of fights that different just trying to take them. Once they don't, they get smoked off and they end up wasting a lot more time. Under 50 seconds now on the clock. And okay, this time they're going to go back and pick up the bomb. That's good, but what an opening. The opening kills, I think, is really what's carrying Vietnam through to some of these rounds.
See. Swing in the corner. For an extra 4. Versus 3. Good spaces to work with. You hate to see that, though. Now I've jumped through the smoke, and they actually have got out towards the site. Simon's in the top hole spot. Molotov will come down. He's probably a dead man walking, and he will be. Even though maybe the nade didn't break the smoke itself, it doesn't make too big of a difference. I don't really know if this retake's got that much legs behind it. They've got a bit of util. They've got kits and the weapons, but it's still not easy.
No, it's definitely not. Sneak it around. I mean, they had a great B take at B earlier, but this might be even more tricky. There are man down, going to try and throw in a bit of a grenade, smoke towards, and then a Molotov to try and push somebody out, but they're really running out of time here. Nice shot to take down different. They'll lose Genius on the other side, and I think that might have been the one opening here. They're just not going to have enough for it. It's KJ to take down 789, and it will be another round here. That might be a much needed one going into the last round of the half here. Getting up to 4, I think, is going to be important.
If they can get a 5th, honestly, it's not a bad half. 8-4, it's still workable if that is to be the case, but it's not going to be easy, especially if they don't find a pistol. So for Vietnam, if they want to give themselves the best luxury here, you take that 5th, then we start to make a little bit of a move. I mean, right now, Vietnam, that's a round they can fall back on. That's replicable. Decent work, good execute. Nice little wrap out from long. They're going to go quicker bit towards Banana. Straight into the fight, and they're running into each other. Past each other, in fact, like ships in the night. Different. All get himself one. It's quite chaotic. Spam on the smoke. 789 will fall as well. What is happening here? Both sides decide to go aggro up towards Banana. And it looks like it's working out better for Vietnam. We've got better firepower.
Yeah, and credit to them. They managed to slow it down on the T side. That's the kind of round where if you keep running, you might just run into another player, which there was someone hiding out there, Rolex, I think, with a 5-7. So nice little move, I think, from the Vietnamese side to slow it down and make sure that you're not just running straight into a 3rd or a 5th player up there. That's not going to be worth it. So checking the back of the bomb site. Oh, he's good for the 1 kill, but still, again, good protocols, I would say, coming in from the T side. Now they need the bomb planted. Nobody's covering. All right, that's good, at least. You're going to pick up the AK here, and all right, nicely done. Myro's not being allowed to sneak on through. It's getting a little bit worried because it looked like nobody was looking for CT spawn there, but they didn't decide to go for the smoke, and it will be a 5th round for the Vietnamese side. So all in all, I would say a pretty respectable start here for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, you can honestly take some positives away from that. I really don't think it's too bad. I still feel like a pistol round here is a bit of a necessity. I mean, we're now seeing maybe where Thailand can showcase their strap book and how deep it is. But yeah, I mean, all in all, right now, that's not bad. It was looking tough at one point.
Going to be an interesting game all of a sudden. I think that opens everything up.
Let me said, this is now a really kind of I mean, there's also an interesting decision for Vietnam. For Thailand, so you've got to go for a buy here off the back of a bomb plant, but you lose this. Not only do you lose the lead, but you actually probably give it off over towards Vietnam, so it does become a little tougher. I mean, this T-side round here, this first kind of sort of buy coming through, we've got that triple Galil 1 Mac 10. It has to be converted. First fight is very good for Sora. Rolex gets caught. Nice work, and in doing so, already an opener for Vietnam.
A little bit of damage at the start here. Genius also dropping kind of low. But starting to move forward up towards Banana again. They've got the bomb with them, so looks like kind of an all-in at this stage. That's so much damage. Might have only got the 1 kill, but it was practically a triple as they lined up there. And what do you do from now on? You have to get Simon to start to walk in there. Everyone else is so low on health. He's the only one that can open up this round, I think.
Yeah, you're right. It's not going to be easy. 789 now smoked. I mean, he's solo. Him and Myro's both 3 points of HP apiece. Tough. This is looking like Vietnam are about to tie this game up, if not extend it a little further as well. Not feeling good, it has to be said, for this side who at one point were looking pretty competitive, now struggling a little bit. T-side is a different beast in all fairness. My oh my. 18 seconds and they can't smoke. For CT, the Molotov in towards new box doesn't do anything, and a jumping around the corner. That's wild. Ivan will get the bomb. Will he get it planted is a different question. He's given that luxury in all fairness. Bomb goes down. Looking to try to take some more fights, but this time not given that luxury. The round one is all that matters, as Vietnam will take it and tie this game up. However, the bomb plant might keep them alive a little bit time. They actually could potentially go for another force fight if they really want to. I wouldn't mind them taking a bit of a breather here, though, and maybe actually opting for a little bit of a lesser buy. Half buy, Tech 9's Eagles, full buy next with the full AKs and the util.
All tied up. Yeah, that's a bit of a tough round to get back into, to be honest. When you're that low on the T side, I don't know if there's much you could do. KJ is also coming in with 20 kills at the moment, so he's sort of proven to be quite the difference maker at the stage of the tournament. That's maybe a name that we're going to be looking for into the future.
Sure.
It's quite fun to see. But yeah, they had 5 rounds, I believe, Vietnam, when they were on the T side. I think the headers up top are a little bit reversed, but we'll see if they're going to be able to keep it going at the moment. Feels like they're doing a pretty fine job.
Oh. Big nade coming through on that corner. They decide to go through it, swing, and it just doesn't work out. They're trying to take the top mid control, and it is not to be. Very simply put, it has to be said. My rolls will fall, and I think that's going to be all she said and wrote in that one. A flawless round coming through. Vietnam are playing very, very good Counter-Strike now. I mean, you're right, the hottest flip there is Vietnam in the lead, but honestly, kind of deservedly, they are doing really well, and you can sort of understand now why they've picked in towards this map too, right? They're looking good. At least in the CT side, that confidence has started to come through now.
Yeah, the plan is working, that's for sure. And just, don't stray from it. Keep it going. They will have quite a bit of money in the bank as well on the CT side, so they can afford to lose a round here and still do all right. Different running down at the bottom there, and you could see there was an incendiary down, but that's why the incendiary is not quite the same as throwing a smoke, right? Because they could just see him on the other side and were able to shut it down, so maybe a little bit unfortunate. I do like that forward position into the CT side apartments there. That is interesting if anyone was going to be there. Oh, he almost got the kill too, but Rolex was ready and waiting.
Bad. First time in a while that we've seen that kind of success coming through for Thailand. My God, they've needed it. I'm going to make a little look himself. Just go, at least for the moment, a little quiet behind it. There's 2 players here to meet them. Not going to be the easiest one. You're soaring towards mini pit, one playing backside there. Not exactly going quiet about their intentions either. Moto smoke will come through. That'll also make rotations hard, but can they go into the site itself? It may be easier said than done. Already, the crossfire has been immaculate and shutting this down. That is beautiful. What a round taken there. And my, oh my, 2 versus 5 on the site itself. They walk away with the round.
Yeah, that's pretty surprising. Getting that kind of an opening and then being unable to finish out the round in your favor, that's really unfortunate. But you're right, the crossfire, definitely huge. And while you could see at the replay, they had the smoke up towards the library. They didn't really have any grenades to go down towards the pit or towards even the bomb site itself. So, yeah, that crossfire stayed intact, and that just worked out really, really well. So a 2-round lead now. The Vietnamese side doing very well, and now they're flexing that AWP a little bit on them. We're still also not seeing too many bomb plants coming out here from the Thailand side, so they're starting to get into some trouble.
It's true. It is true. This is not good. I'm getting a little worried for them, I have to be said. been a bit of a tough showing where they really haven't showcased, I mean, maybe how good they should be. And starting to feel that pressure now. Credit to Vietnam. Really nice work out from them on the corner. This is an important fight, and one which is won by the AWP. I haven't seen too many AWPs in this game so far, but it's been pulled out here, and to success. 1 point was under. Caught with a little bit of a drive-by. 7 and 9 or fall, and super simple stuff. Up to 10 now. 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away from taking this map. You know, if you look back to what was the large majority maybe of that first half, I mean, Vietnam really couldn't get anything going, and now they're the ones completely leading the charge.
Yeah, they're dominating them on the CT side, which is interesting. I feel like a lot of teams with less experience are going to have an easier time generally on T sides because you can group up and kind of go somewhere. So maybe that does speak to the idea that, you know, both these teams might have a little bit more experience because they've been playing pretty well on the CT side. Or maybe it's just the map that's making the difference here with it being Inferno. Nice grenades at the beginning. Genius actually just gets blown up, and Simon, he thought he could sneak the corner there, but ran into an AWP. That's an unlikely position for the AWP to be in, but it works just fine.
Maybe. Let's break it open. No one playing behind. It doesn't matter at least too much for the time being. They're going to make a little bit of a move now. 3 versus 5. Thailand. Looking a little on edge here now. Down to 3. Got no real information about either setups. I'm not too sure about what to expect here, but it's not good.
Oh, it's definitely not. My rolls goes down. Esports has been playing very well for the team, but they're kind of running out of runway here to make this happen. Easy shot for the AWP. Rolex getting a bullet to the back, and yeah, this is working out so well. Not a single casualty on the Vietnam side as they go up to 11 and are starting to sort of walk away with this. And it's another round without a bomb plant for Thailand. So they're really, really struggling to put these rounds together on the T side of Inferno.
It does sort of start to feel like now or never. I think arguably it has to be said. I mean, it's not going well. I mean, no bomb plants. They're struggling to get towards the sides. They're struggling to really make anything in these rounds specifically. I don't know. I think Vietnam are on track to, which is on paper, a pretty one-sided victory, especially considering how one-sided the CT side specifically has been. Holding the AWP now. Seeking for a similar beat that he got last round, but this time we'll just fall back. Honestly, the big thing for me with Thailand, they've just not been changing it up. You know, they're kind of brute forcing their way into all of these rounds and hoping that it's enough, but it's not. And they're getting caught off guard. Zyvan, all 4, Sora, an easy little clear into his apartments, gets himself a kill, falls away, doesn't need to overcommit.
Yeah, they do need a change up here. They need something to put them back online. Don't know if it's a change of pace. I mean, some of these slower engagement haven't really been working out for them. This one is going to be fine. The CTs attempt a bit of a mid-take, run into the AWP, but it's the only rifle here, and the flashbang will absolutely make sure that Trimin never had a chance to run away from that one. So 1 versus 3 here for different. Doubt if there's anything you do. The bomb is planted, and they should be able to lock this one down. Just don't challenge too much. Make sure you have to commit to the fight here. Oh, that would have been a fun kill if you got it right at the start there, but it took maybe a little bit too long. So finally, Thailand able to pick up a round on the T side. It's been a real long time.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. No two ways about it, but it's better late than never is the only thing I think we'll go through. I mean, we're looking at this now with a bomb plant on a fairly decent T-side round. It might spur on a bit of confidence. By no means kind of guaranteed, but better nothing. We'll have to see. Still a buy to work with Vietnam. They've still got the AWP in place and not exactly worried in terms of finances just yet. Even for many rounds to come. 10k still in the bank for Sora. Fine, a spam for the smoke though. Different gets caught. Didn't really even do anything specifically wrong there, but down he falls. 789 though. Gets caught in the same sort of vein.
One for one trade at the start of the round there. We'll take that on the T side. Generally going to be favoring the attacking side in that sense. We can see it kind of is forcing a dilemma here in the rotations. Ooh, but the AWP will do great work. I was going to say, normally the problem is when you're playing with 4 people on the CT side of Inferno is that you've got 2 at A, 2 at B, and it just feels pretty underwhelming if the Ts are going to attack with 4 people at one bomb site. You're always going to be playing a 4 versus 2, so usually it takes a little bit more experience to try and solve that problem. You can do 3-1 instead and just try and, you know, take a bit of a risk, but yeah, here we go. Oh, the flashbang is so good. That breaks up the crossfire, but they're still able to get some of these kills in. Okay, that's respectable. A 1 versus 3, and Simon's not going to be able to do much of anything there. He goes down. It's one more round on the side of Vietnam. So this is, again, it is looking fairly one-sided after the start of it. Looking like the CT side is too much to handle. One more round for Vietnam, and they're going to be able to walk away with the first map win.
It would be huge as well if they can. That will absolutely set them up in such a strong way. You know, taking a map like Inferno in this sort of sense really gives you a lot of confidence. I mean, Ancient's not too dissimilar in terms of the way you approach it to the way you approach Inferno. Maybe kind of slept on Vietnam just a little bit. They've been playing some good Counter-Strike, looking very solid on the CT side especially. And of course, that's where they'll start towards Ancient as well. This could be the start of things to change for them. G's going to get caught already. Yeah, this could be the beginning of the end. It needs to be 4 rounds perfectly for Thailand. And now they're down to already 4 in this one specifically.
Yeah, wow. I don't know. At the start of it, it looked like it was going to be a very, very different game, but they have had a lot of economic issues on the second half here for the Thailand side. It's obviously worked against them, and you got to give credit to Vietnam as well, just individually, maybe especially KJ there. He's got 23 kills, but not alone. Everyone else has been playing pretty well too. Dangerous to walk around with a grenade in hand like that, but he's not going to get punished for it. And now we're down to about 50 seconds, and looks like once again they're starting to reconsider and maybe want to go back to the B-bomb side.
Yeah. 2 on towards B. 3 via A. Bit of a long rotate as well if they want to make their way over. So, tempted to make a little move now. That's smoke from B for now. Different. This is dicey. Normally a bit of a one-on-one angle here. They are going to pop through though. They're going to try and make a little fight. They might not clear him. They will clear. Second orange though. Different. He actually got unchecked. The rotating player gets caught. 789 falls. Different pops off on his own and he's lands that bomb going down. Time is of the essence as the AWP pops up as well. 1 versus 3, Anders, I think this one is done.
Yeah, you see, he's trying to fake it. He wants them to fight, and eventually they will. My God, a nice shot with the AWP at the end, and it's Vietnam to pick up the opening map here on Inferno in a surprising fashion as well, but you know what? They got the job done.
It's true. It's true, honestly. You know, I wasn't massively convinced at one point, I'll be perfectly honest. I mean, we weren't really seeing a lot out of Vietnam in that first half, which gave us too much comfort on, you know, that T side where a lot of teams actually like to play T side Inferno because you get to kind of set that tempo quite a lot. We weren't seeing really anything to fall back on, but man, that CT side, a different showing, very, very good work coming through. And honestly, very impressive Counter-Strike being played at the tail end. I now look at this as a really decent opportunity. You know, yes, we're going in towards Thailand's map pick coming up next, but all in all, I don't know, the side just didn't offer up enough for me, Thailand, in terms of definitely the name value compared to what we saw on the server.
Yeah, they were lacking a little bit. They might have been surprised themselves at what Vietnam was able to bring towards the end of it. I mean, that first half of it looked really good. It looked like it was on tracks, and then the CT side came, and Vietnam really never looked back. They just kind of picked it up. So well played. That's pretty sick to see.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I'm very, very impressed. I mean, Ancient's going to be coming up next. I'm not 100% certain about what to expect coming in towards that one, but I think I'm right in saying we're going to throw this into a break before we get there. We do have Ancient. It is Thailand's pick, so it's not the end of the world, but for now we're going to throw it. I've got a few highlights to bring you as well before we get underway in towards that one. But I mean, for Ancient, it needs to be a completely different showing from Thailand. They, I don't know, just fundamentally didn't offer us enough.
No, they didn't. And some of the individuals, right, as well on the Vietnam side. I think KJ was obviously top of the board there at the end, but you have somebody that's playing that hard and hitting that many shots, it's going to be really, really hard unless you can match it in terms of just the fragging output. And they weren't really able to. So Yeah, overall, great work coming out from Vietnam. I'm surprised, but in a good way. I think it was an interesting showing. First time that we've seen these two teams, of course. Big shout out to all you guys in the chat as well. I'm noticing you guys are typing. I'll try and read the Twitch chat a little bit more. But you know, just like what they had with the African qualifier, it's good to see, you know, some local support for the teams, some favorites. You know, I think that's part of the charm of Iesf is you get like a little bit more of that sort of you know, country fervor out there where people are excited to see their country play, and I think that's nice. That adds a good flavor to Counter-Strike.
Yeah, no, exactly that. And as you run through some of the highlights as well, you know, it's one of those where we are seeing, at the very least, enough out from both sides, which could spice things up heading in towards Ancient. I'm not fully sold just yet on Thailand. At least name value-wise, they should be doing well, but we didn't quite see it, and it makes me wonder maybe whether Vietnam are a bit of a sleeper side. You know, this is the beautiful thing about these sort of international qualifiers. You see teams and players that, you know, weren't really on our radar. We do a lot kind of primarily in towards, you know, EU, for example. We just don't really get to see too much Vietnamese Counter-Strike. But honestly, they played very, very solid. You can see the synergy of the side was really there. I mean, some of these rounds were miraculous. In particular, this one actually was funny. The one I was going to talk about, the 2v5 as they pop on towards this A side. I mean, it was ridiculous they even walked away with this round. Never should have happened. But we get to see just how good they actually are.
Yeah, we like surprises here, and obviously, you know, it's a qualifier, so you know, now is the chance to show what you got. You know, later on when it's all said and done, you can always wonder, you know, you could have done anything differently, but right now, it's where you need to prove all of it. So we'll see. We obviously have, we got Malaysia out there, we got Brunei, so we're a couple of other countries that we're looking to see what they can bring and what kind of action they're going to be showing. But yeah, Vietnam so far, a bit of a surprise. Now, again, it could also be the map. We don't know yet. So it's going to be interesting to see if Thailand are going to be doing better on that second map. That's something that I'm looking forward to, because they did have some promising plays there. It didn't look like they weren't getting completely crushed. It's just that they weren't as good on the T side as they were on the CT side.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw us on to a break. Sit tight. We'll be back with Ancient.
Yeah. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are into the mix once again here, the Iesf regional qualifier, the Asian qualifier this time around. We've got a best of three that's already live. We've got Vietnam versus Thailand playing at the moment, and it looked like it was going to be Thailand walking in with the opening victory on Inferno, but somehow Vietnam made their way back on the CT side. It was exciting, an exciting start, Neil, for in many ways. It looked like it was going to work out differently, but Vietnam have surprised us.
Yeah, honestly, I really kind of thought coming in towards this one that we would see, honestly, a pretty simple run through from this Thai side. You know, under the NKT banner, they've played at least internationally in some of these qualifiers and done some decent damage. You know, and just in terms of name value, you kind of seem to at least inherently back teams like that. But yeah, no, it was not the case. A really, really solid showing where we got to see just how good they actually can be. And I think for Vietnam, you know, they've really impressed. And now, kind of with nothing to lose coming in towards this one, you know, this for them would be a massive sort of tournament to qualify for guys who maybe aren't too proven on an international stage. And I mean, technically, they're one map away from taking a win against arguably one of the scariest sides here.
Yeah, so, you know, just a fantastic start to the day. Obviously, that was Inferno that we were just watching. Now, coming up next is going to be Ancient. So, looking to get into that one and get the map started as soon as we can, because we want to see, you know, we want to see if it's going to be just the map making the difference, or if Vietnam really are just kind of a sleeper team and that, you know, they're better than we expected here. So the map will tell us a lot. We'll have Anubis as the deciding map if we get there. But we've got to get through, you know, all of it here before we really do. Of course, the qualification here is to play in Chengdu, China, to try and qualify for the Riyadh finish of the years, the road to Riyadh. So that's going to be happening all the way in November, and I look forward to that. Obviously, we've got all the regions going to be represented there. So it's a long road to get there, but there's a lot on the line on the other hand. So it's exciting.
It is, exactly. There's only one team as well from this qualifier. We've got 4 teams vying for that one spot, that Brunei, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, of course. I think, if I'm right in saying simultaneously, Brunei and Malaysia are playing currently. So I can maybe even check in to see how they're doing. I'm not 100% sure if it'll show me. But, I mean, all in all, it is one of these kind of things where these qualifiers, they're so short, right? There's no real room for it. It's just a 2-day event. You know, all it takes is one good outing, and we're talking about the difference between potentially, you know, doing nothing and playing on an international land stage with the potential of going towards Riyadh or the rest. So all it takes is, you know, one good couple of days, and, you know, it can be kind of even life-changing in a way. We see players who do get noticed in tournaments like this and start to really make decent runs themselves. So we'll see. But, I mean, all in all, Thailand were looking at their mapping of Ancient and saying, right, things obviously didn't go well in towards the Inferno, which is, you know, Inferno for me is normally a bit of a litmus test of how good a side is. So maybe not good signs, but there's got to be a reason they've picked in towards as Ancient. It's at least a map in which they've played a bit in terms of the qualifiers and looking through their recent matches. And it's definitely one where it's at least kept in their pool quite consistently. So I'm expecting at least maybe a little bit of a better showing out of Thailand here, but Vietnam, at least in terms of raw mechanics, impressed me. I mean, there's a world of a 2-0 here for me.
Yeah, I think some of the individuals really managed to step it up quite a bit. So, I mean, I think that made a big difference. I think KJ was kind of the standout player for the Vietnam side so far. See if anyone can match him. But if you have one player that's dropping that many kills and you're up to like deep in the 20s at the end of it, that's obviously going to make a big difference. So, yeah, we're learning on the fly here along with the rest of you. If you're on the Twitch chat, come say hi. We'll definitely try and read it every once in a while. And you know, if you have any questions or anything you like, we'll try and answer them as we go along. You know, I think that's the upside of doing this kind of Counter-Strike is we can be a little bit more interactive in that sense. So I look forward to it. But still a couple of teams that are unknown to us at the moment. You said you had some hopes for Brunei. They normally represent Goodfellas Gaming, which is you're right. Yeah. It's a good name. I like it.
It's a cool name. I really wonder what we're going to see out from them, just in the sense of you know, I always try and back teams who are in an organization. It just feels like at least you have those kind of strats under your belt and all the rest. I mean, it's a loose thing to say, right? Just because it's never always as easy as that. But yeah, I'm interested to see what we can see out of Brunei. Maybe they can bring something to the table. Maybe we can look at it and say there's something to go off, but it's loose. I don't know the players that well, and I normally try and follow a lot of these regions. It's a little harder though when we do get into kind of the real ear to the ground type of things. But yeah, I'm looking at this and saying Brunei as an org team is a good sign, and hopefully we can see something out of them. I'm going to have a look in a second, see if I can find their lobby. I know I did for North Africa. I found the lobby so I could see what they're up to. We are on the way towards the round, and we've already lost Genius.
Yeah, we're not wasting any time here. So, yeah, get things underway. It's going to be Vietnam, it looks like, starting on the CT side, with Thailand going to be on the T side of things. So, already with a kill and fallen quite far back. Now, there is a potential, if this works out for the T side, there's a mid push here. If they get a couple of kills, that might make a difference. 789 going to be picking up the one there, trying to push forward, but straight into KJ. He was really the standout player for the first map, so looks like he's still hitting some good shots here.
Not bad. V4. Vietnam. Numbers advantage. Bit of damage being dealt both ways, in all fairness. It looks like the bomb isn't fully committed. Now it is. So Ivan, nice swing, nice fine. Rolex, Sugarcourt, and Will. Numbers stay in favor. Bomb will go down, however.
Ooh, yeah. It's not bad. At least getting the bomb planted when you're in that kind of situation. They're not going to be winning the round, but yeah, you know, they get a chance now to buy early on, which is you know, could make a real difference. We'll see how much they invest into, but you know, usually getting that bomb plant is kind of half the battle. So I guess, yeah, you lose a couple of players early on, you're just going to be happy to get the bomb planted, and they will buy into the round. So for Galil so far, that's a pretty heavy investment. So they're going to be competitive in this one for sure.
Yeah, we shall see. But yeah, not bad. Not bad. We'll take it every day of the week. Question for me now looks in terms of response. The bomb plant is good. It means a buy, but you don't find the buy, it'll put you in a real tough spot where Vietnam again can start spiraling quite positively. I'll play up close in towards elbow. Behind the molly, behind the smoke. First contact going to be Dream in here up close. It's all about spotting shadows here as well. Or hearing the step. That also helps. Molotov will come down. Simply behind it, though, going one for one of the trains as Ivan rattles off for one with Akilil. They're looking to try and burst here towards the A site.
Yeah, ooh, I was going to say they're doing a good job, but my God, it's a lot of damage to the smoke right there. Trying to push forward right into it. And the run and gun of the M4A1 is just Rolex left. And wow, I mean, they got to the corner of the site, which is what you want, but they weren't able to really get the bomb planted. So Vietnam kind of holding through that round and not allowing for the bomb plant either. That's great news.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. You'll take it every day of the week. The question being now for me, when I look at this in a 2-0 start and Thailand faltering a little bit, when do they maybe even call, you know, for a bit of attack pause and have a conversation? Because it's not going to plan right now, I think is the main thing. Things are looking just a little bit dicey. I need to see a bit of a change. I need to see something start to, I guess, open up a little bit for them. It's not to be. The M4 getting 2 nice and easy from different. And the MP down up close here might get a little bit more of the same. It's been really good work, though, hasn't it? I mean, Vietnam are not pulling any punches, and Thailand are really starting to struggle.
Yeah, you could tell. They're running into a little bit of issues early on here. So far, no casualties on the CT side in this round, even if different is tagged up. So bomb plant not going to be happening here either. And yeah, they're just out hunting. They're having way too much of a good time. Going to be no one dying on the CT. So 3-0 in favor of Vietnam. But more importantly, I think, denying these bomb plants and making the economy harder to deal with for Thailand at the moment.
Not easy. Not easy. But a 3-0 start is really good. I mean, you're starting on that CT side. That's actually, in all fairness, where Vietnam did their best work back on towards Inferno. But I mean, even still, I am getting just a little bit worried about what I've seen thus far. Something's got to change. It has to change over towards Thailand. Back into the investment is good. It's an all-part in play, though, over towards Vietnam, which was pretty damn solid for them in towards Inferno. Expecting potentially big things. This could be a little dicey. But are you going to try and play up closely? I don't hate this. Nice. And Agro swinging a 5. Beautiful work. Maros gets caught. Bye-bye.
Okay, straight out of there. This kind of round, again, really important. You've lost the early couple of rounds. Now it's your first real rifle round here, but you actually got the AKs out. So you have to do some damage. You have to try and get the bomb planted here and get some money away from the CTs. Otherwise, this could be a really ugly first half I do like this. Look at KJ again. He's pushing forward towards the A hallways. So even if he's had to slow down for now, he's in such a forward position that he could be there really quick to shoot them in the back from the middle. So overall, not a bad spot to be in. They're bringing the bomb back. We'll see if he can find the kill. If he can, it's going to do havoc on the Thailand side because they're not going to know where to go from it. Yeah, there's the shot, taking down Simon. Where do you go now? The bomb was making its way to this hallway to try and go for the A-bomb side, and now it's been slowed down.
It's not going to help at all. Genius at least will get one. 2v4, though, I mean, such a big ask. They've already cleared down ramp. Spot the shadow, AWP up close, shotgun AWPing, and working. Last man, they look for the fight. They know where he is, but I mean, bomb's down 20 seconds. I don't think this is going to make too much of a difference, and he'll fall regardless. Easy work, simple stuff. Vietnam 4-0. And most importantly to me, Anders, it's, you know, Vietnam are getting the rounds, which is fair enough. But it's the big thing is that Thailand aren't really even competing in them. These rounds aren't close. There's no bomb plan. I know there's kind of post plan where there's a chance. This is very, very simple rounds of Counter-Strike where Vietnam are honestly really flexing their muscles here.
Yeah, they're starting to look really, really good. They're not suffering many casualties. You can tell on the amount of deaths there in total on the CT side. It's not that many. It's kind of just going according to plan here. It's on Thailand to try and change this, and it looks like they might try and do that with just changing the pace, although they got so close to this and then they kind of slowed it down. I wonder if it means the CTs are going to be ready for it. You could see counter flashes are coming out. They're taking a bit of a peek in there. Might have been too deep. Oh, but he's still going to make it work. Great double kill with the AK, and yeah, the rest of it will be easy. I think if they had kept the pace up at the start of the round, there was a chance they could have made it onto the site without anyone even knowing.
Yeah, sort of just overwhelmed them with numbers more than anything, but it doesn't happen. Not in this instance, at the very least. But, I mean, at the very least, there's a small little silver lining of it looking a little bit better, but I think fundamentally you've got to look at this and just say, this is already a damning first half. I mean, already up to 5 with no response out of Thailand. I'm worried. I mean, there's a real world that Vietnam could do basically all the damage dealt into us this first half where it's basically too little too late, even if Thailand get going on their CT side. Deep Molotov. He's going to play up close. He's been confident. I can see why. The flashes are good, though. Very, very good, but it doesn't make a difference because both opening kills go the way of Vietnam, and a third to go behind it as well. They pop out on towards the site. There's still a numbers disadvantage here for Thailand.
Yeah, this is perhaps one of the chances that they might have, but that's a problem in and of itself, is that these are the counter rounds we're saying, okay, well, at least it's a 2-on-3. Like, that's not necessarily that great, although nice shot from 789. Did see the shadow and will be able to take down KJ. So 2 versus 2 all of a sudden. A minute on the clock. I do like this again. Forward progression coming out here from the Vietnamese side. 789. He's not going to get caught that time either, and might be dead in the middle here. Oh my God, the flashbang actually works out. That's crazy. I thought he was for sure going to be dead. So finally, Thailand are on the board. It's a little bit late in the game, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is it's better than nothing. They're a side who, for me, where we've seen from them, they've had these little moments in each and every round, but it's not been good enough. That, at the very least, to claw that round back. They lost the opening 2 fights, and they still made it stick. So technically, from very in loose terms, 3 versus 5, you'll take every day of the week. Spam the corner. Not a huge amount behind it, but I'll have to wait and see. Got mid control, which is good, but a lot of damage been taken towards Vietnam. I guess thankfully, though, it is the AWPer, so I guess in the grand scheme, doesn't really matter too much.
No, you can certainly still do a lot of damage, but yeah, I mean, at least putting a little bit of pressure on here. A lot of damage to the smoke once again, different. He's feeling the pressure now, wants to swing out and take the fight, and he is going to get traded, but you're still noticing that T side, they're a little bit low on health, and that's an issue. Genius, he wants that Molotov in the corner. That's a good idea. Oh, but it goes a little bit short. That's meant to go all the way back there. So it's going to take another player to really get him down now. 789. They're hearing the footsteps. They know that he's running towards the A-bomb side, so they should be able to rotate, but at least he's going to get the bomb planted, and he could still clutch this one.
Potential. 2 ways about it. Dreaming so low. That's the big thing, but 1v2. He's gone for a pretty aggro post-spawn position. He's tunnel vision in, double dink, bye-bye, Bob's your uncle. I mean, honestly, I don't hate that. 789, he's just hoping that he gets a bit of fortune. A rotate coming through from the other side. They both come in via kind of the donut main area, and simply put, Vietnam answer back. Small silver lining for Thailand is the bomb part, is the kills. However, is it going to make a difference? I don't know. You've already guaranteed the bare minimum is going to be a tied game at a 6-1 scoreline. I need to see considerably more from Thailand before I get convinced.
Yeah, I feel like it's, unfortunately, it's still a little bit of a tough position to be in right now. 6-1, and we are moving into round number 8. They got the Galils back out mostly. A couple of AKs in the mix too. And what looks like, all right, this is interesting. You see Simon in the back there. He's setting up for all the normal smokes that we're used to seeing and landing down towards Donut and maybe CT spawn as well. So if they can get through, they might have a bit of a chance here. The AWP put under pressure and eventually burned out in the corner. But yeah, they're still being traded fairly evenly at the moment. But the smokes, did they land? All right, it's a very, very deep smoke, but I guess it'll get the job done.
I'll take it. Breaks. Pumped for a second. Retake doable, but 3-on-3. They've got to try and isolate a fight early, or I may have spotted the pixel there. For fairness, one spot crossing right-hand side. Sora will get one. Swing with the M4 is good. Do they expect Rolex, though, coming in for the big flank? He's making a little move, and he might get one for free. He's playing Trigger Discipline and Time. We'll get one. Nade on towards the corner, but it doesn't matter. Sora sees it off, and pretty damn good. They've got time for the defuse. Nice and easy. That'll be Vietnam 7-1. And this map, which is meant to be Thailand's pick, is looking pretty quickly like it's going to fall away from them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in a way, even though the scoreline is way more one-sided right now, some of these rounds are like kind of doable. They're getting into some bomb plant situations. So, but still, the CT side here for Vietnam, just like it was on Inferno, is really rock solid. So, kind of hard for the Thai team to do anything at the moment. In terms of kills as well, I mean, apart from 789, no one's doing a lot of damage in these rounds, and that's a bit of an issue. Nice grenade, and they walk into it here. Genius gets immediately downed, and they're going to lose Myros in the middle too.
Man, it's pretty damning, isn't it? This is quick. I feel like Thailand, at least to a degree, feels like they've lost that mental miss shot, though, and a rare, uncharacteristic miss in that sense. Held on the angle, and now they've got the sight. 2-on-2, and an AWP on the retake's never easy. I mean, Sora made it work last round. This one a bit tougher. Bomb goes down. Where are you going to come in from behind? Ain't behind that smoke is throwing the AWP. He's taking pop shots. He's not exactly quiet about it.
Another bomb plant here. And they're really being slow about the retake on the CT side. So there is a chance still, even if that's a good little step in the bag there. Rolex, he does have an HE. That's not going to help him too much. Smoke up on the one side. Yeah, he wants to throw that in grenade, but they are going to be on that defuse. And with the kits, they will have time. He's trying to flash his way through, run right in, but he's lost in the smoke. And eventually, he will go down. They will get that defuse as well. That's a really, really close round. Might have been one of the best chances there for Thailand. They do some damage, but again, it's Vietnam walking away with the round.
Yeah, mate, what a game we are being treated to right now. 8-1. This is, there's not a lot we can say here in kind of a positive note. We can, we've already spoken about the quote unquote silver linings. It has been one-sided. It's beautiful, and it's very, very simply put a dominant showing off of Vietnam. 8 already. Ah, yikes. A few more rounds we played at the tail end, but I'm not expecting really anything to change. Vietnam have looked so comfortable. The only difference here is they do have a FAMAS coming into the play, and they do take a little bit lesser utility in his hands. So in that sense, maybe a little bit harder. I mean, Vietnam are at least being stretched in terms of like the econ a little bit, but I don't know, man. Hot Flash on that corner didn't do anything. If you peek Denny, here's the steps. Goes now, and it actually will cost him his life. 789, holding, finding.
All right. Taking out KJ at the start. That seems to be the right way to go with it. He's been one of the better performers of the team. Sneaking on through. Myros, he sees it coming. All right, I like this defensive start. It's a 5 versus 3. This is going to be the best chance right now that Thailand's got to try and get a second round on the board. So they don't want to be squandering this one. Smokes up. There is a bit of a crossfire set up towards the bomb site, but still, they should be able to break it wide open, especially with that kill. Yeah, round is done for. That's I think almost too late to make it back into the game, but if they can get more rounds like these, I'm not going to rule them out yet.
Yeah, it is true. I think you're right. It probably feels a little bit too late. However, Vietnam's econ is a little bit short. Sora's got money. Tadoi does as well, but then you look at Treeman, not so much for him, 150 on the other side too. I mean, it's not the easiest. They're going to have to take jobs. They could potentially squeeze it up by here as long as different does save. Question is, of course, Willie. They've kind of got the right idea. They're poking and prodding. They're smelling blood in the water a little bit. He's parked him into his donor, and I think he'll just avoid anything. So, won't be the end of the world. He stays alive. He can drop over one. The Doi can drop over a couple, maybe. It might be doable. It might require a FAMAS or an MP9 in play, but all in all, they're going to go for a buy here. I don't hate it. A little bit lesser Utah, I think, is my expectation. However, we have just lost Sora. So hopefully getting back in, as soon as. But honestly, all in all, it's not the end of the world. But for Thailand, they need 4 at the bare minimum. If they don't get 4, I don't think they even really have a chance.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's kind of the limit of it here. So far, the internet's been really stable, though. Something that in the African qualifier, we were struggling a little bit to try and keep some of the players on the server, but it seems like they're doing a fine enough job. He was back for a second, but it looks like maybe disconnected again. Either way, I'm sure they'll get stuff sorted out. But yeah, that's good. It's good when the internet's working. It's kind of a requirement for playing the game, isn't it? So
yeah. How about this, Anders? While we've got the tech pause, let's completely change things up because we're gonna have plenty of time to talk Counter-Strike, and it's not been a huge amount. We all know what time of the year it is right now. Steam summer sales. Any games that you've been looking at? Is there any? I've been wanting to really expand a little bit. I wouldn't say I'm the biggest, I just don't really follow the gaming scene that hard. I'm trying to get some new games. So any you recommend, any that you've already bought that you say, oh, you've got to get this one?
Some games that I might want to try and play. I don't know. I kind of wanted to get Baldur's Gate 3.
I do as well.
It seems
it's still pretty expensive. I can't lie.
It still is. Even with the 20%, you're like, damn. They're getting
like 40 quid or something. So
the problem is that everyone I know says it's a great game. So I feel like it's probably worth it. There was another game that I just I think it's called No Rest for the Wicked. It's like an RPG game. I don't know much about it, but I like the art style a lot, and it seemed like an interesting game, so I was kind of, leaning towards that, but I don't know. Do you have any good recommendations?
Oh, this does look pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Recommendations. Games I've played. I mean, Cyberpunk is a pretty good one. I know it's kind of a classic. It was obviously very buggy when it first got released, but
sure.
Now it's been fixed. It's very, very good.
Okay.
I've been told...
I have it. I've never played it, but I have it.
It's really, really cool. It's worth playing. It's a little slow to start, and then it gets really good. So maybe worth playing. Another one that I've been told that was really buggy and released, and I was very good, is the new Battlefield. I think it's pretty solid. So we'll see.
I love Battlefield games. I'm into that.
Cheap. Yeah. So it's like £3. So... Okay. We all back live though, thankfully. So we can come back to Steam Talk a little later if we get another pause, maybe.
Yes.
Sora, who's back in the server, already got a kill into his black plat, and he might get another one in the flames. He's hoping, but he's burning and dying.
Yeah. I mean, you can't do much other than what he did there. Just commit to the fight, try and see if you can get the job done. Genius, nearly with a kill there, and they're going to be catching Tremin trying to walk his way for the smoke in the middle. So it's going to be another bomb plant here. 2 versus 3. Oh, almost. They needed somebody to catch him there. They could have the bomb planted already, but instead, the bomb planter going to get caught out a little bit. Now it's a 1 versus 2, and they're trying to plant the bomb once again. Oh, faking it one more time, trying to lure him into a little bit of a trap there, and they've almost got the kill on him. I think that should be enough.
Surely. I mean, how low the Roy is. 2 points of HP. And how low the recon as well. There's a temptation to save here. I can't lie. I want to look at this and just be like, actually, I'm going to call it. I wouldn't hate this idea. Still sticking around at the very least. I mean, 2 points of HP. This is a big ask. Oh, good damage. My God. If he got the kill, he may have opened things up. The fact that he hasn't, he really doesn't have to hightail it now.
Yeah, I was excited because he had the smoke and the kit as well. So there might have been a chance to do something, but I guess he's like, all right, you know what? We have a lot of money in the bank. Let's save this rifle. I think that's a fair choice to be making. You can see the CT side. So there actually is a way for Thailand to get 4 rounds anyway, which is exciting.
Yeah, getting 4, honestly, I think would actually be pretty decent. I think it really does sort of save face a little bit from what has been, for lack of a better term, a pretty dire half. I think they should have been better. They should have been able to compete. They just never did. All in all, though, I'm not fully sold on this this sort of quote unquote comeback of Thailand, but it's better than nothing. I mean, they're showcasing they've still got something in the locker. I'll flash over. And the buy is pretty tough, right? You know, you got double M4, double MP9, and a Deagle. It's not an impossible buy to make work, but it's not going to be easy. It might take a little gimmick or two, and it's a gimmick I don't mind here. Different. And behind that smoke, I don't hate this. He might be able to get something. The Molotov, though, will force him into a fight. Genius gets 2. 789 gets one of his own, and now I think this one's falling apart. MP9 gets caught, and that should be the round and the half.
I think something that we started to notice at the end of this half is that whenever Thailand just kind of took the first 30 seconds of a round to sit around and wait to see what Vietnam were going to be doing, it worked out way better for them. They just would wait around. You know that Vietnam were going to be aggressive at some point, so you might as well just kind of wait and see if they walk into some of your crosshairs. So 8-4 finish at the end of the half. That's yeah, I mean, it's not amazing for Thailand, but it's definitely doable. If they win the pistol in the second half, it could be game on once again.
True. Very, very true. We'll see. 8-4. If they get a pistol here, maybe we can have a little conversation. If it's a similar story where, you know, kind of Vietnam come out the gates and just walk away with it, then I don't know. I feel like it might just go right back to where we were. Either way, though, small little resurgence at the tail end. At the very least from Thailand, it will help them a bit. A lot more that needs to be done before I get convinced, but it's better than nothing. You've seen at least what they've got in the locker.
So far, grouped up outside of the B-bomb side. Just a fairly standard hold right now. They're trying to, you know, push in towards the Jaguar tunnel. They're trying to see if they can get a little bit of information on what's happening in the middle. I do like this attempted pop flash here. So, don't even need it. Headshot for 789. And if he was going to get pushed down, there would have been a flashbang to set it up. But that's a devastating sign. All right, Thailand might be back in this game now.
Yeah, maybe. That's a huge kind of opener to find. It'll at least start things off somewhat nicely. A little more needed, but it's better than nothing. But there's quiet around it. Commitment being made just yet. Flashing to come in, it seems. Maybe, but if there's a bit of contact. But yeah, pretty quiet off the back. Vietnam don't really know where to go.
They're really slowed down. I mean, they're waiting right now, I think, for the middle push. Yeah, so this is the part of it, right? They're putting a little bit of pressure on. Good headshot to begin with. And now, could they get the kill they need to overwhelm the bomb site? Nice catch mid-air. But the bomb should be planted here. Going to be in relative safely. 3 versus 3. There is a kit on Simon, and he's walking through CT spawn. So he's got to be careful that he doesn't die. If he dies to different here, then that kit's going to be lost probably for the rest of the round here. Oh, and they're pushing right into him. That's devastating. That's the kit on the ground.
Oh, they're just swinging to fight, and it's not going well. Vietnam, different with the kill and different breed, as they are absolutely head and shoulders above Thailand right now in the server. And honestly, kind of clawing that pistol background in their favor, it's very kind of indicative of just the difference in level between these two. It looked from the kind of offset, you know, you find the opening kill of your Thailand, you're in a good position, and actually Vietnam looked a little lost, and they've just completely pulled it back in their favor. Really well done, really well played, and honestly, all you can do is kind of applaud just how well they've been playing. So I look at it now and say this might be the beginning of the end. It's probably more or less a guaranteed 10th here for Vietnam. In Thailand, they've got to pull off a ridiculous resurgence.
Yeah, I don't know. All the work still ahead of them. I don't think it's going to be easy from here on out. Winning that pistol round was probably one of the key pieces that they needed to get done. They're grouped up towards the middle, and I think they've got a flash that Myrals is meant to be sending over the wall whenever they want to push, but actually they go back towards the A-bomb side. They realize there's nobody really in middle. Let's just try and see if we can turn this into a bit of a fight here, but I think they already threw the flashbang, and I think, the smokes up and everything else, it should be a lockdown here for Vietnam.
Right. I think you are right. Last two. Got a Mac 10. Not going to make a difference. Immediately gets head removed there, Rolex. Simon's going to find one, which is a consolation. 10-4. Anders, how we feeling? A little check-in. You reckon there's any chance for Thailand or no?
I'm starting to feel, ever so slowly worse and worse for this. I feel like my enthusiasm for the Thailand comeback is waning now. But I've got to say, I mean, for Vietnam, I'm pretty impressed. They're playing much better than I was expecting. So I don't know. It's not all bad news, but I do feel like the time for a comeback is slipping out of their hands. This first rifle round surely is it. Like, if they were going to make a comeback, this is the time to do it. Flash in the middle. Look at the aggression, though. Trimin coming in, and that's a double kill. He will get shut down ultimately, but still, that is so much damage for one player running in there with a flashbang, and he gets 2 for 1.
Not going to complain. Already decent space they've got here. I mean, I'm going to go down. Not bad. The spam doesn't quite convert either. It's a little bit off to the side. Oh my god, that spam does connect though. Toy takes a lot of damage. Lucky man to still be alive, but he is different. Gonna find one. Sora set up with one of his own. It's so simple, the fights, isn't it? I mean, this is the really pretty damning thing. They're just walking into their own demise. They're not really even playing off each other. The teamwork isn't there. The synergy isn't. Vietnam, I'm thoroughly impressed with how good they've been playing.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't much to complain about. You're right. Some of the fights there, not necessarily hard for them to win, but just set up in a way such that the enemies walk kind of straight into the crosshairs. And that was the first rifle round. It exploded. Thailand now in a lot of trouble. And it shows 3 MP9s, Deagle and a 5.7 here. They're sort of struggling back with whatever they've got. And it's not really that much at the moment. And they're also walking up onto the B-bomb site, straight up the ramp. Could be a nasty surprise waiting on the other side. I think it's 789 who's out there, but yeah, he can't do much of anything. So a clear path for a bomb plant here, no question about it.
Let's see. Oh, decent damage being dealt, however. Numbers advantage for Thailand in a pretty important round that might kickstart them. Rolex getting a fade away with a 5.7. AK dropped over, and he's more than happy to continue using that 5.7, low on HP, so I don't really blame him. Swing in the corner. 1 found. 2 found. Sora, 180. Oh, beautiful. As he gets one more. And it's all a timing play. Swing on the corner. Thadoi has played that to perfection. As Vietnam lock in a map and series point. Honestly, this has been a lightning fast map. On their opponent's map pick, they made it look easy.
Yeah, they're doing so much work here. I mean, they already were looking good on Inferno, but now onto the second one, they look way more comfortable. 12-4, and one more round is all that they need at the moment here. Thailand with another set of rifles coming out, but it is starting to get pretty rough out here. Smokes down at the beginning, but it looks like Tadoi just almost thinking about walking through there. Pretty standard 4-1 split on the T side. So again, you can tell that for the Vietnamese side, they definitely know the strategies, right? They have that sole player outside of the B-bomb side that's just like a satellite player working on their own, listening for information, able to apply pressure early on, like a little bit later on. If they try and go for mid or A control, they can always have this one guy who can shoot any rotators in the back or anything like that. So it's pretty common setup. 3 in the middle now to try and take some control there.
Any more? Do Thailand have anything left in the locker? I mean, a bit of a thing to start things off isn't bad. It's quite around it. Vietnam aren't exactly in a rush in terms of overarching sense of this series and the round. And my God, it's so quick. Troy, Sora, one apiece. Genius and Rolex will answer back to keep things at least somewhat okay, but the flank is on. Sora will see it off, and I think this is basically the beginning of the end. I mean, Anders, honestly, this is a deserved win coming through from Vietnam. They have loved life in the server. Yeah,
what a surprise. We weren't expecting it, but it's a good way to be wrong, I suppose, when you got a team that's playing as well as they are here. Rolex wants to be the hero, but still another 2 players to find, and that bomb ticking away in front of him, and he's going to get shot at the back. A 13-4 victory as Vietnam will pick up the whole series. It's a best of 3, but they win both the maps in kind of a stunning fashion. I'm surprised.
Yeah, and they just do it with ease. There's no two ways about it. I mean, Vietnam, there was, maybe a conversation to be had. I mean, at one point, Thailand looked like the better side in towards map number 1, but it did fall apart. And then we look at it now and say, overall, what a showing out from Vietnam. With a side that maybe we slightly overlooked just because, I mean, realistically, the guys in the server we weren't too aware of. Haven't seen them play, all kind of that much in terms of an international scope, but I hope we do, to be honest. They've been playing really damn well. Got some highlights to bring you off the back of what was actually a pretty quick map number 2 where Vietnam made light work of Thailand's pick as well, which is probably the even more damning thing.
Yeah, I think that was surprising. I was hoping that we would see a little bit of a resurgence again, because they did do a pretty good job on the T side, or in the CT side, Thailand, when they were on Inferno. But obviously, second half came in and they never really got the job done. And this one was, even more one-sided. So far, we start the day with a surprise. Vietnam really able to show up. And it wasn't just KJ who was playing very well. It was, I think, Chadoy was one of the top fraggers at the end of it. So they have a couple of different players that can really flex and show some skill, which is good news. Sometimes you end up with teams and it's one player that's just playing very well and carrying everything through, but definitely not the case here, I think, for the Vietnamese side. So all in all, just a decent beginning to the day, I have to say.
Yeah, honestly, I'm pretty impressed and hoping and we get to see a little bit more of this on a consistent fact at the very least from Vietnam. I mean, they're going to be playing back-to-back games here in the best of 3. So, we kind of said they're going to be warmed up. Now they most definitely are with a very solid win under their belts. I'm really looking forward to seeing kind of what we get out of them in a little bit more of a long-term scope of things. But, you run for these highlights, you can just see, for the most part, it wasn't even really close. And when it was close, when there was opportunities in rounds or maybe these sort of situations where it was into kind of a clutch, for example, it was only ever going one way. Vietnam, their success rate in those clutches were just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, they had so many good setups for it. So pretty impressive stuff. And it's only the start of the day anyway. So we got obviously much more Counter-Strike coming up. I believe it is Vietnam versus Malaysia. That's the next game that we're going to be covering here. So now we have different expectations, right? We know that Vietnam are going to be able to play. And, you got to say as well, you're playing back-to-back best of 3s. Winning the first one in a 2-0 fashion, I think is pretty important. That should give you some stamina to work with. So I'm excited for it. Now, I do want to say as well, just because we talked about it in the middle of the game, we had the little tech break. Here's a game recommendation for you. This is a game that I'm trying to get people to play, and I can't really. I'm never successfully doing it. There's a game called Supraland, and there's actually there's an expansion for it as well. And they're making Supraland. Yeah, it's like a puzzle portal type game, but like a first person. It's so worth it. It's such an enjoyable game. I can't see anyone not just having a great time in that game. So that's my recommendation for the day. You go find that game. No, it's not multiplayer, but it's like a game you can just throw on and just kind of get lost in. You can easily get lost for 2 hours, just enjoy the game, and then come back play it for the next day. It's just great.
Fair enough. I saw somebody recommend this, in all fairness. So you are, nice. Yeah, I saw somebody on Twitter recommend this. So you're not even the first. So fair enough, that's a good one. I'll throw out one since we're doing this. A game that is probably one of my... I'll give you the two very similar style of games, because they're the 2 of my favorite games. Before I got into playing Counter-Strike, I played both of these games a lot. So one of them is Uncharted, the whole series, very good. But Uncharted 4 is very, very good. It's now on Steam. It was kind of only on PlayStation back in the day. Before I got a PC, that's what I would play. Other one being kind of any of the Far Cry games. They're also pretty fun.
Okay,
they're very,
classic
very
games.
gimmicky, but they're pretty good, man. I think especially if you have a friend as well, you can play the whole campaign with a mate in co-op. So that's what I do. I play the whole thing co-op, and it's pretty good. But even if you play a single player, very fun, very easy just to kind of dip in and out of. So that'd be mine for now. I might do a little bit of research. Right. I think we're gonna have a fairly decent break. There was obviously the other game you're playing simultaneously, which was Malaysia versus Brunei. I don't think, if I'm right in saying, that one's done just yet. Not according, at the very least, to Wikipedia. I don't actually have the bracket, so I can't actually double check where we are exactly in terms of that one. But from my understanding, that one's not done just yet. So I think we might have a little bit of a break, or a little bit more of an extended break before we get underway in towards that one. It will be Malaysia taking on Vietnam. I think we have to wait for Malaysia to finish their first game before we get into that. So it gives Vietnam, honestly, a bit of time to have a bit of a break. I mean, not that they really need it, because that was a pretty quick series.
Yes, it was. Well, they're going to still, take a little bit. Maybe they can catch up on what Malaysia are doing, and they can sort of strat them while we're going on. That's interesting. But a little bit of a timeout before we get back into it, and obviously much more Counter-Strike to come. We still have some best of threes later on in the day, but Malaysia is going to be playing Vietnam up next. So hope you guys are excited for it. We should be ready to go to a break now. Anything else you want to leave us with before we head out?
I think the only other thing I can look at is basically how did Thailand respond. They're a side who should have been better than that. It wasn't good enough. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, you are right. We're going to first one to a break. Ladies and gents, sit tight. We'll be coming back with another best of three soon. We'll see you soon. Hello gamers, how are we doing? Welcome back. We're going to be heading underway in towards our second best of 3 of the day. And we've just come off the back of maybe arguably an upset in the sense that we came in towards our previous games thinking, pretty highly of Thailand under the NKT banner, a bit of a titan of an organization, at least within the Asian region. And yeah, they just could not compete. 13-8 map number 1 on Inferno. And on their own pick, Thailand lose 13-4. So Vietnam 2-0 that one. But now we head into the next game. Vietnam taking on the likes of Malaysia. Malaysia have just come off the back of a dominant 2-0, 13-13-2 against Brunei.
Yeah, that's good. That should be the beginning of a really good best of 3, right? You get into it, and both teams have had a good start to the day. They're both feeling pretty confident. I'm excited about that. So I don't have any real strong opinions about who's going to win or not, but I look forward to this game. I think, we're learning something. Vietnam, like you said, a little bit of a surprise to us at the start of the day. Maybe Malaysia could be the other one, or maybe it's going to be a really close series, because the first best of 3 on both sides there didn't even get to see a third map. So, hopefully we will now.
This might be the one. Let's take a look at that Malaysia roster coming in towards this series. Of course, a region which is still got a very good appetite for Counter-Strike. It's good to see, obviously within Asia, generally speaking, Valorant has been a little bit more of a popular FPS over there. It's good to see that, especially in Malaysia in particular, we'll see a little bit more of that Counter-Strike action. And honestly, this is a side who maybe can bring a little bit of damage. I know Enable has been around for a little bit of time. He's somebody that I've actually fought in the past. Gracious as well as another name that I've heard of. I think maybe I must have cast him at some point in the far kind of past, so to say. But I'm interested to see what this Malaysian side can bring. There's a lot of decent players who have come from this region. You got individuals like Kaze, for example, of course, a bit of a legend these days, where Tai Lu for years. Now he's just rejoined Rare Atom, so still at that top level. But they've had some decent players over the few years. So I'm hoping maybe we can see the next generation.
Yeah, that would be the real dream, right? Like to catch like an up and coming star that we just hadn't expected. So I'm with you though. I think Malaysia has a long history with the game. It's fun to see that it's still being played out there. And yeah, again, we were just talking about this when the cameras were off, but we need to go to more of these countries. Like it'd be so cool. If I got a chance to go to a LAN in Malaysia, or we just talked about Brunei as well. It's a much smaller country, obviously, but like if I got to go some of these places, I would in a heartbeat. I'd go. That's just too much fun. Too much interesting stuff happening. So yeah, maybe that's something that could happen. Maybe Esports will take us there one day. But yeah, the Malaysian lineup looking good. Again, Chow, Sai, Enable, Bubble Sacks, and Gracious. So yeah, some decent names once again we can work with.
Yeah, we can work with them as well. Let's take a look at Vietnam. We've just come off the back of watching these guys in a pretty simple fashion take a 2-0. And honestly, there was, for lack of a better term, quite a lot of talent on this team. I mean, they really did look very, very solid. They came into it with at least the right way to approach this sort of game when you're maybe coming as a little bit more an unknown quantity. You don't have maybe the prep or the counter-stratting or all the rest. I mean, maybe even kind of the deeper map pool, and so to say. They came in and they looked very, very good. And I think the best thing about this is we're now starting to see just how good and how deep the region actually goes. I mean, Thailand, who are maybe, at least for us, a little bit more name value-wise, should have been expected to do well. The fact that they get battered like this opens up this competition a lot. I'm looking to see whether maybe, Malaysia was the other team that I highlighted, but Vietnam, they could be the real sleeper team in the region.
Yeah, maybe they are going to surprise everybody. Yeah, they definitely have I think they have the lineup for it at the moment. So a couple of different players that we saw playing very, very well. I think, I mean, the way that they won that first one, especially on the second map of Ancient, makes you think, okay, maybe they've got some real work to do here. But I'm going to reserve too much of a judgment because I want to see how Malaysia plays as well. So I'm not going to get too carried away. It's obviously very, very hard to know. We have limited experience with the teams, but yeah. Then Thailand still could make a comeback. I guess we'll see if they're going to be able to summon a little bit more strength later on. It might have been a surprising start to them for the day here. But yeah, shout out to you guys in the Twitch chat as well if you're hanging out there. And having a good time. I noticed some people are tuning in from all the way from Canada, and I think it's early in the morning still. So some good dedication. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I love to see it. You love to see it. Of course, we've got some pretty good Counter-Strike, especially because, we're kind of in player break territory right now as well. It's good to have at least something to do for us. We're all Counter-Strike nerds. This is the game we know and love. We want to be kind of watching and playing as much as possible. I mean, there's been, of course, the new update. I mean, we'll get into the game itself in a second, and we'll kind of touch on it. We'll touch on the veto as well in a moment before I come back to my original point. When you come in towards this and you look at this veto, there's a couple of different ways you could go about it. Vietnam had a very, very good Inferno. Despite the scoreline may have looked a little bit closer than maybe Ancient, it was actually very solid, their Inferno, especially that CT side. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see that get picked into again for Vietnam. Just maybe it's a little bit more of a comfort for them. But our first bans are Nuke and Dust 2.
I mean, I honestly think it's interesting that they're not just straight banning Vertigo to begin with. I feel like that's been the MO for a while. So nobody's really doing that at the moment. But still, yeah, we got rid of Nuke once again. Dust 2, I would have expected in the region that Dust 2 would have been played a lot more, just again because
I love it there, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but maybe that's why it's being banned. Maybe everyone is a little bit nervous of leaving it in the pool just in case someone else is going to be running wild on it. So they're leaving it for now. Comes down to the picks now to see. It's going to be Vietnam peeking straight into Inferno, which, given what we saw, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, why not?
Understanding, and it leaves open about where do Malaysia want to go here. A couple of different options they could go for. Do you risk it on a little bit more of an open pick? I mean, we obviously saw Ancient get picked into against Vietnam in that previous series, and we know how that went for Thailand. Do you want to go for the same sort of risk? Because Vietnam looked very, very good on it. I don't know if you want to keep that one open. Thailand kind of learned the lesson. I don't know whether Malaysia would have had much time to look into potentially what the veto was looking like and how that game had gone. They had a quick one in all fairness, but we'll have to see maybe where they pick into. They could as well look into the likes of potentially Anubis, which was on the cider in that map number 3. It didn't end up being played, of course, because of that 2-0.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Wait and see where they go. They are going to go for the Ancient pick. I do think that's pretty risky. That's pretty risky. I mean, Thailand did the same thing and lost 13-4 on it.
Yeah, that's I guess maybe Malaysia, they must have surely seen the results from that map before they went into the veto here, but maybe they just didn't have time, or maybe they just didn't care. They thought, okay, well, we're still going to be pretty good on it. But from what we saw of Vietnam, that could be a risky pick coming out from the Malaysian side. They're going to be banning out Vertigo. There it goes. It's gone once again. So sad day for the few Vertigo lovers that are out
Very
there, but yeah, not going to be able to see that map played ever again.
I think that's probably going to be the case. I don't expect to see it too much picked in the region. I don't remember it being that big of a regional favorite. But the thing you mentioned earlier, Dust 2 really was. It was a map which was loved within kind of just in general, the Asian region. We are actually going to get that Anubis decider again. I don't know if we're going to be able to play it. I mean, last time we sort of expected it maybe to be a potential and never came to fruition. So we'll have to wait and see. But all in all, the exact same veto, funnily enough, is what we're towards that first series. The pick-ins towards Ancient is probably the big thing for me when I look at it. I just think, Thailand didn't work out well. And, honestly, Vietnam looks very good on Ancient. So it is inherently a bit of a risk here for me. But I think a lot of this is going to come down to just the raw individuals. Malaysia, they had a very, very simple first series, 13-1, 13-2. They're probably just full of confidence.
Well, yeah, they've got to be right. Yeah, it was like they even warped up into the game. They got better throughout. So why not keep it going? Why not finish the day strong? You got 2 best of 3s. You just kind of, you knock them both out. Got a little bit of update in the chat. Apparently, Sai is pronounced she. So we might see if we can remember that. We appreciate any help we can get with if we're screwing up some of the pronunciations on the local language stuff. That can always happen. But yeah, I don't know. Again, don't really have any real complaints with the map pool. Yeah, I just it's curious to see them playing the same maps, but it could also mean that we're going to get like a higher level of Counter-Strike because they're already a little bit drilled into these maps. So that could be that looking forward to.
It's true. We'll have to wait and see. I'm very interested though when I look at this and then kind of see maybe what we get out from this Vietnam side again, right? Because if Malaysia was so confidently winning in that previous matchup, Vietnam maybe potentially coming again as a bit of an underdog in quotation marks. I'll take a look and see. But we're live, ladies and gents, and here we go. We are on Inferno. Things went very well for Vietnam. First time out. Question being, can they do it again? And a couple of dinks have already come through as well, which isn't too shabby.
Yeah, wasting no time here. Getting into the action. We appreciate that. Oh, and they've updated their names too. I appreciate that so much on the Vietnamese side. So able to start us off. He'll take down KG, and it looks like they're going to keep on going here. Sneaking forward. There's really nobody on the T side over on the side. It's all going to be at the A-bomb side, where only 2 people are defending. Chow back here. Oh, they jump down. It's so hard to get those shots, but he's good for the one. He keeps it going. What a magnificent triple that is. That is so hard to do. They're airborne, they're jumping down, and he's got the USP, so he can't even waste a lot of bullets. That is one hell of a round coming out from Chow.
Ah, man, what a start for Malaysia. I mean, talk about a way to lay down the gauntlet, so to say. That is pretty damn good. Only a couple of kills coming through for Vietnam is, not good enough. Not good enough at all. I mean, in all fairness, KG did a very good amount of damage, right? I mean, 146 ADR in the round, but just no kills. So, a couple of dinks. Unfortunately, not good enough. We have lost KJ, sadly. So, a little bit of a tech pause before we get back on the way. But this is going to be the time to open up this question that I was going to ask in the pre-show, but I guess I can ask now. What are your thoughts? I don't know if you had any time to have a look at the new maps. Of course, we've got Mills and Thera that have come in towards the, not competitor, but they're coming towards the map pool. Any time to have a look at them? Any thoughts?
Not so much with the first one, but with Thera, I did. I actually spent like a couple of hours running around on the map with FM Pone at one point. So damn. I quite like that map. I think it's pretty cool. It's like a very, very different kind of Counter-Strike map. That's, I think, one of the reasons why I like it. I think it's, from my point of view, it's challenging a lot of the normal kind of 3-lane setup of, like, the Dust 2s and the Ancients and stuff. Like, it's messing around with a bunch of core ideas in Counter-Strike maps. So I think people should give it a chance. I think it's kind of a cool map. I could see it working out competitively too. So yeah, I'm all for it. I actually might do a video at some point trying to talk about it and sort of trying to just give my thoughts on it, because I could see it also being a map that people just kind of instinctively end up being quite aggressive towards. Where people are like, this isn't the map that I'm used to, That happens sometimes with the community. People kind of don't like changes, but I think people should give it a chance. Yeah,
I feel you. Well, for me, when I started playing Counter-Strike, it was around 2016. The first operation I had was 2017. I can't remember exactly what it was called now off the top of my head. Maybe Wildfire? I can't remember which one it was, but that was the one where Santorini came in, and it very, very quickly became basically my favorite map of all time. I absolutely loved Santorini back then. If you go on my Twitter as well, for a long time have kind of been pushing the Santorini hype train for years now. And when I heard the rumors that it was coming back in, I was pretty happy, because it's been a great map of mine. I love FM Pone's work as well. I've got tweets from like 2021 saying like, basically like, God, I miss Santorini. So 2021, 2022, I miss Santorini, bring it back in CSGO, and I add FM Pone, the GOAT, the real GOAT. And I'm glad to see it back in the pool. I played a little bit last night as well. It's still as good as ever.
That's sick. All right. Well, all good things come to those who wait and all that stuff. So it's back. Here we are. It's KG. Oh, and he's going to get flashed and killed. That was a great combination. Gracious able to pick that one up, and it's a 4 versus 5 to begin with. They did invest a little bit into this round, Vietnam, but unable to do anything with it so far.
It's quiet. Calls for a little bit of a pump of the brakes.
Yeah, nobody's moving around. For Vietnam, I mean, I was going to say they were the kind of team that themselves were quite aggressive on the CT side. So maybe they're waiting to see if there's going to be some action. It's Prodigy to take down and able to begin with. The Deagle doing some work. HE around. Oh, he almost got blocked by the HE, but fair enough. They get the kills anyway.
Running and gunning there with the MP9. Nice and easy for Chow. And I think now probably should be the beginning of the end here. I say that though, not a bad shot. The Deagle that does at least force a little bit of a retreat to a degree on the CT side, but it's only for a brief moment. Nice and easy. And that'll be Malaysia putting a 2-0 start. If Malaysia take Vietnam's map pick of Inferno, it once again does change the conversation that, there maybe is that real hierarchy about it. I mean, We'll see. But I mean, the way I look at it, 2-0 start in this sort of confident fashion. It's this first gun round, really, that's going to mean the most for us. I mean, for Vietnam, we have to see them, when they get towards the AK-47s, set the tone again. Their T-side wasn't as good as their CT in the first areas of the day. So it could be a good indicator. If we see that T-side get going for Vietnam when the guns come out, it might be a sign of things to come.
Yeah, definitely. The Deagle in that last round was doing real damage, but unfortunately, they can't easily capitalize on that right now because they still haven't really got the bomb planted, so they don't have the money to keep up the fight. Deep control at the bottom of Banana there, so the T's are kind of being pushed this way, getting spotted out right away. I've got to say, so far, just on some of the micro engagements we've had here, it looks to me like the Malaysian side are really dialed in. Like, they seem to be playing some pretty tight Counter-Strike at the moment. Just if I had to judge only on the first 3 rounds, I would say Malaysia looked like the more experienced team at the moment. Well, we'll see how it goes, but just feels that way right now.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I always just keep an eye open when I see Malaysian players or teams. It's a region that just do love their Counter-Strike. I just think don't get maybe as many opportunities to play on that international stage, but you're spot on. They look crisp. You know, seeing Chow aim 1. He's really having a bit of a field day. 265 ADR over the first 3 rounds is not too bad a tally. First gun round though, AK's out and a great start. Really easy double coming through, but a quick response. Prodigy will answer back in kind. Vietnam pulling no punches on their first gun round.
Wow, that is a lot of speed and power behind that one. Prodigy, if you would have slowed it down a little bit more and maybe got the rifle out before he turned the corner, probably could have had that one as well. But the bomb was going to get planted, and the retake here for Chow and for Bubbles X, I don't know. It's doable, but my God, you need a strong start. And you need to get rid of this mid presence here. It's a nice position for KG to be in. And with different smoke going down here, I don't know what you could possibly do. They've got one flashbang, not even getting through the smoke. That's a nice setup and a nice follow-up there. So, wow, all right. They just needed rifles, and they're going to be good to go.
Not bad. That's a very, very quick one. Put it on the board. I mean, just the pace at which Vietnam brought in towards that round showcases just how good they are. So, a lot to like. Still early doors, but at the very least, going to settle the nerves a little bit for Vietnam, who maybe didn't start as strong, I think, as they probably would have hoped to. That'll at least change up the conversation, change up the narrative a tad. Decent work. Good stuff. And now we can look at this on the other side and say, is there a chance maybe to see Vietnam really flex their muscles a little bit? The buy isn't exactly fully fleshed out towards Malaysia either. Double MP9 items we brought to the table isn't exactly a dream. So it's feasible, it's workable, but it's not the best. Lose this round in Malaysia, probably lose the lead. It will allow Vietnam that kind of 2-for-1 special and to tie this game up.
Oh, some great work coming out of the beginning. The AK is just doing so much. That should be the round, right? They might take some time to get to the A-bomb side with the bomb, but I don't think it matters. She and Gracious just might as well just, you know, try and save what you can on the other side. My God. And that's some of those fights are won by just waiting around and waiting for Malaysia to kind of walk into the crossfire. So yeah, you're not even doing that much work.
Just kind of expecting them to get aggro, and they do. Simply put. What can you say, really? Nice and easy. It'll be Vietnam putting up their second on the board. But like I said, I mean, the big thing here is the kind of ramifications looking long term. You know, no real money to work with for Malaysia. We're talking about them having to go into a bit of an eco. We're talking about Vietnam being able to tie this game up, or at least on the cusp of it. I see Fight Gracious will fall, and the last man left is that 1-4, which they would hope to keep alive, which they do. Nice double. Even still, though, is still being hunted and making this very expensive. Will fall in the end. 3 kills is a nice little silver lining, but honestly, I think you'd rather have no kills from the gun than 3 kills and none. So it will be a second for Vietnam, and a good chance now to tie it up because Malaysia just do not have the funds.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's so worth it. It's expensive hunting down that last M4, but it's better to have it gone from the round than having the CTs have it in this one. Remember, it was the T side that Vietnam were kind of going to say struggling, but they were doing worse on when they were playing the first game against Thailand. So if they're already going to be doing really well here, and we know that they're probably going to be pretty good on the CT side, that could be a real bad omen here for the Malaysian side. Good trade in the middle, though. It's Chow again with the Deagle. But, yeah, down a man and with no real weapons here.
Full blind. Yeah, it's pretty damn lucky to get that kill, but you take it all the same. 2 versus 4, though. This round was already basically a non-starter. We'll see. Yeah. One towards back B. One rotating over via CT. Might be a little bit too late in all fairness, so Charlie got to do kind of everything here.
Yeah, Deagle in the back. Shot missed, and every single shot you miss, you're kind of getting a step closer. Oh, right through the smoke. Fair enough. It's different taking down Enable. Don't think it would have made a difference even if you hadn't, but that was good timing. And there's the time that you were talking about. 3-3, and moving into round number 7. And even now, the buys, not that great. We've got some M4s, got them MP9s out there, but they're lacking a lot on that CT side. So, wow, what a return for Vietnam. This is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and you know, the most important thing is it's return of the gun rounds, right? I mean, that's what we look at this and say, that for us is the real, I guess, priority more than anything. It's all well and good the Malaysia on the pistol, the force buy, and the rest, but in the head-to-head gun rounds, we're actually kind of one team in it right now. Chop, up close. And a very good start. He's still not doing too bad on 10-4, but he needs a couple more of his teammates to support him. Made up close and towards Banana. Doesn't really get anything, so we'll fall back further away. But you're spot on it, right? Even though Malaysia have just gone for maybe a little bit of a lesser investment, I kind of would have hoped they had gone for even less of one. Popping out towards the A site. In they come. Sora for the first. KJ one of their own as well. And they're swinging out by a long. I mean, KG finding a double. Nice and easy. And that is going to be Vietnam finding the round. I mean, my God, the pace at which Vietnam plays some of these T-side rounds is beautiful.
Yeah, it's once the action gets rolling, it's pretty swift, and the fighting really doesn't seem to slow down. So, yeah, you know, there's nothing you do. Unfortunately, as much as you'd want to try and do something here, best you could do is hope that there's an exit, save an AK instead of an MP9, and that's probably the best that's going to happen here. Hanging out by the library, 4 in a row for Vietnam. My God. Okay, well, they continue to impress. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep this up for the rest of the half. But I've got to say already, with this kind of a lead, I mean, they've already done enough, I think, in the first half here to make it a good start for them. 4-3.
Sure.
Even if Malaysia make a bit of a comeback towards the rest of the half here, it's still going to be a competitive game.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Exactly. At least we're getting, you know, a real good showcase on both of them. But Vietnam, this is a good streak. 4 in a row, showcasing just how strong this side actually can be. I like what I'm seeing. Relatively convincing. And of course, Malaysia, for them, unfortunately, back into a lesser investment. We're talking a Mag 7, which I don't hate, in all fairness, but a Mag 7 towards half wall and Banana. And a nice shot with the Deagle. Might just open up a couple of conversations. Decent first. Sora clipped.
Yeah, all right. Well, see if they could do a little bit more. They got 1 kill here, but it did cost them a fair bit of health. They've resorted to a Mag 7 as well. It's a rare sight, but we'll take it. At this range, at the half wall towards Banana, you could do some real damage with it. She on the other side, too, just going to be drawing their attention away. Try and fire that Deagle at least once. Oh, but the flash is so good. There's only 1 player left at the B bomb side, but they're not going for it. Vietnam, they might have had a chance to just kind of punch through and get the bomb planted, take the fight against the Lonely Deagle, but they're going to be slowing it down. They're expecting maybe more. Oh, look at this weapon management, throwing some of the guns up onto the rooftop so that Malaysia can't get to them. Again, just signs of some smart Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a really nice kind of just showing at this in terms of, do you not want to give them any opportunity, especially if they go for a flank as well, to pick up anything. However, swing out from into Banana. It's actually a team kill that gets 1. Backpin up by a court as well. Lovely. Double entry on towards that B site. Bomb will go down. And they are rotating in. It's going to be a tough one in all fairness. This retake with a Deagle, 19 points of HP and a CZ. The old IKEA builder gun here, hoping to do something. Not often you see the CZ too much success anymore. Time ticking. Now it's all down to one man. With that, CZ, I don't think it's going to happen here. This is going to be Vietnam putting their 5th up on the board. These gun rounds, Anders, again, very, very good. This one a little bit closer, fair enough, but all in all, rounds around, and on T side especially is good because I'm just going to say it again, their CT side last series was actually where Vietnam did their best work.
Not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, that could have been a really scary round, but they lived through it. Now they're up to 5. I do like that IKEA gun. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that, but that's not bad. Why not? Hating on the Swedes. I mean, we're quite far away in terms of, what we're playing here, so why not?
I do also hate on the gun a lot as well, I have to say. I hate the CZ, especially considering how good the 5.7 is. For me, the 5.7 is overpowered in my eyes. It's so broken. One-shot headshot against head armor at close range is kind of insane. So to go for a CZ, in my mind, doesn't make any sense. So that's kind of the reason I hate on it, just because I think there's better options.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but there is like a psychological aspect as well. Like, I get so tilted when people kill me with a CZ. It just feels annoying and like, come on, like, just use a real pistol. But yeah, anyway, 5-3 the scoreline here. You can see the money is building quite rapidly on the Vietnamese side. Oh, the timing here for Chow, that's so rough. He could have been dead already. They really want to hunt him down, and they will. Sora able to pick up that kill. All right, that took a lot, but they'll get Enable as well. Again, the aggression kind of keeps on going. You'd see they're flashing their way through. That's a great flashbang, but Sora still dies somehow. The setup for it was nice, and now they're going to go into the B-bomb side, but absolutely nobody's defending here. Prodigy staying alive, just making life even harder on them. They're so aggressive there on the Vietnamese side. This is really sick.
Swing coming through, maybe a little over-aggressive there. Gracious gets a freebie, but yeah, stuck between two different angles and didn't know where to look. Vietnam loving life right now. Inferno, again, a really good map for them in their pool. I got to give them credit. I mean, I always think it's, at least in my mind, I always look at map picks, which are like kind of your go-to picks, where you look at Infernos and Mirages, and I always think of it as a little bit inherently risky. It's a map which everybody knows, everybody loves, and I think because of that, yeah, it's a weird one, right? I look at it and just say, I think you kind of can be a little bit of a risky position, just so teams, everybody plays in your FPLs and all the rest. Max 7, again, up close. Another Deagle opener in all fairness, and it's Sora again, the one to be caught. Uh-oh. Oh, no! It's a jumping shot as well. Gracious, getting work done with the Mag 7. 2 heads exploded at the top of Banana. Oh, that second shot, I love to see that one. That's unexpected. It's the kind of round that Malaysia need right now to get back into the swing of things. Although Prodigy is he's heard the running away. He knows that someone's walked away from this position, so he might get a free kill on one player. Oh, the timing eludes him, and he panics a little bit. All right, that would have been fun to see. But either way, there should be finally a round for Malaysia. It's been a minute. I think so. It'd be a tough one to lose this. It feels basically unlosable too, and I think he's about to die as well over towards B in just a second. Swing. And yeah, nice little trade. So nice and easy. Malaysia will get their 4th. It's been a long time coming, though. It was 6 rounds in a row out from Vietnam. So it really did require, it's been a while is what we're trying to say. And it needs to be at least a little bit better at the tail end of this half. This can't be a flash in the pan is the main thing. They can't look at this and just be, okay, we've got this one round. We can see off an 8-4. It has to be considerably better. That has to be a bit of a catalyst to further success. Yeah, nice little replay there. You saw the Max 7, but you're right. Like, I think I could get up to 6 rounds here at the end, like win a couple of rounds. Even just mentally, like the difference between just losing everything and getting back into it is kind of nice. Oh, and look at this. Aggression from the CT side, and the T's running back into the flames to try and help each other out. But it was too late. Now they've stolen an AK and almost escaping, but not quite. And you know what? That's a huge kill there. That could make a difference. It's all right. Been getting caught early doors into rounds by the hands of the Deagles, so hoping can kind of change face a little bit in this one. Back towards B tentatively, but they have the bomb on the back, so at the very least they're making a bit of a move in that direction. Jacob being in the corner. She doesn't really need to commit though. Smoke comes down, forces them away. It's the perfect way to play. Don't overface, don't overcommit. Use a util right and kind of essentially force Vietnam to reconsider.
Yeah. Still decent setup here for the CTs. Smoke going down in about 40 seconds. That's devastating. That means there's going to be no time at all left once it fades. She on one side here, and I think it's Bubble Sacks a little bit further back, even with a flashbang to set up for something. So they have everything they need right now to defend this with. The only thing is the rotations, I guess, a little bit further away. So that could be the deciding difference here. Oh, and now they're not going to know about it. They're both on this side. I thought they were going to be peeking. This is potentially a little bit scary now for the CTs. Again, nobody's moving out of the A-bomb side yet. So that opening might be everything. A great 2-for-1 trade. You'll take that.
Yeah, bomb goes down as well. Not bad. E2 swing in the corner, and a missed shot by Prodigy makes this a possibility now. More Malaysia on the retake. Needing a flash on the corner. Different. He's kind of got the right idea, though. He's playing further back. He will take the first, looks for the second. Be able to do so. Chow at least crosses. Flash comes over. Molotov comes down, which isn't bad. Time is ticking. Different. Might be forced into a fight here. Chow just looks dead on in towards the flash. Tap on towards the bomb. He's now sticking. He's trying to bait him in, and Different has played that to perfection, toying with his food. And Vietnam going to find a much needed round for them.
Wow, that was there was a real possibility there for Malaysia to win that round for sure, like 4 versus 3. But I think the problem was, especially the B bomb site, when they play so passively, there's no time for the A defense to rotate. So you end up with that 2-for-1 trade, and then suddenly you're in a 2 versus 2, and the bomb is planted, and it's going to be a rough time. So 7-4, my God. We're moving into round number 12, the last of the half, and Vietnam have done great work already. If we can trust the results from earlier, they were even better on the CT side when they were playing Thailand. So this is pretty good stuff.
Vietnam, for them, it's massive. See this success once again. Another round of the half. If Malaysia can get a 5th, honestly, it's workable. If they don't, however, that's where I do worry. We'll see. They got decent weaponry to work with. Decent positions too as well. We got 2 out via both sides and 1 in kind of intermediate rotating. But it's KJ for that first. Molotov will meet him at his feet, but at the very least, get an opening kill like that is going to give them a lot to work with.
Oh, yeah. Put some pressure on the CTs. Normally, you would actually see the CT side, I think, try to get a little bit of a... Oh, my God, that's a touchdown grenade. That's such a casual throw in there. Sora's ready for this one, too. Everything's worked. He's just got to kill him hit now towards the arch position. Yeah, and now the CTs are flashing their way into some aggression, but it's too late here. Wow, Vietnam looking to take 8 rounds, unless there's a real surprise here, but there shouldn't be. Yeah, everything has been known. That is a good cleanup. 8-4 at the end of the first half for the Vietnamese side. That's pretty overwhelming.
Man, it's a one-sided showing, isn't it? I mean, Vietnam.
Yeah.
Got to give them credit. They really have just been showcasing just how good they actually can play Counter-Strike. And the big worry for me is that there was moments for Malaysia, but in the large majority of those gun rounds, there was just not a lot on offer. Not enough on offer. So yeah, I'm a bit concerned. A pistol round is the big thing. At an 8-4, you get a pistol, you get the force. We're talking about the game being 8-6. Then it becomes doable. You lose the pistol here, and I think it's probably safe to say game over already. I mean, unless Malaysia get a bomb plant, they won't really be able to force buy too well. I'm talking about Vietnam potentially getting all the way up to a 10-4 scoreline. At that point, it feels done.
Yeah, I agree. Like, this pistol round is everything to them at the moment. No question about it. A bit of a 2-3 split in the setup here with Different and KJ hanging around the B-bomb side.
See.
Ooh, and again, they don't have a lot of information about what's coming, but we'll see if they can manage. Just a couple of kills here will make the difference. There's one good headshot, but he does get overwhelmed, so bomb should at least be planted.
Yeah, and Different now has to kind of fall back further away. He can't afford to essentially fight in support of his teammate out via new box. It's a bit of a tough one. This retake not easy. I mean, look at it as well towards the CT side. Difference already tied. I mean, they got a bit of armor. They got a kit as well on the back of Sora, but it's not going to be an easy one. They actually shift through the smoke, and they'll find an opening to a double kill. Kind of ridiculous. Gracious still alive, though, as he gets a quad clutch needed from him. Spamming through that smoke. He's going to try and dive through it as well, but they've got a kit, and they've got the kill. Vietnam, another round, and they are, at the moment, just honestly, undefeatable.
How devastating. You actually get the bomb planted, you trade into the bomb site, and everything is fine. You're in a 4 versus 4. And you just can't hold on to the site. That's one of the more winnable rounds here for Malaysia, but unable to close it out. And now Vietnam with a round win to start the second half with. They're going to have rifles way earlier. And Malaysia not even investing that much into it, which is a bit surprising. I thought, you get the bomb planted. Normally, that's what we see nowadays, but they are a little bit hesitant.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I normally always like to force around a bomb plant, but in this instance, the one thing I guess for them is they don't have many chances. Tech9 with that first is good. M4 picked up. Just gonna hightail out of there. Don't really blame them. MB9 doesn't want to stick around for the fight. Pop flash from different could be a banger. It actually does decent work to blind them up, but it's not enough. He's just purely overwhelmed. Bomb will go down, and this is a good chance for Malaysia.
Yes, it is. Although we say that, but Vietnam getting a couple of really, really quick kills. And just as we mentioned it, Enable's going to be going down as well. So from like a 4 versus 3 into now 1 versus 3, as they'll find She at the end and will be able to pick up the defuse as well. So it just feels like even when Malaysia have good chances or in positions that look winnable, it almost doesn't matter. Like they just can't hold on to it.
Yeah. It's tough. It's really, really tough, isn't it? You hate to see it. What we've seen thus far has been a really simple showing of just dominance out from Vietnam and their map pick, setting the tone well. And the fact that Ancient comes up next is actually the main thing that worries me. I look at it and with what happened in the Thailand game, I can't really quite forget that one. So let's see if there's anything left in the locker. Malaysia back into a bye, potentially one of their last as well in this map. So it's getting already to the point of do or die, now or never, all of those anecdotes we like to use. Simply put, Vietnam, dominant thus far. And KJ, I don't want to test it. He's sticking out of the flames. KJ, mate, you don't need to be in the flames, fella. He wasn't forced into it. He tries to peek behind it and kind of dies for no reason.
Yeah, not the start that he was looking for to the round for sure. Oh, they're executing into the bomb site. This is pretty promising at the moment. They'll lose Enable on the other side. I mean, Sora is actually on a very, very quick rotation. I wonder if they're going to be quite ready for the HE through the smoke. Does nothing at all, but it's KG on the other side. He's got an AWP up towards the church, so that's kind of hard to do anything with at the moment. With the smokes going up left and right, yeah, you could see he's just kind of locked back here, unable to really participate in the retake for now. And Sora actually stopped rotating through Banana and just decided to go the other way instead. Easy shot there, and I think that might be calling the end of the round here. Malaysia look to be picking up a 5th round. Yeah, they're going to be pulling the plug on this retake. It's not worth it any longer.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I think, a questionable play maybe, but just retaking over towards that B side, especially when you got the util down already, it's not the easiest. So just like that, it will be Malaysia getting finally around that we can sit here and say, okay, there's something to work up. It's still a long old road to recovery. Definitely a weird mistake as well. Just in the flame, I don't really understand what was the play there. It was kind of weird, spamming through, but for no reason, dies to the fire. I think maybe took 1 tag, but even still, took like 70 points damage to a molly without being forced into it. Hate to see it. It's a rookie error, but they still got plenty of rounds in arrears. So they're not exactly feeling too under pressure, at least just yet.
Yeah, there's room for recovery. Give him a chance still. He's being scorched a little bit there with the AWP at the top Banana. Trying to see if he can reposition, not to get flashed, but they did make it back there. Not going to do anything with the Molotov, but yeah, it'll push the AWP a little bit further back. He's still trying to land some shots out there, but I don't think he's connecting yet, so... All right. Don't everyone rotate out of the B bomb site. They're going to leave one player. All right. Different is going to be just the one anchoring the corner. So, yeah, again, another common type setup of 4-1 split here on the defense. I don't hate it really, but it comes down to the rotation. If they can get some help over the different before it's too late, basically.
Go. In the corner swing. Fine. KJ falls, but on to back to Neighbor gets dropped and going trade for trade here. Still into the 3 versus 3. Bit of damage being dealt to the AWPer over on Vietnam, but still feels like a possibility. A D smoke over towards B. That's looking like with the T side want to finish. Smoke going to come down via CT. Different. Does he play through this? The answer is yes, but I don't think it's a good idea. He might get the timing in all fairness. Oh my God, he might just hit the net. They're holding for him now. He's waiting for his opportunity, and it actually goes all the way back to Banana. This is kind of wild.
Yeah, it's all right. Let's see if they can do the retake here. 3 versus 3. It's a good start. Bubble Sacks will get the 1 kill, but the rest of them kind of pushed into the bomb side here. There is a way to do this. They do have a kit as well and a smoke on to KG. So if they get 1 good kill, maybe they can smoke the bomb and go for the defuse. I do like that flashbang to slow them down, and I think the pressure is on right now. Vietnam, they might be giving up this round here. It's a good find on the 1 player, but a wide swing comes out. And that bomb is so far ticked already. It's gracious to end the round. And it's Malaysia picking up a little bit here towards the end. It's almost too late for them to make the comeback, but not quite. They're still in the mix.
Well, I mean, yeah, the one thing I look at as well is just, you kind of mentioned it a little bit early into the round. Everybody kind of just falls off B very, very quickly. But in the end, nice work. Malaysia staying alive. At least keep it in the conversation here, which is good. Because, you know, one more we were looking at this and saying, it was looking like a dominant showing, 10-4. I mean, Vietnam was going to walk all over them on Inferno. Now it's absolutely open. It's a low buyout here from the CT side. And I don't know, man. It feels like for Vietnam, losing a little bit of control is probably the way I put it.
Yeah,
4 rounds
I would say
is
so.
the buffer. It's still fine, but it's just not as clean maybe as it was in that first half.
There's a way in which this can go off the rails now. There's no question about it. Again, Malaysia could have just been a slow start as well, but they're really getting warmed up into this game at the moment here. Almost losing Bubble Sacks, but he is all right. And again, they show some discipline. They slow down. They know there was some aggression at the start of the round. They don't want to be losing any more players at the beginning here. So yeah, keep it cool. And all walking towards the A bomb side, where they should be able to find a fairly easy bomb plant. Just Prodigy in the area with the Deagle. Flashing their way through. He's tucked in here. All right, it's a good shot, but you need probably 1 or 2 more of those to make it around, and that wasn't in the cards for him. So, you know what? Malaysia being up to 7 rounds. Interesting. And Vietnam kind of taking a bit of a break in this game.
It's true. I mean, you haven't really seen any kind of attack pauses, only ones of a technical nature. So, yeah, I'm with you. Take a pause, have a little conversation, because they are losing a bit of control in this game. I do want to see them take a bit of a breather and say, okay, we're still in the lead. We're not completely under a lot of pressure just yet, but we want to make sure that we see this off. This is our map pick. This is meant to be our best chance on a map which we were very good on earlier. It was 13-8 in our previous series, though, so still sort of on track for that. Will be a buy to come through, I'm assuming, out from Vietnam in towards the next. It might still require a FAMAS and MP9 in one of the hands if they want true util. And I think Sora is what I'm looking towards there. Maybe Prodigy as well. Or are they actually going to half buy this? Yeah, it looks like they're going to half buy. Couple of the Eagles, MP9, so they're not even going to go for the full buy. I mean, most of them had about 4K, so they could have definitely squeezed it out. But
okay. That's, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that is potentially a little bit bold. They're starting to feel the pressure too, I'm sure, right? It was such a giant lead that they had at the beginning of it, and now all of a sudden it's down to just 3 rounds, potentially 2, because again, this one is not the most impressive one. Prodigy, it's a good headshot. Could he do it again in the middle? They're well aware that there could be a peak coming out. Yeah, they were all waiting for him. So a 4-2 scenario here with, again, I think Malaysia just quite comfortably waiting around. They realize that Vietnam are going to be a bit aggressive, which, to be honest, they were against Thailand as well, especially on the second map. It's if I was the Malaysian squad and I had a chance to watch a little bit of that game before it started, I would have said, all right, they are really aggressive on the CT side. Just wait and see. They're going to show up.
Different. Gets one, but traded. And that'll probably sum things up. If he maybe could have got a couple, there was a chance, but yeah, not to be. Sora's got a kit, though, and an AK. Honestly, I'd just say the AK. I don't even think it's worth giving it a go.
Yeah.
Keep on the AK. It's a nice thing to have in towards the next round. It also could mean maybe a little bit of kind of an improved economic state going forward. There's, small things, but there's no point in my eyes at least giving this guy. I don't think he is as well. He's going for a nice old saving towards Swarm. Simply put, but it's going to be up to 8 now. 2 rounds in it. All right, we're talking, about something on the cards at the very least. Malaysia, it's taking a while, but they're each coming alive.
Slowly but surely. You're not wrong about that. And 1 AK being saved. Again, they're near the finishing line here, the Vietnamese squad, but if they can't pull it across, then it's not really going to make any difference here. Gracious really waking up. 15 kills on him at the moment, and Chow as well, but he was kind of good from the start with 19. I've got to say, still, Enable is a little bit too far behind, and he was one of the names that we kind of maybe recognized from the start. So, there's still maybe a couple of players that need to be activated in the Malaysian squad to really make this a full comeback. But so far, it's not bad at all.
It isn't. Can't complain. Cannot complain. 10-8, though. 2 rounds in it. This game is still anybody's. We do need to see Vietnam come alive. Honestly, their CT side in that first match where they did their best work. This is a quick round. The pop flash is good. The nade is actually decent as well. And Vietnam are sticking up close. They want to fight. And it's a fight which doesn't actually favor them in the end. Gracious will trade. And she'll get one of her own as well. Damn, that is a tough round. But overfighting above the smoke, Prodigy gets 1.5.
Yeah, don't throw this away now. You've got a bit of an edge still. Bomb is going to be planted on this one side, and there isn't a lot that Prodigy could do about it. Sora is going to be trying to retake from the bottom of Banana. There is, I think, a smoke up still, but once that fades, he has to win the fight right away. Then they can maybe try and collapse on it a little bit. Yeah, there was a chance, but Enable said he didn't have many kills, but that one is a huge one. All right, and they're going to be falling straight away, so Malaysia almost tying up the game. 9-10 going to be the scoreline. This is not the second half I was expecting. I was ready to call it a day and say, all right, that's it. Vietnam, they win Inferno, but Malaysia's had some different opinions.
Yeah, they're looking very clean. There's just no two ways about it. I got to give them a lot of credit, man. This is really, really good. 10-9. Vietnam barely can scratch the surface right now. I think, honestly, the big thing for me is Vietnam, they're trying, at least in my eyes, quite desperately to kind of fight fire with fire. They're trying to play super aggro. They're trying to plug into this, and they're trying to match them in terms of the pace. I honestly think the best way to go about this is actually to slow things down. Is actually to be, okay, if we keep playing aggro against these guys, they're actually going to out-aim us. They're going to be maybe a little bit too aggressive for us. Slow it down. And that's all I want them to see them do, is play the sites. Don't overextend. Don't try and overfight them, because we know they are crisp. I mean, that's a crisp shot in all fairness from Prodigy, but yeah, I don't know. For me, the big thing is Vietnam. I just think they're too reliant on kind of dying on the sword of fighting as much as possible.
Yeah, I agree with that. That looked like it was the weakness, at least for a short minute there on in the last game when they were on Ancient. It's like, they lost, I think, the last 3 or 4 rounds to Thailand on the CT side, and it was partly because they were just so aggressive. What a breakthrough here. Chow with a couple of good kills. They faked the bomb once just to see if anyone's going to be pushing through, but it looks like this round is almost over again. It's so hard to reach the bomb site, and you show up, and there's even another smoke and another couple of Molotovs. I don't think they're ever going to even get through the grenades here.
No, I think you're right. 2 rifles saved. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. It's probably the only real thing you can do in this situation, but all in all, look where we are now. My, oh my. What a game we've got on our hands. Roll Tide Square in a very decent showing of just how good the Counter-Strike is over in Malaysia. Kind of hard on the way out. That's one idea, but maybe a little bit more expensive than they would have hoped. In the end, only saw us surviving, but still, 10-all. We've got a game on our hands here. This is some beautiful Counter-Strike being played. I don't know. Vietnam completely, by my eyes of the race, they've completely fallen apart.
They've disappeared from the game at the worst possible time. We're all tied up. It's 10-10. And good to see. I mean, the money's not out of control for Malaysia. Some of these rounds have cost them a little bit. But the problem is Vietnam are having such a hard time winning anything here in the second half. So I'm surprised. Prodigy's playing well. KG is playing well. But they need more. Some stray shots being fired into the apartments over there. And some flashes being set up. So it looks like the T side at least wants to take a little bit of apartments control before they do anything else. Leaving Gracious at the bottom of Banana just to make sure no CTs are sneaking through. But yeah, this is the round where at least Vietnam they're a little bit slow to start. I like this. They're not just walking into the fights early on here. So I think that's good.
Yeah, no, I agree. Looking. What goes here? Only quiet minute on the clock. No real, at least immediate move here, but they are rapid in the direction of A. It's feeling like the right call. I mean, they can smoke out the long play. They've basically got a free fight in towards Mini. The pop flash is good, but Sora responds in kind. Finally, some success for Vietnam. It's been a long time, maybe a long time coming, but it's been a while. It looks like this might be their first round in a hot minute, unless some heroics come through from Malaysia. Hang on a second. I'm not going to cut them out just yet. Gracious. One. Oh, hang on a second. Gracious is tapped for the second. Surely Vietnam are not going to lose this one.
Those are some really quick back-to-back shots. I thought he almost had a third one in there. Grenade goes right on top, and they get Gracious there. And there's a gap in the smoke as well. Chow on his own, but he's been playing very well. I think they catch him jumping. All right, I don't think they even realized, but that's a good retake. They kind of deserve to win this round because, my God, like they almost lost a 2 versus 4 then. But, you know, fair play. It's Vietnam finally coming up with an 11th round. It took a minute.
Yeah, it was, there was a moment where that could have been, at least for a second, kind of taken back in Malaysia's favor. And I think if it had been, at that point, I started to say, this is it. Everything, all kind of the luck of the gods is on the favor and the rest, but it doesn't. So we talk again about success coming through. Vietnam got still the lead, despite the really rough run of things for quite a while now. They still do have a lead, which is basically all that matters. So can they convert him? He shot with the AWP. In the way now as well. Will actually get out of there. A difference there to support in his own. Nade, Molly on the corner. They posted for an easy one of their own. Simple work. Vietnam, this is much better.
Trying to save the game right at the end here. I mean, they've got to be feeling pretty frustrated at how this has gone, but it's not too late. They can get to 12 rounds, and at that point, at least they've guaranteed the overtime. Smoke up. Still plenty of time on the clock, but I mean, again, it's putting a little bit of pressure, if nothing else, on the Malaysian side. They still have a flash, which is just now there being thrown out. And I think after that, they are running a little bit low on grenades over at the B-bomb side. So that could be the way to break through here. Molotov, if it goes deep enough, it could burn out the AWP in the corner. That could be really scary. But I like this rotation. Look at it. Prodigy started to get here. He's got a Molotov of his own. Oh, this might be really good timing for the CTs.
Yeah, you're right. They're holding. How to make a little move different on the corner. Here's all of this. Util. The swing for the smoke is good. Lines them up. Mows them down. Double for the AK in the hands of Prodigy. Vietnam map point on their map pick. It has been a long time, maybe a long time coming. At one point, it looked like they were very much on track to lose this, but now they've got map point, and that is all that they care about. It doesn't matter about how you get there. It's just about the fact that you do. And Vietnam, for 2-round buffer, on away now from seeing off their map pick of Inferno, which is the only thing that they'll care about. Ancients a map in which we know they've played well earlier today. So at least they'll have some confidence to go off.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where they should have been maybe 5 minutes ago, but
Yeah.
But, at least they get here at the end. That's really the only thing that matters. So 12-10 is the scoreline moving into the 23rd round. And suddenly they've run out of money. Malaysia, they don't quite have the funds to keep up the fight in a reasonable fashion. So this could be a disappointing finish to it. I guess, if nothing else, they proved that they could do a lot. And that first half was really, really rough on them. So it's not super devastating if they end up losing this Malaysia, but I believe the comeback was about to happen. It really did look that way.
Yeah, I'm with you. Oh, for now, a pause and a conversation and all the rest, but decision just yet about how this one's going to be played out. In my mind, it feels like it might be, unfortunately, too late for Malaysia. They had this really good run, this streak and all the rest, and sadly, I think it is about to go. I mean, they've got a double Mac-10, a Galil with, no util, another one with a flash. I mean, you're relying quite heavily off the back of an AK-47. And the other thing is, you got your best player on the Mac-10 too. I think if I'm Malaysia, I'm kind of giving the AK over towards Shao. I mean, he's been pretty damn solid all the way through. Maybe even Gracious as well, who's not been too bad.
Yeah, I know what you mean. What do they do from here, though? Still 1 minute and 20 seconds. Tossing the bomb around a little bit towards second mid as they are setting up at least the one smoke there towards the arch position. So they're going to try and see if they can block out Prodigy. And then still a double setup in the A apartments. Can they break open? Trade is in. Oh, it's Prodigy right through the smoke. That is one hell of a headshot. And now the pressure is on here for Malaysia. 2 players already dead on their side. And down in the pit waiting, Sora. He's sneaking out in front. He's going to get the double kill. That should be plenty enough here. I think she's got no health left to really fight with. So Vietnam, it was a great start. It was a rocky middle, but the finish is just as good. 13-10 as they pick up the first map here.
And, fundamentally, that's all that matters. When we look at it, it's all well and good that, we saw something out of Malaysia. It was better than maybe, I think, the tail end of what we saw towards our first game, where Vietnam made that 13-8 look very comfortable. I think the big thing for me, though, yes, Vietnam had a bit of a hiccup. There was, a couple of moments which were not pretty, but they still ended up winning. So fundamentally, that's all that we really care about when we look at it. It does open the conversation a little bit more, though. You look towards Ancient. Malaysia have picked into it. I'm assuming they would have seen at least the scoreline, or maybe even the tail end. I mean, their series was so quick. I have a feeling they potentially could have even seen what would have happened in at least maybe the last half of that second map if they were watching the stream and all the rest. The pick of Ancient's still a big risk for me. However, Malaysia looked a little bit more competitive in my eyes than Thailand. So I think for that reason, it still has the chance of 3 maps in my opinion. Well, let's take a look at some of these highlights anyway. As we run through what was a very, very good Inferno. But I'm still tentative about whether Vietnam have proven enough to me in this head-to-head of whether they can 2-0 again.
Yeah, I don't know, like that little slip up to at some point, like that's a question of having the experience and the sort of the determination to really close out the game. But honestly, it looked pretty good for them. So I don't know, like I think they could do it one more time, but we'll see if Malaysia are going to be feeling differently about the map. They did pick into it, so maybe they have some confidence in the map that we just don't know about. Certainly was a much closer game than I was expecting. So I still think should give some credit to Malaysia for making the comeback look as doable as they did at one point there. Highlights here. I did love the fact that we got the Max 7 highlight in. That's pretty good. Rare sight to be seeing kills with that weapon nowadays, but good job done.
Yeah. Well, honestly, for Malaysia, if they had a little bit of a better first half, just a tad better. I'm talking like 1 or 2 more rounds. There is that potential of looking at this and saying there is maybe an overtime on the cards, but it's all easy to say in hindsight. Now we're going to look at this and say how well can Malaysia kind of maybe mentally reset, looking towards their map pick and say, right, we've got to come in and kind of set the tone here. Vietnam, we're starting on the T side. The T side was dominant against Thailand, so I'm not too sure how they're going to change things up. But, I mean, fundamentally, this was a really decent recovery from Vietnam from at one point what looked lost. So we at least know that in terms of their mental resilience, it's pretty strong. Yeah,
for sure. Got to give them some credit there. There's no question about it here. And like we mentioned at the start, it's the same map pool really as we had in the first game with Thailand playing Vietnam, right? We've also got Anubis as the third deciding map, if we can get there. We didn't on the first series, but see if the second series is going to be able to deliver in a different way. If you are just joining us, this is the second best of 3 in the day, so we still got more Counter-Strike coming up. Even after this one, I believe we have another best, like 3, I think, best of 1s after this one.
Yeah.
So different format, but still, more Counter-Strike to be spotted out in the day. So I think it's exciting. Any last thoughts about the first map here before we head into the second one?
A little bit more competitive, which I think is really good. But I think all in all, for me, very good to see Vietnam getting that win in the end, showcasing still just how good they are. Two different sides who are very competitive, and Vietnam have still made it look, for the most part. So I guess that's all that really matters for me. We're going to throw this one to a break, ladies and gents. When we are back, we're going to be heading on the way in towards Ancient. We'll see you soon. Hello, welcome back. We're about to underway in towards our second map. It is Ancient coming up next. Same exact veto that we had in towards our first series today. You know how that ended. Vietnam came in towards Ancient and decimated Thailand. So the question is there a play up the sleeve here, Anders, from Malaysia to go for this map choice? It does feel a little risky.
It does, yeah. I mean, we saw how good Vietnam were on it, but at the same time, like, I don't know, at the end of that first map, it kind of makes me think, all right, there is a way that almost anything can happen here. So I'm not too displeased with it. I hope Malaysia's got some really cool stuff. I hope they had enough time to just like catch the tail end of that game against Thailand so that they know that probably the Vietnam squad is going to be fairly aggressive on the CT side, because that's really where, if you have that bit of information, you can do so much with it. So yeah, we'll see how this one plays out, but I think it's going to be another close game. I imagine it's going to be almost all the rounds once again played.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, at the very least, these two sides actually feel kind of comparable in terms of the level that they're at. Vietnam with maybe an ever so slight edge, but I mean, overall, a really, really good kind of showing where we look at Malaysia being at least a little bit more competitive than Thailand. Thailand didn't offer us consistently a huge amount, but yeah, good to see. I'm hoping that we come in towards this one and similar again, right? We don't really see that kind of one-sided showing, because Vietnam, they at times can run riot just a little bit. They're a very, very talented side, at least individually. Malaysia look good though. They had these real periods. I think, a couple of individuals who are really stepping up in a massive way as well. I think there's going to be more of a conversation here. I'm just interested to see why they've gone for the pick here more than anything from Malaysia. Why have you risked the Ancients off the back of a very good performance by Vietnam? Is there something up their sleeve, basically?
Hopefully it's their whole map where they can roll out some of the players. More than anything, hopefully they can start out better than they did on Inferno, right? Like, they had to make that comeback because they had such a bad start. If they start better here, then no comeback is needed, and you can just kind of play on a more even keel. So we'll see how this one goes. We are already heading into Malaysia, going to be starting on the T side. Vietnam going to be starting on the CT side, and they are looking for an A crunch here.
Let's see, they're flying into the fights. Big ass, big risk, and a big find for the first. Quick. And as Vietnam are down to 4 in a matter of moments, and the bomb will go down 2.
Yeah, they're not really wasting any time here. I do like that. 1 kill, 1 bomb plant, and now defending into the after plant, everything is looking really smooth at the moment. I don't think they're going to be able to lose this round any longer. Prodigy on his own, but yeah, he's already getting whittled down, running out of bullets as well. Good headshots, but again, it's surely all for show here. I don't see him with a kit anywhere, and he's just solo on health. It's going to be Malaysia to pick up the pistol.
Good start. Needed as well. And I think that's the right way to approach it. When you kind of come to these sort of situations, you've got to come in towards a fist round like this. And I think you've got to set the tone and really kind of showcase it. Yes, you take him out in number 1, but we're still here to play. I mean, that is what we want to see. First on the board, quick round, aggressive as well. All the positives that we can sit here and say, okay, this is decent. Sadly, though, a little bit of a tech issue. So we'll hopefully get that one resolved in just a second and get back underway. It won't be too much of a discussion towards this next round, though. Vietnam don't really have the money to work with. But we're back underway.
That's good. I was going to say, it's always a little bit sad when you get a team that's kind of doing well, but then they have to, slow down that momentum because of things they just can't control. But, it's the nature of playing online Counter-Strike. We're all in the same boat on that one. So timeout's been cancelled, and we are getting straight back into it. Like you pointed out, no real weapons being picked up here by Vietnam for obvious reasons, except the 1 HE, which is an interesting choice. We'll see if they can do some damage with it. Nothing yet.
If they make it work here with the lesser buy, if Vietnam can get 2 kills out of this, I think they can talk about a little bit of positive, because they're gonna have a buy next round regardless.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, do some damage, just try and prove a little bit here. But it's kind of almost a rush to the A bomb side for the Malaysian side. So the bomb is planted so quickly, and there's nobody really there to do anything about it. So wow, that's now we're just talking about exit kills, and they might not even get a lot of those if they realize what's going on here. All right, there's one. I was going to say they can exit somewhere else. They can just run out to CT spawn, and they're going to be fine with it.
Ooh, all right. Prodigy. A shot, at the very least. I said a couple of kills. They got that. P90 on the swing. I don't hate that. People will go down to the bomb here at the very least. Yeah, at least 1. So only 1 staying alive from Malaysia. You've at least put a bit of a dampener on the economic side of things over there. So, hey, I mean, silver linings on basically a lackluster investment. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. 4 people going down from Malaysia despite winning the round, not the worst thing.
No, definitely not. Yeah, try and do whatever you can. But they are now in the position. They've got the the P90 there on different, so that's interesting.
I love a P90. I love it.
Yeah, it's not as bad as people make it out to be. Sometimes you get a little bit more mobility out of it. It can be fun to play with too.
It's true. Yeah, I don't hate the decision to go for it. We shall see though. The corner. KJ. We'll fall down. They're just waiting for just aggro pushes here. Vietnam are kind of gifting them the fights, really. There's another. All he does is just hold down the same exact angle. Simply put, nice, easy double.
Yeah, and that probably, that I think is the way to try and do some damage to Vietnam early on. We'll see if the Vietnamese squad are going to be able to adjust and play a little bit less aggressive. But yeah, hanging out at the start of the round and just kind of waiting for them to do something does seem to be the better maneuver at the moment. So, another bomb plant happening in Malaysia. I don't see them giving up this round. Ooh, a little bit of a surprise, but he wanted to swap out the guns, and he is dead behind it. So, wow.
Easy as. 3-0, Malaysia. At least compared to what we saw in the Thailand game, I can see kind of why they've picked into this and why they've made this their map. I mean, the CISO so far is not pulling any punches. Very nice, very simple, and working. I mean, Vietnam, the way in which they approached that round was a little weird. 2 separate fights of the exact same caliber jumping up towards shelf, and they just give very easy headshots to the Glil. A rough one, weird one, but all they're left with in this round is an M4. So he's got quite a lot in towards this round and already dead. So that's the one rifle dropped.
All right, that's a little bit concerning, perhaps. The 5-7 is going to be running down Gracious and did want to continue the battle there, but going to get cut short maybe a little bit earlier than they were expecting. Bomb picked up towards T-spawn at the moment, but the rest of the squad, they're kind of clearing out the map. So, yeah, the bomb can't really be stopped by now, and this is going to be a 4-0 lead. Wow, Malaysia said they didn't want to make another comeback happen, just play well from the start. That's pretty much what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, good work. Really nice work. Question being, is there anything for Vietnam when they go back into the investment? This next round, for the most part, I'll have a full by Bart. Obviously, KG, who doesn't have the money, sadly, but everyone else will have that investment coming through. Maybe a drop of some regard. I don't actually really think there is all that much to work with, though, sadly. So, yeah, I'm looking at this and saying, we're a 4-0 start. Maybe a slightly lackluster buy to come in next, which could already start to show where Malaysia can pull further and further away. Either way, I'm impressed with what I've seen. Final man seen off as well. So, not a lot you can really complain about at all in what has been a very simple run of things here. 4-0. And yeah, Vietnam, I mean, honestly, they've just not given us a hell of a lot to go off here. I wouldn't mind them even taking attack pause, but actually it will be attack pause because difference dropped on the server.
Yeah, but you're right though. Like, it is a good time to have a bit of a conversation and say, what's going on? Like, can we slow this down? Is there a different strategy? Have they caught on to what we're doing here? Because it does kind of feel like they are being read a little bit too swiftly at the start of this one. 4-0 and Malaysia. All right. Are they realizing? Did they realize it's a timeout or not? I'm kind of all right. I feel like now they do. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, I feel like they've tried to call it, but it didn't like go through.
Did it work? Yeah. Did they call it?
Yeah.
Guess we'll find out. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like at this stage it's Vietnam playing into that same meme that we were talking about earlier with just being fairly forward, and that can be fine at certain moments, but you have to be able to call it off. You have to be able to realize when it's no longer working and then come up with a new plan. So that's what we're waiting for, to see if they are going to be able to do that.
Yeah, it is one of those where, at the very least, when you look at Vietnam, I think now, especially that they're playing against a side who may be a little bit tougher in that of Malaysia, especially maybe we didn't see enough really from Thailand to give us any sort of confidence there. So I look at this and I say that I think the big thing for me is they're relentlessly aggressive, which sometimes against maybe a worse side is a good thing. In this instance, it's actually come back to bite them a lot because Malaysia are ready for it. They themselves are happy to play this aggro, puggy sort of style of play. It's not working. It is becoming at least a bit of a problem. We do have a tech issue, so I think we might be coming back to us at least for a little moment. For now, though, Vietnam are down to 4. Hopefully, it's only a brief one. Maybe, little CS crash. Apparently, they've been less on the new patch. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
But apparently, Counter-Strike or Valve said with the new patch or one of the basically the patch that updated Vertigo. So just as sort of IM Dallas is happening, that one apparently is significantly reduced games crashing.
Okay. That'd be a welcome addition. I feel like that's been a problem some people have been struggling with. Although I don't know, like I haven't had a problem yet in CS2, but I guess some people
personally.
Yeah, maybe it's just like I guess if you have hundreds of other people playing, it's some people are just gonna get really unlucky. But yeah, we'll see. We'll get people back on the server and get the game back on the way. But gotta say, Malaysia, I mean, they're living up to the now they're living up to the expectations and not even playing in a way where any comeback is necessary. Just going to be instead in a position to take a huge lead. They're on the T side as well, so the economy on the CT side is kind of struggling. Not at all bad. Yeah, so they backed it up to the 0-4 scoreline, so that's good news. We've got that going for us. Still a couple of teams that we haven't really seen play here for the qualifier, right? We want to see Brunei play. That's kind of the one team that we're lacking as well for the minutes. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. They're the last big unknown here for this part of the qualifier.
Yeah, it's true. We have to. Yeah, I do want to see what Brunei have got in the lock. I think I'm right in saying. Just have a look now. So actually, I think we should be covering them. Looking at so games tomorrow is Brunei, Vietnam, and then Malaysia, Thailand. I think if I'm right in saying they're actually maybe our first game tomorrow. We'll have to see. Hopefully, we'll have a look. But yeah, but it would be cool to kind of check them out and see what Brunei look like. They didn't really have, unfortunately, too much to offer up against Malaysia. And they are currently a map down. They lost 13-3 against Thailand. So not a good showing, sadly, from them in map number 1. Map number 2, it also just ended as well, 13-4. So 13-4, 13-3. I think that does mean as well, off the back of that result, that Brunei now officially are out of contention for that one spot here.
All right, we got something to look forward to. But yeah, just waiting on the last couple of players to reconnect onto the server, and then we hopefully will be good to go. I don't know. We have a shocking lack of internet problems, so I'm not too surprised if we have a couple of them here or there. But I guess generally in the Asian region, internet is highly prioritized. So
sure.
So that's something that hopefully they should be able to figure out. But still, you never know. There are a lot of distance to cover when you're playing these games across the region. So there could be a server or something that got down as well. We'll find out.
Yeah.
And then hopefully we'll figure something out. In the meantime, big shout out to you guys in the chat for hanging out. I see a couple of you, cheering for different teams. That's what we like to see. Hopefully some of you are representing the region too. I think it's nice to see people, like a lot of people, if you're from Malaysia, if you're from Vietnam, you're probably not going to have a lot of chances to watch players from your region, play at sort of a international level. So I think it's good fun to see that. And so show some support to those guys as well. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out them for real. I mean, it is cool to see, all the support. It's really cool. I mean, obviously, especially at the moment in the sort of players break and all the rest, not a lot going on. Come join us for some beautiful Counter-Strike action and all the rest. And hey, there's some pretty decent Counter-Strike on offer too as well. We've had our first game of the day was pretty competitive. This one even more so. And there's a lot to like. I think, the hope is that basically all the regions start to really climb up. We start to see all of them get uber competitive. And yeah, I mean, this is what we're getting right now. I mean, two sides to a very, very solid.
Yeah, field some more teams, get some more Counter-Strike when running, keep us coming back. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still waiting for any kind of... Okay, the game is back live again, so hopefully that means we're going to be jumping right into it. So I like that. Good turnaround on the time. We don't want to be spending too much time, delayed, especially now that Malaysia are on a bit of a hot streak. So got to keep it going like that. Oh, here we go. We're back into it. Yes, it's Malaysia. We did reset that round. Obviously, it didn't count the one where they actually called the timeout. So the question is, what can Vietnam do coming back into this one? They will have some rifles to play around with.
See, let's take a look and see. We're back live, which is good. But yeah, 4-0. Malaysia still flawless for them, and of course, in doing so, they've been very solid. There's not really a lot you can kind of say on a negative note. They've actually made so far this map look very comfortable. Nice little angle though from KJ up on the sign there. When I play my Ancients, that's basically where I always play. You can spot shadows first, and then obviously you can sit there for a fight and fall away. It's a little bit of a hard one to kind of clear.
It is a gimmicky one. It is a really good angle. I agree. Use it too much, maybe it's going to get red eventually, but here we go. Flashing their way through. They jump right on top. All right, it's actually a really good recovery. I thought this round was basically done for, but there is a chance for a bomb plant if they are quick about it here. 2 versus 3 in the after plant. Let's see. Prodigy. He's not quite... Oh, but he does spot it. I said after plant, but now the question is, will they even get the bomb planted at all here? It's Bubble Sacks alone. He knows that there's a player inside a donut, but he doesn't realize it's both of them there. So smoke is fading and he's going to be dead. Nice round. Out of the timeout there for Vietnam.
Wow. Good. Vietnam needed that. They needed to make a gun round work as early as possible. They can't allow this kind of Malaysian side to run riot maybe in the way that they were. They were very kind of comfortably making a lot of these rounds stick without too much of a conversation around it. That will change the conversation. Much better. So, for now, only a first, but it's better than nothing. At least there's something to work off of Vietnam. This is a map that we know they can play well. We just haven't seen it so far yet. The CT side has to stick well. Oh, but it's not a good response towards this one. The opening double go back in the way of Malaysia.
Yeah, nicely done. That's the bomb on the ground as well. So even if they're a man down, that's a bit awkward. For the T side, they have to come back into this one, and they know it as well. KG going to be taking out Gracious. He's throwing in more Molotovs, trying to slow this one down. Now he's got some backup. This is an awkward round, to say the least. Man advantage for a minute there for Malaysia, but unable to do anything with the advantage because they have to go back and pick up the bomb. Sneaking on through. Sora, that's a nice catch, and he might get caught himself, but still just leaves it in a 2 versus 2, and they know that the fight is going to be happening on top of that bomb at some point.
It's quiet though. Oh. Swing on, not a find. It felt like a decent angle, but now KJ left all alone. I mean, the low though should be doable. Looks the wrong way, and it might be a trade. It doesn't even get one. Had the opportunity to potentially get something out of it, and it's not to be. A Malaysia go, yeah, but just straight back to winning ways.
That's fairly shocking, right? Like, that's such a winnable round there for Vietnam. They had everything that they wanted. Even in the 3-on-3, I would have said, all right, still, it's such a stretch for the Malaysian squad to get back into, but somehow they did anyway. And now I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be a little bit tilted behind that one. That's a hard round to lose.
Yeah, the mental state is probably starting to get at least a little bit feeble, but still a doable affair. Not impossible, but they've got to make something stick on towards this round. 1 for 1. The one rifle getting a kill and then getting traded. Chow was brilliant in towards that first map and looks pretty solid once again here. Very easy round. And all that's left is KJ.
Yeah, what could he do? I mean, be lucky to steal a rifle and run away with it. Don't think there's much else on the card for him here. Trying to line up the deal headshot. More AKs are showing up. That's a good one, but again, no reason for them to really challenge too much. Just AKs all the way back there. So Malaysia looking to make this a 6-1 scoreline. This is so crazy. They are doing great work at the moment. And I mean, Vietnam are going to be in the in the same position that Malaysia were in the first map, which is that now they are the ones that have to make some kind of comeback happen. And it's proven so far to be not really that easy. And they're on the CT side once again. It's the side that they played really well earlier. I'm surprised.
Yeah, and it feels like the side where, I mean, at the most, you can kind of at least get the most leeway. I mean, CT side on towards Mount like Ancient, it's not as bad as it once was, but it still is regarded as one of the more slightly CT side maps in the pool. And yeah, I mean, in this sense, we really just haven't seen anything from Vietnam that gives us too much hope. They've been struggling. They're really not finding a lot of success. Their head-to-head duels have been dicey, to say the least, as well. That one round, I mean, Salifem was just a hiccup. Simple as that. It was no consistency out from it. Yeah, Malaysia, really simple map so far from them. Pushing the corner towards elbow, but again, nothing really behind it. Vietnam, they've got to desperately convert at least a couple of rounds. Get at the very least, in my eyes, 4. Already, that might be kind of quite rapidly whisking away from them. Not a good start, but a good response.
Yeah, you need something here. 6, we're over the halfway point of the half here, so you have to start to turn this around. If they get up to, 4 or 5 rounds in the first half here, there's still something to fight for, but I think you need something like that. Chow just sneaking on, crouching right on the KG, so he's going to be going down. Nice shot with the AWP, second kill of the round for him. And it is a 2 versus 2. Oh, a nice little, actually 2 versus 3, I'm sorry. KG was still alive back there. USP will get the job done at the end, and finally, Vietnam picking up another round. It's better late than never, and hopefully they can roll it down into something, because there's not that much money on the Malaysian side. They're sort of forcing into this round. Maybe they can stretch it out and have some kind of reasonable buy here, but still, there is a chance, I think, for Vietnam to get back on their feet right now.
Yeah, I feel like I said, for Vietnam, if they don't get at least 8, I'm going to be worried. If they do get up towards 4, may I say, if they can kind of get up to 4, yes, Malaysia would get towards 8. It's one of those where I think it's still workable if you get a pistol. Anything less than 4 for me, it doesn't feel possible to actually fair play that Prodigy even gets away with a kill there, but it will fall. It's a quick play. Molotov will tickle the toes a bit. It's looking actually pretty decent. Now 1 versus 3 and a tough one. Gracious gets caught onto his ramp, and it will be Vietnam. First time we've seen in this map. They go back-to-back in rounds.
Yeah, fair play. Just, this is your chance right now. Money, again, going to be super questionable on the Malaysian side. So there's a really big opening right here to do some damage. So you don't want to slow this down. You don't want to screw this up anyway. But this is, this is definitely moving in the right direction. From being a fairly unmanageable first half to being, I guess, a little bit closer now to something that can work out. 6-3 and moving it around number 10 here. Just pistols on the T side. So big opportunity at the moment here.
Something's got to work. Nice swing. For a second on, we'll find this is better. This is more like the Vietnam that we know and love from that first series. Shot though with the T-Eagles, not bad. I'll give him credit. In the Molotov though, not going to make a difference. That's also the bomb as well, so that will be the round. And yeah, a very simple low-buy round put to bed here. There's an M4 in play, which may mean something, but this is going to be Vietnam finding the 4th. So by my books, I'm pretty happy of what has been, a little bit of a damper compared to how they ended map 1, how they ended the series earlier. At least the response is good.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, we're in the territory now where it's not completely done, right? They have a chance to do something at least. It's not they're getting swiped here, so it's... And still, I mean, if they get up to 6 rounds, you've got to say, I mean, a lot of the momentum that Malaysia would have had coming into the second half otherwise is kind of going to fade out if it goes that far. So, remains to be seen, but I mean, they're getting kind of close right now. Even after that, the money for Malaysia, look at it. They just don't have that much to work with. That's crazy. I thought they were at least going to have somebody in this round, but they continue to struggle on the money side. That's a problem.
Swing. Oh, the Molotov. I mean, it's the one that confirms the kills. Is basically KJ who taps both of them down and they just tickle to the flames. I mean, so easily done now, isn't it? Eagle in via mid. Nice shot by Gracious, in all fairness, but I think it's all going to be for now. Realistically, look where we are in a 2 versus 4 and a big flank, which finds one, looks for the second. Prodigy sees it off. Vietnam made this a 1-round game at the tail end of the half. What a response out from them. They looked kind of down out for the count not too long ago.
Yeah, they've managed to turn it around. This is good stuff. Proving a little bit of resilience, proving that they can make their way through some of these troubling rounds that Malaysia were throwing at them. Now going into the 12th round, last of the half here. Still got Sora in the AWP and M4s for everybody else. Nobody even showing themselves on the A side. It looks like they want to go fairly quickly towards the B bomb side here, Malaysia. They're slowed down behind the Molotov, but they've got the boost up. And let's see if they can just walk through the smoke. It's possible they can. Yeah, look at this. They're just going straight in there. It's KG hiding in the corner, getting a good spray down. Nearly the double kill. If he would have had that, he would have set up his team so nicely for the retake, but they're potentially in a little bit of trouble now. Bomb getting planted, no wallbang coming out, so advantage with Malaysia.
Yeah, Prodigy waiting. It's a tough retake. Good shot, though. Great reaction. Nade on towards long corner could do a decent amount of damage and will do an okay amount. Spam is good. Orb falls. This is now becoming much more doable. 2 versus 4 and Prodigy. That is beautiful. What a swing on towards the site. 180 head on a swivel gets both. Vietnam tie up this game at the tail end of the half.
That's not bad, right? That was looking like an unmanageable game, but good recovery. And also Malaysia running out of cash, just unable to fund any really of the last 3 or 4 rounds there, which is pretty devastating. So that's so interesting. Good job. And Vietnam back on to try and take this 2-0 fashion. It's the second map in the best of 3, so there could be more Counter-Strike to come. But I'm a little bit surprised by what I just saw. It looked like Malaysia were just unstoppable for a while, but they kind of stumbled once and couldn't get up again.
Let's see. If the pistol round comes through, Vietnam are on a really, really decent run of things. I mean, this has been, simply put, a beautiful showing.
No question about it. And now they're on the T side, so moving towards the middle, more towards Donut. Nice shot. Bubble Sack's not taking a second to think about that one. Jiggling back and forth. Still got Chow behind him, so the dualies up front there, not going to be needed for now. That's the bomb on the ground. My God. Surely Malaysia are going to be able to win this one.
I think you're right. Especially with this big flank coming through. It feels unlosable. Do they expect that timing play? I don't think so. Maybe. Oh, yeah, doesn't matter. Gracious gets caught regardless. This is a very easy pistol round. 1 by 1. They're just picking them apart. It's not done just yet, but the bomb down is the thing that really hurts. I don't really know if they've got it in the locker. Flash in the corner. Trying to make a little bit of a move. The flash is actually pretty good, but it actually works against KG. Different. One of his own. 35 seconds. They're desperately fighting, and our Prodigy's all alone. 1v2. Shadow spotted close left. Knows that both are. Isolating them, and Prodigy again gets a double kill to close it. How? How do they keep pulling off these rounds? Prodigy, a man possessed.
That's fairly crazy. I really can't believe it. That obviously should have been an almost impossible round to win, especially with the way they got started there, but they've turned it around anyway. Wow. That's a hard brew. That's again the kind of round that's hard to recover from mentally, because you knew that you probably had that one, and it was such an important round. So we'll see if they're going to be able to turn it around. Still, so it's Vietnam in the lead, 7-6 at the moment. I know it says something else up top, but all eyes. Sora goes down, and Prodigy able to clean up a bunch of kills here.
Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Honestly, decent work coming through here from Vietnam now. Back into those their winning ways. It might have taken them a while to get going, but they're playing like the better side in the server. This has been a pretty simple run of things where, I mean, Malaysia kind of dipped off in terms of their form. And again, similar thing that we kind of spoke about this series, last series. Wouldn't mind seeing a pause, man. Just have a little conversation, have a little break.
Yeah, that we haven't seen many timeouts being used in general, which is kind of interesting. That probably could go a long, long way if you have a chance to talk things through. There's a reason they exist, but nobody wants to pull the plug on any of the game yet. So it's 8-6 here, 2-round lead. And a careful approach right now. They're worried about there being some CT aggression in this round.
Well, holding backside on the corner. A little labored. And gets traded immediately by Sora. KJ holding and finding. Good actually reactions to understand that the timing play could work against him. Still a 3 versus 3 though. Still far from over in this one. Gracious will answer back. KJ will fall. Bit by bit, things are looking good here. In the corner, it's a little dicey, but again, now left down to 1. Different. Gotta go huge. We'll get the first, but this next 2 aren't going to be easy.
No, definitely not. 35 seconds, and I don't know. It's a nice attempt walking through the smoke. You might as well try something. Either way, it was going to be a very, very difficult round to win. So, okay. A little bit of a turnaround, I think, in terms of winning rounds, right? It's been a minute since we've seen Malaysia pick up a round, so nice that they are able to do that finally.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I mean, 1 round in it. It's still, a doable start to the map, which at the very least has given them some longevity in this game. Not all, though. 8-7, still Vietnam with that 1-round lead. Question being for us, can we see response come back in? Can Vietnam find that form? As they seem to always do. Got the guns out. AK across the board. A bar, different. He's only got a Tech 9. But honestly, Tech 9 sometimes running gun, it's pretty scary. I'm going to completely count out just yet. It's over towards round. A shot as well for Prodigy to find the opener.
Yeah, that'll get the job done. Chow, a little bit of a labored spray, but he'll do it anyway. It's Prodigy. He's really opening up so many of these. He's got 20 kills at the moment. Reloaders come in. Now he's just looking to see if he can find the opening. Oh, it's a team kill. Right. After they got the kill in the middle, that's not what you want to see. 57 seconds left, and they're running the bomb towards the A side of the map now. She is kind of in the area, so you don't want to be running too far, or he's going to find out.
Charlie here. Sorrow fall. It's not easy. Not easy. Pop back in the corner. Back box. Think is caught and will. KG falls and all tied square. Now needs all a piece and the conversation opens up back again. That round looks good to start. I just think Vietnam play honestly a little bit too slow. In this instance, they had these openings, they had the opportunity to kind of just barrel on towards the B site, and they opted against it. In doing so, slowing it down, not what they want.
I kind of agree, but I mean, it's one of those really hard things in the game of Counter-Strike, right? To figure out like when do you want to be aggressive and go for it, and when you want to be a little bit more laid back. Nice fight in the middle. But just as good for KG on the other side to take down Gracious. So, ooh, it's Prodigy again. He really has been the star of the match so far for the Vietnamese side here. 3-3 the score we're in this one. So just a couple of deaths on either side here. They will have an AK on KJ. So that's something to fight with. Oh, I say that he just got down instead. And running up to try and see if he can do anything. Prodigy is dead and they will clean it up. So Malaysia back in the lead now. Okay. They're not going to roll over that easily.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Yeah, got to be said. I mean, honestly, decent little response here. Vietnam will come back into the buy, though. This one has to stick. That previous one, I can give them maybe the benefit of the doubt. They had a Tech 9 in play. It wasn't the fully fledged buy. This one is. They've got AKs, Galeos across the board. They've got the util and all of the rest. Big thing I look towards, though, is for Vietnam. Was that just a little run of form where they're still, for the most part, Malaysia have been the slightly better side. Run boost over. Chow gonna get aggro, catching off guard. KJ and KG both get caught. Prodigy Alliance are back. That's a lovely double opener by the likes of Malaysia, and I think it's all going to start into place. Brilliant aggression from Malaysia.
This could be the knockout punch right here. I mean, you win this one, you're going to have a lot of money in the bank to work with. Especially if you deny the bomb plant. There's no cash really on the Vietnamese side. Different. Needed that kill immediately. Now they know where he is, and they are going to circle in on him. So only one casualty. And now the round lead's building up here, 10-8. No bomb plant happening on the T side, so they won't have the money to go for a full investment here. This is starting to get really rocky, and even worse, I mean, there's 3 AKs that have been stolen on the CT side, so pretty much you know that that means that the CTs are going to be doing very well.
So, 10-8. 2 rounds ahead now, 3 rounds away. Malaysia still looking. At the very least, you know, still looking to push us towards that third to the Anubis. Not sold on it just yet, but this round feels like it's kind of a given already. So we're talking about a 3-round buffer here. This is basically one more true full buy for Vietnam. And that'd be the difference between them staying competitive and, well, Malaysia seeing this off in towards an Anubis, in towards that third and final map. So when it comes down to it, this next gun round in towards round of 20 is kind of do or die for Vietnam. So they've definitely been made to work much more than they were in towards the game against Thailand.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it does, honestly, at this moment, feel more like Anubis is going to be the likely outcome from here. Might be a little bit too soon to call it, but it's tilting in that direction for sure. We'll see if there's anything that Vietnam can pull out of that pocket here. I mean, got some Tech 9s, so it's possible. You get one good shot to begin with. Enable, yeah, just stay out of the line of fire. Just don't go down. He was struggling quite a bit on the first map, and he's still not doing that well. He's got 4 kills here, so say just try not to be a liability. Just kind of stay alive. Don't give up any rifles or anything like that. Be a little bit of a backup player if you need to. It's Bubble Sacks coming in with a kill in the middle, and yeah, that's a huge kill because the rest of the push is coming in just from the main entrance to the B-bomb side. Absolutely shutting it down. Wow. 11-8. They are almost there.
Yeah, pretty simple stuff. Like I said, this is the make or break. I mean, Sora's going to go in towards the orb, so I don't hate that, but this is real do or die, isn't it? I'll look at this and say, if this one can't find success, it's, yeah, I mean, what, you're talking about Vietnam coming in with maybe Galils if you're lucky. We'll see. 11-8, though. Good work from Malaysia. There was that period, the tail end of that first half, which wasn't looking good. Now, thankfully, they've recovered well. And, I mean, the way they started is where they're finishing right now. Brilliant opener. KJ gets called. Gracious. Nice and easy. Swing. And I think, Anders, this might be the beginning of the end.
That's what it's starting to feel like at the moment here. This is really, really overpowering. Malaysia coming out with a little bit of extra strength here. Prodigy, he's the one that answers back. He's had 23 kills. It feels like maybe too much right now is riding on Prodigy to change the outcome of this match. We'll see if he's going to be able to. They do have a 4 versus 3, so he's not completely out of the question, but usually never a good sign if you need one player to step up this much. They are starting to make their way back towards the T spawn to pick up the bomb. So they still have time. It's not a disaster yet, but it obviously sucks when you almost have the A bomb site and you sort of have to give up on actually planting the bomb and you have to go back and pick it up. That could be dangerous.
Smoke goes down. 4v3. We started well, but yeah, they're now heading over towards this empty site. And I think, honestly, despite them having a bit of money, I actually don't hate the idea about Malaysia going for a little bit of a more passive approach, playing exits, not committing to a retake, but, you know, keeping out of AKs. Not something they can reinvest into. So, you know, play a little bit more passively, play for exits, see if you can make it expensive, but don't commit to a retake where you have the potential of losing those AKs. That's what my idea would be here. It's kind of the more quote-unquote EU-centric way of playing. I say that, though, and they've got a couple of kills and put it into a 2 versus 2. Not out of the realms of possibility. Not yet. Xiao will get one of his own, and now it's doable. Maybe I spoke too soon on the retake. Tap on towards the bomb. Nade on the corner as well. I don't think they're going to be able to deny. That is a beautiful retake from Malaysia. Only one casualty lost in a 3v4 retake, and that's map point.
That's frustrating for Vietnam. They had that otherwise really locked down, but you're right. Great retake coming in, unexpected really, and I don't know. That kind of says something about Vietnam. Maybe they're a little bit shocked themselves because I feel like at the start of the game they would have won that round. Hasn't turned out that way. So 4 chances at the moment here to try and close it out, or maybe it could go into overtime. But this is looking really one-sided at the moment. Vietnam have disappeared from the game. At least they have some money to work with. Not that it's really going to matter. My God, the kills are coming through quickly at the start of the round here. Gracious trying to line it up, and he nearly got the double, but almost nearly got shot at the back as well. This is all-out chaos. 2 versus 2 after what, like 20 seconds of play in this round.
Safe to say, this game, into the dying embers, still remains hectic. Enable falls. Round on Gracious, 1v2. Big clutch needed. He's going to go back over towards the A side. I feel like he's called this wrong. Yeah, they're coming towards B. So, long rotate for him. Does he want to give it a go?
Yeah.
Does he want to just keep hold of the M4? I mean, I said that last round and they ended up winning a man disadvantage retake. So, I mean, at this point, you may as well give it a go. But the Vietnam are tentative about going towards B.
I mean, yeah, at this point, anything is up for grabs still. If he could find himself in the right position, then it would have been nice. But you're right, they're way on the other side. So probably just going to take an opportunity to take a deep breath here. He's kind of running there like he wants to just kind of clutch it. But I guess they have a little bit of money in the bank. Especially Bubble Sack, he's got like 13,000. So maybe you could justify just trying to be the hero here. It would be a fine finish to the game, or at least to the map, if he was able to clutch this one. Does see the shadow of one player, so he knows that at least one of them is, but yeah, there's so much space to look for here, and already a lot of time on the clock. It shouldn't be doable. He's going to get that one, though. Moves on forward, tries to check every corner, except the one that KJ was in, unfortunately. So it's going to be another round for Vietnam, who are now fighting for overtime.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to pull off a bit of basically a completely different showing for me for Vietnam to be able to pull this in towards overtime. They just haven't offered up enough yet on Ancient, which makes me feel confident that they can, but we'll see. We're in a position where it's definitely not out of the realms of possibility. The only thing for them is that Vietnam are constantly kind of battling with their own economy, whereas Malaysia have got so much built up. No issues. 12-9. Malaysia back into the buy, into the M4s, and an opening kill for them, but a response. They don't clear coast left. Uh-oh. They haven't actually cleared main. He's lining them up, but he only gets one. Oh, no. Should have been more Prodigy trades. That was chaotic.
Oh, no question about it. It's kind of been the name of the game for a minute here, so maybe it's not too surprising, but still. Bomb planted. 3 versus 3 in the after plant, and Chow just playing with fire here. He's going to come back for more. Takedown Prodigy. And then the retake's really on now. They do have a smoke and a kit as well. So if they smoke that bomb, they might be able to do it here. Oh, KJ getting shot at the back. It's a bit awkward now. There comes the smoke on top. And now all the pressure's on different. He knows he has to get out there and try and swing for it. It's not going to be possible. They are defusing the bomb with 10 seconds. Did they not defuse with the kit? I don't think they did. Oh, no. This could be a bit of a problem. They had 2 kits and none of them found the bomb. So they actually end up losing the round anyway.
Oh, that's a bad mistake. There's no 2 ways about it. That's a pretty rookie error. You really do hate to see it. That's a weird one. It's a very weird one to lose. All in all, I mean, that round was weird. I mean, KJ is fighting out via main. He gets spammed twice in the back and just like doesn't turn. And you're like, come on, mate, react. Let's go. And he finally reacts and he dies. Weird round of Counter-Strike. Vietnam stay alive though. So I guess for them, that's kind of all they care about.
Yeah, they don't care about anything else.
He's back and Vietnam are up to double digits. I mean, hey, it's the same. That's ain't too bad.
That's a bit surprising. I wasn't expecting that, but you know what? I guess it was kind of close at the end anyway. So just a little slip up, a little mistake there. Not managing to communicate who has the kit, who's on it. Unfortunate time. 10-12. If it goes overtime, it's right back on again, obviously. And for Malaysia, that'd be the hardest way of all probably to lose this game, is to say, come on, we had 4 chances to close it out and somehow we didn't.
Let's see. Everyone's back in the server. Sora's bought as well, so I think we should be in a moment ready to get back underway. At a top 10 scoreline, though, this is a game that's opening up. There's still money left in reserves for Malaysia, but not enough. So realistically, lose this round here, Malaysia, and they could be in trouble. The only one who'd be able to kind of still truly buy would be Bob. I mean, everybody else is left with not a hell of a lot. So if Malaysia can't see it off here, they actually could be in trouble about this potentially going towards overtime.
Yeah, there is a way. There is a way they can still get there. The way you just, like you said, just not enough cash to keep up the fight. And I mean, that's happened before. We've seen it happen many times. Just getting everyone back on, checking everything is okay before we hit the play button once again. Oh man, they've got to be feeling the stress now, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. Hopefully getting underway in a moment. I think we've been given the all clear from the players, I guess. But yeah, the buys have come through. It's pretty fine over towards Vietnam. The only thing that's maybe a bit of an issue in terms of their investment is just the fact that we don't have util on Prodigy or KJ. See whether that ends up being an issue down the line. But for now, back in towards the round itself. Our penultimate round in regulation here. The question being, Malaysia, for the umpteenth time of asking, basically, can they close this out? Or are Vietnam really going to make this a possibility of going towards OT? Win this round here, and they absolutely open the door to do so.
Oh, yeah. There is a way. We'll see how close they get to it. Rushing towards the A-bomb site. They've set up all the grenades. She is right here, and we'll get a headshot just as the smoke basically lands on top of him. So that's a nice find there. It should be a little bit easier in the afterplant, assuming the bomb does go down, and they will pretty quickly. Oh, look at this. Sneak on through, shooting him in the back. And now it's a 3 versus 4. And I love the fact that he runs away. Instead of staking a fight, you know that the rest of the CTs, they're going to be worried about it basically till the end of the round. So yeah, it's a smart play to walk away from that one.
Oh, now, hang on. Now that Charles fallen, do they actually want to give this a go? I mean, 2v4, it's risky, guys, when your Econ's in a shattered state. Nade actually goes a little bit too deep. KG for 1. The quick trade will come through, but it won't make a difference as Prodigy sees it off. Vietnam now look towards pushing this towards overtime. And the way they are playing, I think it's more or less about to happen. Malaysia's buy is not going to be great. Yeah, they're coming through with M4, 3 MP9s, and you know, yeah, it's hardly going to even join them on that. So MP9s across the board and 1 M4. That is as good as it gets in terms of the investment in the final round of regulation. Yikes, this one has slipped away in a, pretty damning fashion. Fair play to Vietnam, though. They refuse to die.
They're still hanging in there. Overtime on the card all of a sudden. Again, for Malaysia, I mean, there are a few ways that are worse than losing like this. You've got the lead, you've pretty much done it, and then you can't find a way to close it out. We'll see if they can right here. They do have a bit of a stack going on. In fact, look at the SMGs. Overpowering them, a 3-for-1 trade. Oh my God, this could have been it for Vietnam. They definitely had every chance, but they don't really check a lot. They kind of just walk onto the B-bomb side a little bit early and walk straight into a stack. Good shot for KG, gets 1. I don't think it's going to be enough here. Different on his own, 1 versus 3. The bomb is not planted. He's picked it up just now, but yeah, they're going to swing for him, and that will be it. Malaysia to pick up the map just before it went into overtime.
Yeah, I'm going to push that one towards a third map now as we can basically focus in on Anubis. I mean, granted, that was much closer than it probably should have been for a large majority of it. All that matters, though, Anders, is that they take it. And now, you know, with a third map decider, and, you know, we get to look at that Anubis as well. I think that will really open the door. Both of these sides, haven't seen them on it yet today and what they can bring to the table, at least on the stream. I'm interested. I think for Malaysia, a very good kind of first half was really indicative of what they can actually bring to the server. We've got some highlights to bring you as well, of course, off the back of that one. But it was a pretty good game. I thought for a long period of it that Vietnam were going to be able to bring that back in, but just the final hurdle, the stack killed them.
The stack, yeah, it did, unfortunately. That's so rough. What a way to go. when you've otherwise worked pretty hard there for Vietnam to try and get back into it. But on the positive side as well, it means we've got Anubis as a deciding map to really figure out who's the better team. It seems like that's still up in the air for discussion, really. I don't know. They had built the right momentum there, Vietnam, to make the comeback into overtime, but they just couldn't do it at the end.
I'm with you. I mean, for Vietnam, there was these moments, but it also makes you think as well, Vietnam just had a slightly better start. You know, going 6-1 down that's not good enough. I mean, if they had maybe made it kind of in the region of, I don't know, 3 or 4 in that opening sort of engagement, it was back and forth, then we're talking about them taking the map. It was just such a slow start. They were basically always playing catch up. It's not good enough. And credit to Malaysia, they just utilized the lead that they built up, that they got for free. They utilized it into their advantage, and now we look towards Anubis. Anybody's game, and yeah, all interesting one.
Yeah, it's wide open once again. We haven't seen Anubis yet today, so we don't really know how the teams are going to be playing on it. But I mean, I hope that both teams are going to keep some of the CT aggression. That's always a fun feature of that map if people are able to do it. Although it can be, I think, kind of hard at times to make it work. But we'll see. I mean, so far they haven't really shied away from that kind of aggression. So why start now? You know, why just keep it up? But yeah, that's the third map. Still got more Counter-Strike coming up after that, so it's not quite done for the day. We've got some interesting best of ones that are also lingering out there, so you don't want to go anywhere. You want to stick around for those. But yeah, I don't know. Do you have a favorite team yet between these two? Do you have a strong sense of who might walk away with it on the third map?
It's tough, you know. It's tough. I think for me, I'd probably actually still lean in favor of Vietnam. Just that tail end was actually pretty good from them, but it's a little hard to call. I think for Malaysia, they've at least showcased they've got something under their belt. The only issue that I have with Malaysia right now is that it's actually not team wide. I think they're very reliant on individuals stepping up, which isn't always, in my eyes, at least something you can kind of rely on. So we'll see. I think for the most part, it's still a bit of a harder one to call, but I'm going to lean in favor of Vietnam. What about you?
In favor of Vietnam, yeah. I don't know. It's true though. Like Prodigy did do a lot of hard work. If he's having a bad game, then it could be a little bit rough. I don't know. That's such a hard question. I guess we'll have a little bit of time to think about it when we go to a break. We'll be back with the third map coming up right after this.
Welcome. How are we doing? Welcome back. We're going towards our third map. We get to see a third map today, which is pretty cool. We're going towards Anubis, and it was a pretty good game, man. I think we got to see at least, first of all, a competitive one. You know, these two sides came in towards it, and there was at least a different approach in terms of how we want to go about it. I think the big thing that we're seeing between, I guess, both of them, especially, you know, something that we know of Vietnam, but also Malaysia kind of bringing the heat with it, is so aggressive, both on CT and T side. So happy to fight. It's kind of relentless. It's fun Counter-Strike, and I'm really going to hear all four. And we see things that we just don't see in EU as well. You know, me and you, we cover quite a lot of kind of, you know, European. You primarily do a lot of that kind of, you know, tier 1 side of things. How often do you see a 3v4 kind of disadvantage retake behind smokes, right? You know, things that where in EU Counter-Strike we play kind of what we call kind of the percentage style of Counter-Strike. I love it here. They play off vibes, and the vibes are good.
Yeah, and obviously what comes with that is like the possible errors you can make is suddenly you are a little bit too aggressive when you needed to slow it down. Like, it's very hard to find that balance, but that's true, I think, for a lot of teams. So I think that's been the downfall of some of these, both of Malaysia and Vietnam so far. Sometimes they get into advantageous positions, but then they fail to put the brakes on the rest of the players. But sometimes it works out really well. So it's kind of hard to judge how to feel about it. Either way, it does make for interesting Counter-Strike. And we get to see a whole new map. So about 2 minutes, I think, away from start, we should be good with the match. But yeah, big welcome to all of you if you're joining just now. It's the Iesf, and this is the Asian Regional Qualifiers. So we got a lot of Counter-Strike coming up. We need to find a bunch of teams, send them to Chengdu in China later in the year. And from there, they qualify to Riyadh at the end of the year, where we got the Iesf Championship coming up. And that's, that's where the real fireworks begin. I think that's going to be a good time.
You ever been to China, Anders?
Been to China. I've never been to Chengdu though, but I've been to Beijing. I've been to Shanghai. I've been to Haikou, which is a little island off the mainland. So I've been around a couple of different places. I always really enjoy myself. It is such a different world to be in. Like I obviously travel around the world just like you do quite a bit. I feel like most places I don't feel are feel too different from Denmark or just Europe in general. China feels truly different in like a funny way. So I enjoy being there.
Yeah, the one word that I've heard people describe it to me is busy. Very busy.
Yeah, it's busy, and it's like, I just like things. I like it when things are different. So I like exploring new places, and just like, and it's fun to do that in China. So yeah, here we go. We're into it, and we've already lost 2 players. Different, and KJ already down. It's Bubble Sacks looking to lock it here. The bomb is planted already. It's looking like almost like a lock-in round for Malaysia to begin with here.
Yeah, not a bad start. I mean, saying that, little look in. Sora still sticking around for the fight. Might get a second. He will. Nice shot. Oh, hang on a moment. I mean, not the time, but at least individually in terms of the aim. Pretty crisp stuff from Sora. He'll kind of drag some attention over towards the site itself, but it's not going to make too much of a difference. Good start from Malaysia. Nice individual work from Sora, yes, but in the end, it doesn't really matter all too much. For Malaysia, we look at them, that tail end of that second map. Yes, they won it, but it wasn't great. They lost a lot of control. They were in a bit of a dicey spot where at the very least it looked like there was a real potential about Vietnam. And it looked like they were about to pull off a, miraculous comeback from what was, 6-1 down in the first half and, having to bring it all the way to 6 all of the halfway mark. And then, there were so many instances where Vietnam were playing catch up and it looked like they very nearly did so. So for Malaysia, I think they know that they can never really afford to take their foot off the gas.
Yeah, keep it going. Don't slow down. Chow almost running and shooting with the AK there, but able to pick up the kill nonetheless. And it looks like they're fine for the rest of this round here. Different. All right, I say that as they do actually land a couple of interesting kills. Just Prodigy with the deal. And to be fair, he's been very good with that weapon, but only the 1 kill in the rounds here so far. So it's going to be Malaysia with a second round. A couple of casualties, but not necessarily the end of the world.
Well, so 2-0 start. Up the full buy going to come through for Vietnam. And this is now where we get to see what they're all about. This is kind of where they do a lot of their good work. I mean, realistically, the pistols have always been a little dicey, from the Vietnamese side. I mean, they haven't exactly been able to quite consistently make them stick, but their gun rounds is where they do all of their best work. The Molotov setup in towards doors and mid, and they saw allow Bubbles actually kind of just already flies his way forward. Chow again, another opening kill. This guy's been relentless all series long.
Spray down there with the Galil. Gonna swap that into the M4 right away. Yeah, he really has been. Him and Prodigy seem to be some of the competing players here that are doing great work. But yeah, I've got to say, you're not wrong. He's been doing good work. Bomb is making its way rather slowly to this side of the map. So they've had the control of the A-bomb side for quite a while, but it's only finally now that they're starting to pick it up. They will lose Shi at the start of the retake, but I don't even know if it's worth going for a retake, to be honest. Normally, European Counter-Strike, you would say definitely not.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like in this instance might be, I'm going to say a step too far, but you get a kill like that and it opens up the door into a 3 versus 3. The only issue for me is just, in this instance, no kit and no space close enough to the site. They are just playing exits. I don't hate it, in all fairness. They actually could get something on the way out here. Do they clear? Gracious. Won't. Head ripped off. Might be another as well. Tapping away. Delivering. Pistol pulled out. But not enough. But honestly, at the end, KJ, that double on the exits, they're not terrible. It's still Malaysia getting a 3-0 start. So starting exactly the way they did in towards map number 2. Now, of course, for those who maybe are just joining us, I don't know what the stakes are here. From this qualifier, we've got 4 teams. We've got Brunei, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Brunei, they're 0-2. Unfortunately, they've lost both of their games. But Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam all have a chance, though, that one spot available are going towards the Iesf Asia Championships, which will be pretty damn sick. That's in Chengdu, China. But good things about Chengdu. Chengdu also has, I don't even know this, but it has the largest building in the world.
Really?
I forget its name. It's called something very cool, but it's called like the Century Building or something like that. Let me look it up. Chengdu
I know that they have
all
right. They have like a panda reservation, like a panda like whole like retreat. So like they've got a lot of stuff going on out there. I googled it a little bit. Yeah, seems like a cool place. Look forward to it. Bit of a trade here. Molotov to take a kill, but still the A-bomb site's under attack. The bomb should be planted. And this is very risky right now. Oh, there could be some trouble brewing. Yeah, for Prodigy, he goes down. And now the bomb is fairly safe at the moment here. 4 versus 3. They're all locked outside of that smoke. More smokes are going down even just to slow them down. And I think they realize, yeah, Vietnam, they can't stay fighting this. So it's going to be another round here for Malaysia. This is intriguing.
Yeah, it is. I guess while we've got this little pause at the end, it's called the building I was on about. It's the New Century Global Center. Pretty cool.
Nice.
The largest building by land space.
Sounds intimidating at the same time. I was in a mall in, I think it was Shanghai once. That was like, I've never seen anything like it. It was so absurd. It was like 11 stories, and it's like each story was like just, you know, it was like it just kept on going forever. I think I literally at some point I just almost gave up walking through. I was like, this is too much. I can't be here anymore. What I like to do when I go to these places is I like to visit some of the local areas. I think that's more fun. Like I would much rather go to like a local, like a market. Sometimes in China there are like these night markets kind of out that you walk around in the evening. It's very cool. It's very fun. Obviously it's very hard to make your way through if you don't know a lot of Chinese, but you know, I think it can be done. It's fun. You haggle with people in a language you don't even speak. It's really interesting.
Google Translate is getting pretty good these days as well. Those translate apps, some of them do it like automatically. It's pretty sick. Anyway, back to the action. KJ's fallen. Different Lancer back, and he nearly doubles it down as well. But Gracious will trade. Swing in the corner. I mean, this is very back and forth Counter-Strike. It's a 3-on-3, but the site is taken by Malaysia, and the bomb will go down.
Yeah, there was Enable. We've been criticizing him a little bit, but that was a great opening for him. To really change the round 3 versus 3 and trying to see if they get through the smoke here. Prodigy with a wide swing. Nobody there to return the kill either. They're just both stuck in dark at the moment. There is a kit on one player, Sora, there trying to get through, but I don't know if it's going to be quite enough here. 1 versus 1 and walking straight into it. Oh, God, that is so low health, but got the job done. Anyway, with the fuse kit, there should be enough time for it. So first round on the board here for Vietnam.
Yeah, okay, not bad. Now we can start to make a little bit of a move. For Vietnam, they've got to start things well. The gun round, like I always say, is where they do the bulk of their best work. 4-1 is not the worst deficit to have to try and recover from. It's, you know, you'd much rather have been active on their first gun round a little earlier, but it's better than nothing. Now, and if they can Vietnam start to chain a couple in succession, that's when we start to talk. AWP out in play as well for KG. See if we can make that one sing, and we can. Bolzak's going to get caught. But an instant response by Chow, who still remains to be one of the most, at least in terms of relentlessness, is up there. I mean, 5-4, but just a die-hard entry.
Yeah, that's what you need. Like, those entry kills are worth so much. Can't remember. I don't know if anyone's done the math. Probably somebody has, but like the correlation between entry kills and winning rounds is huge. Nicely returned here. Different and Prodigy getting a couple of kills to try and keep them in the round. And actually might have a chance at it here. It's Chow again, and it's different going down. So 2 versus 3 before we can even finish the sentence turned into 1 versus 2 here. And KJ alone and not really sure where to go. Yeah, he knows that there's a player here. KJ, yeah, he knew that Chow got a kill in this area, so he's kind of a little bit paranoid about that, but 45 seconds, and the bomb being picked up just now by Enable. This is a very, very hard round to play if you're on the Vietnamese side. Where do you go?
Let's see. Chow holding for just a freebie of a fight. He might actually get it in a second. I mean, they're making noise here, though. Crossing the corner, they've got to swing together. They don't. They allow for the isolation of fights, but thankfully, Chow will trade. 5-1. Malaysia continues to extend their lead. Honestly, in some pretty emphatic fashion. I mean, this is a map in which he's probably the only map in the pool that we can see here. Well, it is the only map in the pool that is T-sided. It has been since the introduction, Nubis, but Vietnam, they're not doing enough in my eyes to really make this T-side feel uncomfortable. This is it's a weird sort of situation. It's just not quite good enough just yet.
Prodigy with the deagle once again. That's been his signature weapon so far. Maybe he could do a little bit of damage in the middle here. They are actually pushing forward quite aggressively, so he's going to have a fight on his hands. Chow sneaking on through. Good headshot to begin with, and they've locked it down. Wow, good swing on the other side from Bubble Sacks. So yeah, that was, I don't know, there was some damage dished out there, to both the T players. They could have maybe gone down. But I feel like it's going to be another round here. Malaysia, they're powering through the start of this half here. It's going to be 6-1 in their favor.
Yeah, well, KJ, different. I mean, there's not really that much point saving, but I think just having armor is better than nothing, honestly. That'll be that. This is, yeah, it's a bit of a no-show right now. I think is the kind of the worrying thing. There's not that much of a competition, may I say, to really talk about. Very simple. It's very easy, and it is kind of concerning as well from what we've seen at the moment, where I'm just not seeing enough out of Vietnam that offers anything different. This might not be a map in which, yes, they float it, but it might actually, it might not be a map in which they're actually too comfortable actually playing. They just sort of hope they can get it done in 2. Ancient, we know, is good for them. Inferno, we know, is good for them as well, but yeah, this Anubis it doesn't have the same shades as those previous 2 maps. It's just tough. 6-1. I mean, granted, though, they were 6-1 down in Ancient, and they did make a competition out of that. So I'm not going to completely count them out just yet, but I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, we'll stay optimistic for now, but you're right. It is cause for concern, right? It is one of the more T-sided maps, but still 6-1. You're not having, like, some of the entries here are just really hard to stop. With Chow playing well, Gracious playing pretty well, Enable, I think, having 1 or 2 entries so far as well. Oh, a little bit of a failed smoke there towards T-spawn, but we'll let that one slide for the minute. Looking to make another entry, this time towards the B-bomb site. Gonna get the 1 kill. Good return there from Shi. That's a double opening with another potential bomb plant to follow through really swiftly.
Alto gonna come down as well. On the corner, but the smoke gets broken by different nade, and he spams through it to find a kill. Speaking of nades, that's how different will fall to the hands of Chow. Bomb going down, and Prodigy just very quick, making sure no signs of a post plant to set up there. Vietnam gonna get their second.
That was shocking, right? They got a double opening. Sure, it's a 2-for-1 trade, but the bomb was very delayed, and by the time they even got it, it was almost too late. That was one of the very winnable rounds there for Malaysia, but they couldn't find a way to bring it home. So instead, Vietnam finally picking up another round. And again, this half is not done yet. Even if they're really far behind, they can recover this one. So a little bit scary for Malaysia if they give it up too soon here. Flashbangs trying to run right through. Again, looking for the opening. They did it last time. They want to do it again and running out of bullets was Sora. So 3 versus 3. That is still 100% worth it.
I agree. Prodigy. Holding in the corner. This time won't be able to deny. That bomb going down. Smokes is the main thing. Molotov going to try and deny rotations. Is back spotted. It was a gap, but Prodigy gets caught going through it, and a missed shot from KG should be the round. I think if you're different here, I don't hate the call to save 1v3 in a retake. It's not the easiest. He's going to give it a go. Spotted. Misses opportunity. The window's gone, and the fact that he's sticking around is questionable. Just keep out of the rifle, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. It's time to leave. Wow, they've sensed the real weakness of the speed bomb side. They realize if we just go hard and quick at it, they're not going to be ready to recover. So do you see the flashers as they're running in, kind of going over the wall and just completely disrupting their defense? That's great. That's great work for Malaysia to understand that there's a weakness and to just pound it as hard as you can. So 7-2 will be the scoreline as we move into round number 10 here. And there's not much to complain about at the moment here. Vietnam, lot of trouble for them, obviously. Saving one rifle, not having a great economy, but I mean, they're able to put something together here, but it's not... They don't have the AWP. They're going to be lacking some grenades here. There's a lot still left to be wanted here.
Yeah, pretty damn good. What we've seen so far. 7 already in pretty lightning fast fashion is super solid. Vietnam, they're struggling. There's not a huge amount that we can kind of sit here and talk about in too much of a positive note. It has been rough. There's no two ways about it. They're struggling really to find any sort of a look in. Yes, it's a map which generally favors the T side, but that says a lot, doesn't it? First, not got the second though. Chow, maybe a little bit too confident. Should have confirmed his kills before, counting them off. 1-for-1 trade. Different could get one of his own as well. Left eye Pete, though, is never easy because you're always going to be at a disadvantage. And a double down as Prodigy also falls 2.
Yeah, and again, it's just getting those opening on the T side. It makes such a difference here. They're going to be throwing all the grenades into the bomb site. Not that they needed it. There was nobody else there, but, who cares? You win the round. You've got the money. They're going to be up to 8. And another round where Vietnam very, very slim chances. But you're right, those left eye peaks are not easy. And I think normally also, they could have probably flashed their way into that fight. Like, if they really wanted to go check A main, then maybe just flash your way through and set it up like that so that you're not in too much trouble here. A little bit of an awkward fight. As Gracious, I think, was looking somewhere else. But with the MP9 on the other side, they can't even really do much here. Bubble sacks. Wow, all right. That's pretty quick.
Sora, tucking his head. Even though, I think, in my opinion, Anubis is the hardest map to save on, and he won't be able to do so. 8-2. And Vietnam, we're now getting to a point where Vietnam really aren't even doing anything in these rounds. Oh, man, that's tough. They're not scratching the surface. They're not really doing anything that gives us anything to go off. Fair play to Malaysia. They're making this T-side look so simple. Already 8 in my books is fine. If they get anywhere near 9 or 10, I think it's game over before it even starts.
Yeah, I've started to feel the same way. Who's going to be the hero to change it around? KG trying, wants to push forward, but there's more people waiting on the other side. And again, you got the lead there. You got the 4 and 5. Pushing into the smoke, probably not necessary. It gives a window to get back into it here for Malaysia. 2 at B, 1 in middle, 1 at the very edge of the A bomb site there for Vietnam. So they've got a bit of a setup. And right now, Malaysia just waiting them out, seeing if they're going to rotate out of the B bomb site here.
Close. And B9. Waiting though. Let's go a little quiet around it. Minute on the clock. Malaysia on in a rush. Now they pop themselves in towards this B side. Chow going to get the first. Spray through though from Sora is only good for 1 before he does 4. So bomb will go down. Numbers advantage. in favor of Malaysia. Chow's low, but still should be fine.
More grenades. They've got they've got so many smokes left in the afterplan, right? They had 2 smokes and 2 HEs after the bomb goes down. So that's super devastating when you're trying to do the retake here. Different and Prodigy. Oh, and just walking straight into the shot there. Different, very low on health on his own. I think he realizes there's probably nothing that he could do to win this round. So going to try and back on out of there. And Malaysia will get a 9th round. They are absolutely running over this game at the moment. It's very hard to say anything else. Vietnam just not able to really get their feet on the ground.
Damn. This is tough, man. I mean, already now heading towards 9, there's not a lot I can say here in terms of a positive note of where I maybe have a little hope. I think it's copium and hopium and all the rest that people like to say. This is tough. This is really tough. 9-2. It is a bye to work with into the final round of the half, which is, hey, better than nothing for Vietnam. If Malaysia lock themselves towards double digits, though, heading in towards this second half, that's, I mean, even 9-3 feels dumb, but 10-2 surely is like that second to last nail in the coffin kind of vibe. If they're going to find a pistol, that more or less would be the final nail. Swing, different, fine, which is good. An opening kill, Vietnam, and one that goes untraded. But I say that, and Gracious will get a freebie.
Yeah. Oh, that's really rough. Again, Chow back at it again. Going to be picking up that kill. They're going to double smoke that side of the middle. And another trade. Oh, they have such a good read on what's going on here. 2 versus 2 once again with everything on the line. For Vietnam, it's about winning this round and then also winning the pistol on the second half. That's kind of the formula for getting back into it here. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. They're not sure where to go. You can see the bomb is towards T-spawn. And I think Chow is the one who's working his way through the middle of the map. So they're trying to coordinate between these 2 players. Like, where do we go? Where do we meet up? How do we make sure we've got an advantage? Sora and KG moving around. KG's got to be wondering, where is anyone? I've walked out of the B-bomb side into the middle. I haven't seen a single player yet. That's got to be so frustrating. Wow, they're going to get a B-bomb plant with nobody realizing.
Yeah, I can't believe how bad the timing is in fairness for Vietnam. The B side has been their real weakness. I mean, KG's coming back though. There is a world on timing. Molotov actually goes a little late, but KG opts to go back. So bomb goes down. Molotov will slow them down. Now 2v2 retake. This isn't the easiest one here, Anders. I mean, they've got a smoke and a flash, but KG's low.
Yeah, I think the smoke could help them block them off towards dark since both players are playing there. That could be interesting, but you're not wrong. Oh, and they throw the smoke the other way. So now it's a hell of a lot more difficult. Molotov on top there. You're right. He's very low on health. KG, you have to swing for it. You have to do something right now. The good kill. Oh, and he actually keeps on spraying. That's sick, but it's a 10-second defuse. Do they have to? I think they have the time for it. It sounds like they do. So that's really cool at the end here. That was a very hard round to win, but they managed to find a way through. So 9-3 at the end of Vietnam with a single recovery here towards the end. It's not a lot, but maybe it's enough.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to see. It's better than nothing. It's not fantastic. I'm not going to sit here and say too much about them having a chance. I mean, the way I look at it right now, though, is you've got nothing to lose if you're Vietnam. I think you've got to try and change things up. You've got to try and come into sort of one of these sort of games now. You're at such a massive deficit. You cannot afford to, in my eyes, at the very least, play this as a bit of, you know, a kind of a default. You can't come into this with just a normal sort of expectations. You've got to be a little rogue. You've got to be a little bit of gambly in terms of how you're going to approach this, or else you're not going to have a chance, in my opinion. We'll see, though, 9-3. If Malaysia had a pistol, I still think it is game set.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose a little bit of hope for Vietnam as well, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt for the pistol here. If they can win the pistol round, then it could be back on again, and I think at that point, you know, we'll reconsider. But if they lose the pistol here, my God, it's going to be an uphill battle. Time is running down, and we'll see. Are we seeing any dualies on the CT side? Seems like there's always one guy who's interested in doing that. I think a little bit of a timeout here, so could be a tech issue just to solve before we start the game. Yeah, they're just waiting a bit.
Yeah. Timer is counting down, though, so I feel like we are about ready to get underway. We shall see. 9-3. I mean, I look at this now and I say, it is now or never. I mean, for Vietnam, they're not really giving us all too much. The timer is back up to 20 seconds, though. So maybe...
Yeah, it's cheating us, isn't it?
I got debated a little bit there.
All right, I'm seeing at least a kit being bought. So, yeah, some signs of life coming out here that maybe we're getting closer to the start of it. Lots of Kevlar as well. Not a lot else. So just straight up fighting with USPs and Kevlar. That's interesting. I would have assumed that there would have been a little bit more utility in play, but yeah, that's it. They're going hard at it here. Remember, Vietnam, they're going to be on the T side now. So it's Malaysia with 9 rounds. Sora, bit of an opening, hunting it down. If they get this next kill, it could be on. It's Chow on the other side, and he can't find another headshot. He's bought a little bit of time for Enable to get in there to try and hold the bomb site. But again, he's had a bit of a tough game.
Yeah, it's true. Sora's low, so still a possibility. It's a weird little fadeaway shot, but it does work. Bomb going to be planted here. Maybe a fight going to happen towards heaven in due time. On the corner, Prodigy going to find one. Answering back as he makes it 3. Prodigy, what a round. Keeping Vietnam alive. I mean, they absolutely needed a pistol. No two ways about it, but you can't complain. Prodigy, at least individually, has been pretty solid all throughout this series.
Yeah, I mean, that was the first step, right? That was the requirement to even get into the game. So you've got this far. Now you have to not drop the ball even a single time here. But, mission accomplished for now. And some good pistol shots. It's once again Prodigy stepping up with a triple at the end. They are relying on him a lot, but, fair play. He's doing his job, so we'll give it to him. One flashbang. Son Enable. C-set 75 as well. They want to be a little bit proactive with it. Might be some trouble here if you're on the T side. So they're going to give up 1 rifle, but they should realize, okay, there's nobody at the A-bomb site. So they should be winning the round, and hopefully giving away that Galil is not such a big deal.
Gracious falls. Bomb goes down. Simple as round, all in all. This is a round which doesn't really mean all too much to Malaysia. Not much of an investment. Is what it is. But make sure you see it off cleanly, or, any sort of kills you get at the tail end as well. You absolutely take it. It looks like they might want to give it a go. I don't hate the idea. You don't really have anything to lose in this. You're not investing towards armor. The weapons you've got are picked up. The only one I would say is trying to keep hold of the AK, but my God, that is a ridiculous shot with the Deagle. Oh, he's going to get another. No way. Tap on towards the bomb. He goes for another and can't see it off. My God, I thought Enable had done enough. Sadly, it won't be the case. Chow will get his kill, which is, in all fairness, pretty sick for Malaysia. They walk away with all 5 kills, but, man, Enable's, both of those shots were ridiculous. That first one in particular.
Yeah, and he was set up for the third one. You could kind of tell he knew what he was doing. I think he was showboating a little bit with the inspect, but either way, that is a round for Vietnam. Yeah, you're right. That's a sickening shot that he got there on different. This one, a little bit more straightforward, but yeah, they couldn't finish the round. Still, it's putting a lot of pressure on. Like, you win the round, but only barely. You can't really celebrate. You don't have all the weapons you want. It's a tough world to be in. And they get to keep the Galil as well on the CT side, which is not bad. True. I'll take that. Oh well, a little bit of a nade blowing this one open, but no real targets on the other side. Again, Vietnam can't really slip up even once here. They just need to keep on winning all the way through, basically.
Yeah, no, exactly. There is just no room for error. It's as simple as that. However, a rough fight here in towards Hieroglyphs could be pretty important. Zach sticking around. You can't really afford to give up this position reluctantly, but I'm going to die for nothing. Molotov aptly timed, comes down. It'll force Prodigy away. At least for the moment. All the damage that's been done is chip damage. You've got a minute on the clock and no real fight. And no real intentions of the bomb just yet. They're kind of maneuvering on the map with the control they've got, but Vietnam aren't committed.
50 seconds, so still got a little bit of time here to maneuver. Bringing the bomb outside of the B-bomb site. double setup inside of B, but they don't have any real nades on the CT side any longer. So if they don't win the straight up fights, they can't slow down the attack. And Prodigy, good start here. And I think this is going to crumble now. I don't see them making their way through this one. Again, this is kind of the problem when you don't have the grenades, is that you can't slow anything down, right? You're not going to be throwing a Molotov and backing on out. Okay. Chow doing a little bit of work, but still another 3 kills left. And yeah, then no, I don't think they're going to let him out. Well done.
Well, still a competition on the hands here. Only 3 rounds in it. It's pretty doable, in all fairness. You got to look at it now and say there's a real kind of conversation to be had, because for Vietnam, you've got Malaysia, who in this 3-round span, at the very most, have 1 full buy and 1 sort of, I guess, like half buy. There's something on the cards there. It's pretty doable. I'm a little worried. I feel like for Malaysia, from what was such a dominant first half, they've taken their foot off the gas just a little bit, and it's enough that it could be a problem to where, at the very least, we could be talking about this game getting close to being tied up. Spams. Oh, he actually gets one for the smoke. He doesn't realize. And this round's already done.
Nice. Good bit of collateral damage. Good headshots, but yeah, should be no issue. I say that, but they do lose a couple of more here. Finally clearing it all up. So, where are we at now? It's 9-7. Yeah, they're clawing their way back into it. Again, it's a dreadful first half for them at a 9-3 scoreline, but now we're at 9-7. So, if they can keep this up, again, the pressure will soon, I don't think maybe yet, but pretty soon the pressure will switch and it will be on Malaysia instead, to not give up the insane round lead that they had.
Yeah, I think you're right. Eesh. At the moment, I'm feeling a little worried for Malaysia. I'm sure they've got a bit of pressure on their shoulders. This bye sort of needs must. If they lose this one here, they're going to be in a troublesome spot. Nade, pretty deep. Decent damage in all fairness to KG. For Vietnam, no real worries. Good run. No form from them on this T side. Looking and playing pretty immaculately, and I'm concerned that things could be slowly starting to whisk away. Malaysia swinging towards mid. It's a good flash. They don't actually confirm the fight, though. They could have swung upon it, opted against it. That could have been a freebie. As round that corner, full blind he was, but thankfully Gracious will get away.
Yeah, I think his lucky stars behind that one. Bit of pressure in the middle. Chow to take down KG to begin with. And finally, it's a man advantage for Malaysia, but sneaking on is Prodigy, and that's a surprise. Nasty one, as he does open it up for a double, looking for the triple. He's going to get Chow as well. He just basically won the round on his own. They're even weighing the bomb to the other side of the map right now. They might as well keep going. Wow, he snuck out of dark, and nobody's watching, so he basically stood up, I think, right in the crosshairs of the AWP, and he just couldn't react in time. That's pretty sick from Prodigy.
So it'll come down in a second, or yeah, now it will. Over towards camera. I mean, it's going to be a save regardless. Vietnam, 1 round a game. Let's see. Where I'm at the moment, Malaysia. We've spoken about it a couple of times already. Fellas, I'd love to see a pause. Just call for a little bit of attack pause. Have a conversation. And hope, basically, that you can kind of try and turn it on its head. I mean, right now, it's falling apart quite rapidly in front of them, and they're not doing anything to change it. Even the way they're playing isn't changing up. Nope.
Yeah.
Round 1 and Vietnam make it 1.
I guess it's like a regional thing. Maybe tech pauses or tactical pauses here just aren't as big of a factor. But
yeah, certainly
the upside can be at least having some of those conversations, like you mentioned, just getting a chance to get everyone on the right foot here, because it is a bit rough at the moment. 9-8. Who would have thought? It looked like it was almost done with.
Yeah, absolutely. And it felt like it in the server. There really wasn't anything in terms of a competition to make this feel like it could have been anything different. Tough work. Let's try and get back in towards this one. Popping through that smoke. No, going to actually try peek it. Nade will come in the corner. Sally wants to fight. Behind it. We'll get one. Looking for a second and delivers. As Sora also drops. Trade comes through from Prodigy. They've still got the sight in all fairness, despite the numbers not in their favor. Not a bad spot here for Vietnam.
Definitely not. Ooh, okay. Enable gets a kill. It's a weird round, this one. They don't have a kit, so 2 versus 4. The bomb is planted, so they might lose this round, even if they have a 2-man advantage here. Trying to see if they can find their way through Prodigy with a bit of a lineup. Could have been a sick multi-spray down. Different, not dying from getting shot in the back, and I think they needed that kill on him. I think they're out of time here. Okay, are they going to have it? Oh, maybe close. Just barely. That is really close, but I think they might have done enough here. Different surviving, that almost made the difference, but no, they're going to be good with it. Malaysia, after losing, what, how many, like 6 rounds in a row or something like that? Now they're back, finally winning one.
Yeah, well, the skin of their teeth, they see that one over the line. I mean, the main thing for them is just getting this round at all, just because of the wealth of a lead that they've kind of built up in that first half. But my God, to still be made to absolutely work for it. I feel like if they don't even get that kill with the Deagle in towards mid from camera, I feel like that round falls apart. So we'll see, but not at all. 10-8, Vietnam, while it's been a really decent C side, they are still behind, but KG, other ideas, nice opener.
Swinging for it here is different. Going to be taking out Gracious. They lose one player on the other side of the map. Is Sora going down? So 4 versus 3 here. What are Malaysia's response? It feels like when you're a man down like this, you've got to come up with a plan to do something. Like you could go up and check middle with 2 or 3 players. You can decide to stack a bomb site. You just need some information. You need some way to get back into this. Waiting around is typically not the best idea. All right, stacking the B bomb site and actually rotating even the third player over. I like this. I actually like this. She's starting to get there. Bubble Sacks will get the 1 kill, make it a quick double, why not? And especially because it's Prodigy going down next, and they've got the rotation already coming in. This seems like a great move from Malaysia.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Prodigy is the only one who, at least consistently, has been keeping this side alive. When he falls, it does mean these rounds feel less likely. A nice shot. Bubble Sacks will probably see it off, and yeah, Sally closes it 11-8. It took a while. You know, it took Malaysia a hot minute to get back into competition, but now that's 2 for 2 on the trot, and they're only 2 away from seeing off the map in the series. And in winning, they get ever closer to booking that 1 spot available, which is pretty huge, in all fairness. It feels like, at least from my ideas about how things are looking, I'm looking at the games tomorrow. They've got a tough one against Thailand, in all fairness. Vietnam will, he's maybe quote-unquote get kind of a guaranteed win there. If Malaysia pick up a win here, though, it could put them in a really good spot. That makes that maybe potentially even that Thailand game might not matter.
Yeah, maybe not. But yeah, a lot's riding on this one for sure. Ooh, nice headshot. Bubble Sacks. He's been a very good player as well. It's good to see him step it up here when it really matters. Difference going to be going down as well. So now a 5 versus 3. And again, just this way you want a deep breath. Don't risk too much, although they are going to get the kill. KG on the other side, and they will both go down. So Sora on his own, just 1 versus 5. I don't think you can do anything here.
I think you're right. Sora, hey, not bad though, for the first, but still got a long old road past it. C4 and then try and find a place to plant. He's surely got to expect camera. Does not matter. Chelsea him off. Map and series points to Malaysia. It's been, in all fairness, a long time coming off the back of a dominant first half at 9-3. And while Vietnam did streak a little bit on the T side, they've now been figured out. And Malaysia, all they've had to do, in all honesty, is actually just kind of pump the brakes a little bit, play a little bit more passively, and wait for Vietnam to overextend. It's unfortunately just kind of part and parcel of their play style. Now, in a tough old spot. 12-8. Now or never, do or die. And just look at the buy for Vietnam.
Yeah. What do you do? I mean, you don't have a lot to work with. I will say this Prodigy's been great with the Deagle, so maybe you count on him, although the flashes are in. KG gets 1, but is traded almost immediately. 3 versus 4 here. And Prodigy was hoping he was in the smoke lurking for them to maybe take a step forward to get the headshot he was looking for, but not going to be allowed. Chow towards the A bomb site. Wide swing. That's no head armor there on Gracious. He's going to be going down, but Chow will get the 1 kill, and now, yeah, fall back. Get some teammates in here. Let him plant the bomb. Who cares? Just win this 2 versus 3.
Well, Chow. Hoping they're trying to do something. Very slow, though, on the retake. I don't know if they're hoping that the first contact that comes through camera is the one that makes the most difference. A little bit of a tick on the Molotov, but it kind of feels like they're not giving this a go, at least not yet. Now they start to come. Pop flash around the corner. Doesn't go deep enough. It won't make a difference, but either way, Malaysia are going to see it off, and that is going to be them locking in the map, the series, and taking a second win today here, which for them, honestly, the way I'm looking at things now, with it, they just got a game against Thailand tomorrow, but it might actually be enough for them to potentially even be our representative here at the Asia Championships.
Yeah, that was well played. I've got to say, I mean, that you're right. He was falling far back, Chow, but I guess he was worried that he was getting pushed or double pushed or something like that. So good communication towards the end of it. Malaysia coming up with the victory. It took all 3 maps, but it's a job well done. They had to fight really hard for it. I mean, both teams looked very well balanced, so this was really fun to catch. We knew that Vietnam were going to be pretty good coming out of a victory against Thailand, but Malaysia proving to be just a little bit better here today.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look through some of these highlights as well and just see just how good of a game this was. Honestly, I mean, it started so damn well for Malaysia. I mean, they absolutely streaked away. And, you know, realistically, that was basically what was the nail in the coffin. Such a good first half for Counter-Strike. There was moments from Vietnam, but it wasn't enough to, you know, what was fundamentally C rounds on the board. But you look at it now and you say for Vietnam, it's a similar thing that we saw towards map number 2. If they just started a little bit better, maybe there could have been more of a conversation there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, it was a bit of a coin toss towards the end even. There could have been a way that Vietnam could have powered through. That comeback was starting to look pretty reasonable, but it just wasn't quite enough. I think Chow made a huge difference. Some of the entry kills that he was getting was just a little bit overpowering, so probably one of the real forces here that made a difference for Malaysia. I don't know. What kind of players were standing out to you? Was there anyone that you really enjoyed watching here?
Do you know, one person that I actually think was just quite consistent was Chow. I mean, for me, he was really, really solid over towards Malaysia. I think one guy you mentioned, Bobblezax, at the tail end especially, was really good. And then for Vietnam, I mean, there are a couple, but I think in particular, Prodigy, just very kind of self-reliant. He kind of backs himself. He's confident. I mean, this round, there we go, right? 3 kills. He's got at least the mechanics there, right? So I think both sides had their individuals, but in the end, it kind of actually felt like Malaysia just a little bit left in the tank, whereas so much for Vietnam. Yeah,
not quite enough, unfortunately, but still quite the interesting game. We're learning on the fly here. I think was Chow, yeah, it was 21 kills here towards the end of the game. He really did crack it open, so it's fun to see. It's good to get some new names that we maybe didn't know coming into today, but definitely will recognize in the future. No question about it. I don't know. I thought Vietnam had what it took to win this game. I think there was a couple of different ways they could have done it, but just wasn't quite enough. I still hope that Thailand are going to be able to make a bit of a comeback on their own. We had high expectations at the start of the day, so it'd be fun to see them also change it around and prove that they could do a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I really think there's a chance, maybe. I mean, honestly, if they are able to beat Malaysia in tomorrow's matchup, then maybe we're having a conversation about them, right? Yes, they lost their first game against Vietnam. It might come down to some sort of head-to-head or round differential. I'm not 100% sure how it ends up working out, but that game against Malaysia is very make or break. Actually, in both sides. For Malaysia, they win that, they guarantee qualifying through because they would have won all of their games. If Thailand win it, opens up the gate to it a little bit. I think if I'm right in saying it will come down to round differential. Tough one to call, but I know Malaysia's was very good off the back of their first game. They won 13-1, 13-2 against Brunei. So that always helps. Yeah, always helps the round differential. Thailand did beat them, but that was 13-3, 13-4, so a little bit less. Yeah, it might be very fine margins if Thailand are to win. Okay,
yeah. Interesting. I mean, that's the format, right? You know when you start playing that the round difference there can make a big difference. Well, I think we'll try and see if we can get somebody from the Malaysian squad to join us just to say hi and see what's up. But it takes a while to get him set up. So while that's going on, it would be fun to see Brunei play. I hope we get a chance to do that at one point. just to get a sense of what they're like and get to know some of the names there, because I still think that's really important. So I hope we get that opportunity.
Yeah, of course. Just see kind of what it means to them, right? They had a pretty good day at Counter-Strike, 2 wins, 1 easier than the other, but it'd be kind of cool to see what the vibes are, how they're feeling. I think we have the interview ready, so let's bring them in to see how they're feeling off the back of a bit of a long best of 3, but a win all the same. I'm sure it'd be kind of cool to tap into basically them and talk about how they're feeling. Fellas, hello. Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome. It's good to see you all there. How are you doing? How are you feeling off the back of that one?
Bro, we're happy as hell. Holy.
Ooh, I don't think we can hear them.
One more game after this.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, no. I don't know if it's our side. I don't know if it's your side. We'll wait. We can see you. That's the main thing. We can't hear you. So, yeah. The sign language might not help though, but I respect the effort. There we go.
Hello?
I think we can hear. Hello. Welcome, guys. How are you doing?
Nice.
How are you feeling? You had a good day at Counter-Strike. 2 wins today.
Yeah. Oh my God, we're so happy, guys. I mean, we're all happy.
We love to hear it. Now, tell me, what would it mean to you guys to be representing Malaysia in Chengdu on the international stage? What would it mean for you guys?
Oh, it would mean the world. I'm speechless. I mean, if I win. I mean, we still have 1 game tomorrow, but the side is not us.
How are you feeling about that one? Thailand, they also beat Brunei as well, but they did lose to Vietnam. So you think that one's doable?
I think so. It's like 60% maybe. I think maybe 70. Okay. I don't know. We're confident, but
we love to see it. Am I right in saying, are you guys on boot camp?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so preparation. You are kind of putting a lot into this. For you guys as well, what's the prac been like coming in towards the tournament? How much time? How many weeks? How many hours? All the rest?
Every day except the weekends.
Sick. Okay, so this is all in, and then of course getting towards playing. Let's say you do make it to the Asia Championships, you get to Chengdu. How are you going to feel then coming against some of the best teams in Asia? China are going to put up a very good team, that's guaranteed. We're going to see some other pretty decent teams, maybe Uzbekistan, that kind of thing. How's that going to feel?
Oh my God, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna cry actually.
Well, fellas, we'll leave it there. Best of luck heading towards Thailand. I think if I'm right in saying you're very close to already qualifying, but if you beat Thailand, it is guaranteed going 3 for 3. So best of luck heading towards tomorrow, and hopefully maybe see you guys in Chengdu.
Yeah, thank you guys. Big fan also. Thank you guys. Big fan of you guys.
Take care.
Thank you guys. Nice.
That was lovely. Hey man, you can see how much it means to them, and they're so close. I think I'm taking a look at numbers now. Honestly, even if Thailand beat them, I think they might actually be on round differential qualifying in, unless it goes down to head-to-head rather than round differential. Then that'll change things up a little bit. But then Thailand lost to Vietnam, Malaysia didn't, so it changes things up for me. I think realistically it might become a bit of like a 3-way head-to-head, where then round differential is the way to go about it. So they're pretty close is the main thing, and they are favorites in that matchup against Thailand because of how well they played today.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. I love the energy. Like you tell, it means a ton for them to qualify. So I hope they do. That's it's nice to see that it means something, and that they're not just like, win or lose, we don't care. Like definitely they care. So I enjoyed that. That's very cool. Good to get a catch up with the guys. And I think that means we are heading to a bit of a break here before we get into the next game. So you don't want to be going anywhere. Stay tuned, and we will be right back.
Yo, what's going on? Welcome back. We are heading into a different region. We're now moving over to the Central Asia side of things. We just moved on from Southeast Asia qualifier, of course, where we're seeing a bit of a masterclass coming out from Malaysia, looking very, very good. We're now moving on to Central Asia. Now, for those who don't know what the teams are here, we've got Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan here, all vying for 2 spots at the Asia Championship in Chengdu. We will preface this by saying we're only going to be on cameras for around a minute or so. We're going to throw this one to a little bit of an extended break just because the teams want to get ready. They deserve their break before heading in towards this one. But Anders, yeah, new region. I'm excited.
New region, new players. Some players we recognize as well. I think it's going to be exciting. I look forward to it. Yeah, a little bit of a break before we get into it, but it's nice to crack open a new qualifier and see what's going on here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, for me, you know, especially us, we were in Yash. Last year, we got to see Uzbekistan, honestly, make a really, really good run to the quarters. Yeah. And I think it was Sweden, off the top of my head, that it actually ended up losing to. They ended up winning the whole thing, right? So, I mean, fair enough, right? You can't really blame them all too much. They didn't show up that much into us, that matchup. But, yeah, Uzbekistan were a really good side in the groups. They were so scary, and a couple of individuals looked good. Only one player returns from that, which is Iesf. And we'll get into all the details basically about these teams. Yes. But what we wanted to come on and say is just we are going to be heading to a bit more of a break now. It's going to be about 20 minutes or so, and then we're going to be kickstarting things with a bit of a banger. In all fairness, it's going to be Uzbekistan taking on Tajikistan. So sit tight. We're going to be about 20 minutes or so, and we're back soon with some Counter-Strike action. All right. Hello. Welcome back. Like we said, only a brief kind of 20-ish minute break. We're about to get on the way in towards kickstarting things on the stream at the very least here in Central Asia. There's already been a couple of games played whilst we were finishing our third map. We had Kazakhstan taking on Kyrgyzstan, and they beat them relatively handedly. I think it was like 13-6 off the top of my head. And then Uzbekistan took on Turkmenistan and beat them 13-1.
Yeah.
So some very quick games. We've now got Kazakhstan taking on Tajikistan here in this one. And it, I mean, it has all the potential to be a bit of a banger. This is Tajikistan's first game as well. So I'm interested to see what they can bring to the table.
Well, I am too. Definitely one of the regions that we just hear a lot less from in Counter-Strike, which is a shame because we know that, some of the neighboring countries are able to put on some stuff. Like Kazakhstan, historically in Counter-Strike, has fielded and been responsible for like a bunch of really, really cool Counter-Strike gamers in the past. Adren being, I think, one of my favorite players, but there have been many, many others over the years that have come from the region. At one point, even there was a whole team that was named after I believe the capital of Kazakhstan, which is Astana. Astana Dragons back in the day. It's good times, cool. So like, there's a real history of the region from Tajikistan. I'm interested to see if there's going to be an even game. Just based off the history alone, I would go with Kazakhstan this one. If I knew nothing else, I'd say they're probably going to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's a very good region when it comes to players. We can actually look through this Kazakhstan roster. And when you look at some of the players that they've had, you mentioned Adren, but I mean, even you keep going, you got Buster, who used to play on this team, used to play for Kazakhstan, I say, for a while. Fitch, who was also around for a long, long time. You have obviously Hobbit is another player who most people know. Icy, new boy on the block at the moment for Amcal, the Orpa, who's been
Mo was playing as well.
Yeah, Moo, another one.
Mo.
Khan, also been playing in and around for a long, long time. Trying to think who else people might know. Kicker, another classic one. Kicker's been around obviously for a decent time. Neelan, since his stint with EG, haven't seen that guy for a while. And Lackey's Kazakh from Kazakhstan as well, and he obviously has been one of the better players in Tier 2 for a long, long time. Now obviously the main man basically over towards Aurora, who are basically the best team in Tier 2. So yeah, a lot of talent comes out of this region. It's very, very stacked. This team is no joke either. I mean, they have a lot to bring. Defizer, Black Magic, Pumpkin, Tasman, and Fortkeys. I mean, we look at these guys as all players who have played for a long, long time in the Tier 2 scene. I think in this sort of a qualifier, I'm with you. I'd be very surprised in this qualifier if it is in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan who go through more or less flawlessly.
Yeah, that'd be my guess off the top of my head too. But you know what? I'm willing to be surprised. Who knows? Maybe there is something in the cards that we're just not expecting. So I think it'd be interesting if there was going to be a bit of a different feel today. But here we've got the lineup: Ice and Madara and King, Dazzle and K27. So again, good names. Good job, guys.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a fan. I'm looking forward to seeing what these guys can bring. I'm going to be honest, don't know any of them, haven't seen them play within the Tier 2 scene, so they're new to me, and I think that's always quite exciting. I mean, Vietnam, they were new to me, and honestly, pretty good, man. They were pretty impressive. So I kind of open this, I bring this kind of open arms in the sense that I'm expecting big things. Kazakhstan, though, they are coming off the back of a pretty decent 13-6 win over Kyrgyzstan, so the confidence is probably pretty high. I think it's probably the way I'm going to go about it. There's a side who should come into matchups like this and show the level that they're at, and this is no different. They come in as the heavy favorites in this one. They're known quantities, the Kazakhstan players who have played at a very decent level for a while. I mean, Defizer in particular, somebody that I've casted multiple times over the last couple of years on a variety of different teams. He's always been a pretty solid player in kind of the sort of Tier 2 scene in the past. So yeah, honestly, this Kazakhstan team, I'm expecting big things from them.
Yeah, I don't think that's unfair to say. Oh, wow, we're already getting into it. No time wasted. So here we go. We've got the Central Asian qualifier here for the Iesf World Championship, and it's Kazakhstan versus Tajikistan. And already we are seeing a little bit of action headed towards the top of Banana, straight towards the B-bomb site.
For those who don't know, our decider is our Inferno. We are changing things up. Of course, we're only doing best of ones here. We're not best of threes, so there's just the one map. Nice and simple, nice and easy. Already, opener coming through for Tajikistan as they burst on towards B. They'll get the site and the bomb will go down. Already a decent start for them to do this with all 5 left alive.
Yeah, the fact that it's best of one also means the pressure is on. All the decisions are going to really make a difference here. Kazakhstan already losing a player, and let's see how this one plays out. Or maybe, I think the HUD is the other way around, so I think it's going to be them on the T side to begin with. Oh, Forky's taking a kill there, but with the bomb already ticking away, it's trouble for the CTs at the moment. And Ice will end up going down. That's a nice take, pretty straightforward. All the sort of the usual stuff, right? You smoke off, you get the bomb planted very quickly, and all the pressures on the CT side.
Yeah. Just for those joining us, HUD is flipped, by the way. It should fix itself in just a second. It is Kazakhstan on that T side, as you mentioned. And yeah, it's Tajikistan on the CT. And a good start for Kazakhstan. I think on T side Inferno as well, this is where a side of kind of their caliber can kind of come in and just sort of run riot. They know that mechanically, I'm sure they'll back themselves as a better side. And yeah, that's what we're going to see. It's a low buy for Keys once again towards the AWP, I'm assuming sooner rather than later. And in doing so, at the very least for him, he has a bit of an onus to hope that his teammates can do a lot of the heavy lifting. Tasman finding the first with the Galil. Deagle spotted out via CT, but I don't think it's going to do too much.
If you're mechanically better than the other team, there's something that we saw when we were watching the African qualifier. Sometimes you can just power through and you can just bully the other team and there's nothing they can do about it. So I will see if Kazakhstan feel like that's the way that this is going, if they feel that confident that they can just run down Tajikistan, because if that's the case, then you might as well just go for it. You know, then you can throw some of the tactics out of the boat and just kind of just win the game, which is totally fair. If you're going to be better, then why not push that advantage? There we go, Kazakhstan with a 2-0 lead, and we get into the rifles.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things as well where you can actually just make your life, nice and easy by making these games quick. I think Kazakhstan will come in towards this sort of a qualifier, and for, basically for themselves and Uzbekistan, every other team bar each other, they'll see it as maybe a bit of a free win where they can come in and really flex their muscles. Yeah. Make them quick. The Uzbekistan game is going to be sick, though, in all fairness. This is, two powerhouse regions in Central Asia who really can bring a lot to the table.
I'm curious. We've got about 100 people watching on Twitch. If there's anyone from Kazakhstan or Tajikistan that are tuning in, I'm so curious, like how far the game reaches. Hope you guys are and having a good time. I'm always excited to watch new players from different regions that I haven't seen before. So for me, it's a real treat. And for Icy, it's a double kill for Ice, it's a double kill to start this one with. So great job. That's going to set them up nicely. Yeah,
Tajikistan, this is good for them. They need this. I think... this is their opening game. This is an opportunity for them to really showcase what they're all about. These are guys that I'm not all too familiar with. I want to see them flex their muscles, respectively, a little bit. The corner. King. Contact for him, but it just fall back towards the mini pit. Playing above the truck. A double dink comes through. He's a lucky man to still even be alive. And he'll come over and again takes even more damage. How is he still alive? 1 point of HP. Lucky guy. I don't know how much longer he'll live, but this is a very doable 3v5. It's full HP basically over towards everybody on Kazakh, and it's very low HP for Tajikistan. This is tough now. They're in trouble. Oh,
just a little bit. Nice shot from King, but he burns alive with the Molotov. I think he might have backpedaled into it. That's a bit of a shame. The bomb almost getting planted there, but interrupted. Nice shot from Pumpkin. I'm sure he was in trouble there. They were running him down. He tries again to fake it out. He spins. He gets the shot. My God, he's fast. And that's going to be devastating now. Ice on the other side. He started the round. He's going to have to try and close it out or face the wrath of the AWP that's waiting for him. Oh, he's going aggressive. He wants to fight him. He misses the shot and somehow lives. He's going to get one more chance. The reload has to be done in the middle of this little clutch, and he's not quite hitting it now. Pistols have come out on the other side, and there we go. Pumpkin with the final AWP shot. He basically won that 1 versus 3. That is sick.
Oh, man, I cannot believe he gets away with that third kill as well. And you could just see that for Tajikistan in that clutch, specifically in the 1 versus 1, just so nervous, right? I mean, it's that main thing. They no confidence. When the AWP misses a shot, you normally see a player will barrel on in and really try to get, I don't know, I guess right up in their face and make the AWP uncomfortable. Didn't happen there. Let him reload, in fact. I mean, that in itself is a bit of a damning mistake. No two ways about it. However, 3-0 start. Kazakhstan, lovely work from them. In doing so, the money is a little shot over towards Tajikistan. They can go for a little bit of a buy. Couple of upgrades. I don't know if it's worth the force here. I don't think it is.
No, maybe not. Yeah, I think it is the best of one, so I guess it's hard to know sometimes. You have limited amount of time to make these decisions, and if you force and it doesn't work out, you could put yourself really, really far behind. They elected for a bunch of HEs instead, which haven't really done anything. But yeah, hard to know where to go with a round like this one. Forcing up. I mean, we've seen some Max 7s and stuff like that in some of the Southeast Asian qualifier games, but yeah, this is maybe a little bit more of a normal approach.
Slower. But at the very least, they kind of have some decent control top car. Continue moving their way forward. Molly towards Dark. One bounce on towards the side. I don't think, yeah, it was actually meant to go all the way back in towards backpack. Doesn't matter first. Orange player going to get caught. A little bit of attack going to come through in response, but Dara will fall with no trade.
All right, Deal will find at least one, but Ice will go down. Pumpkin still doing great work with the AWP, and there should be a chance here for a bomb plant. CK27 is certainly thinking about it, but the grenade actually will do some work, so at least the HG buy will make a little bit of sense here. It's just King on his own, and he's got another 2 kills to find after that one. Nice little swing. It's actually Testman on the other side that's going to be able to break that one up, but yeah, Kazakhstan, they're still doing good. 4-0 in their favor.
That's easy. Nice and simple. Cannot complain, really, at all. But in a way, that was a round which is kind of, from the get-go, a bit of a non-starter, so I'm not going to read too heavily into it. This one we will. Orb coming out for King. Going to try and at the very least compete with that of Pumpkin on the other side. Of course, pulled off that pretty naughty clutch earlier. You can see somebody keep him at bay. I mean, he's actually been running a little bit riot. He's having a lot of fun at range, so King really has started to put some pressure on. Looks like for him as well, playing out via apartments with the orb. I don't hate this position either. This double stack it's pretty common at the top level. It's so damn strong if utilized properly.
Yeah, I agree. You could definitely tell that Kazakhstan have drilled in a lot of stuff here on Inferno. Like they know the map very well, and not too surprised for Tajikistan. I'm really curious if they're going to be able to stand out here with the rifles. We did have Ice get a swift double kill of that one of the previous rounds, and that looked like that was going to be the entry into something, but it didn't really work out. Oh, trying to push through there, but Madara, he's going to go down. It's all on Ice, and they're going to be grenades all over. He might just have to fall back. I mean, I don't think he can stick around and fight this. He tries to, I think, at the edge of the smoke that was just popping towards the coffin side, but it wasn't enough. Wow, yeah, they're getting absolutely blown up on this one.
Yeah, honestly, right now it's showcasing just a little bit of a skill diff that we like to call it. Kazakhstan looking super clean, man. Super, super clean. Really nice work, though, honestly. For Kazakhstan, they have a lot to offer coming into this competition. And in kind of the longer sense of things, they should be making it towards, the Asia Championships. They're a side and a region who are very heavily represented in Counter-Strike itself. And right now, showcasing just how good they can be. And of course, those who maybe aren't too aware, this Kazakhstan side do play under an org called Tor. They are a full team. It's not a mix of any sort. These guys play and practice together regularly. They're, regulars within Tier 2. It's not too much of a shock for me. Yeah, just yet. Double boost here on towards Flower Pots on a third. And around that of CT. That player of Ice will get caught, though.
Yeah, they have a bit of a buy in this one, but it's not too impressive. Pretty good flashbang. Another one that actually lands on top of the boost. A third flashbang. Madara, he's been flashed forever. They have a little bit of a, boost set up, so see if they can do some more work with it. Trying to escape, but Defizer will get the kill on Madara before he really got out of there. The flashbangs were pretty overwhelming, but at least it's a 2 versus 3 here. They're going to fake the bomb just to make sure that no one's hiding on the other side and taking any shots through. And now they're going to go for it. Different position. No one there to really stop it. It's Black Magic getting a kill against King, leaving just a single player on the CT side.
And he's out of there as well. Yeah, he's gone. Muchas gracias is Gonzo. He's saying, I thank you for keeping me alive, but I apart from that, he doesn't have too much to thank, in all fairness. Kazakhstan going to make it a 6th on the board. And honestly, very simple. There was a moment where it looked like there was a conversation to be had there because there was a bit of a banana flank coming through, but the second it gets found out, yeah, nice and easy. Kazakhstan making this one look pretty damn simple. This is the thing, though. You know, a couple of these matchups are going to be like this. I mean, Kazakhstan are a very, very good side. Tajikistan, it's not a region which I guess is kind of represented all that much in international Counter-Strike, we'll call it. You know, they don't play as much of in, you know, at least we see a lot of Kazakhstan players play within CS, Russian teams, for example. It happens pretty commonly, not as much here. But in all, though, so far, so good. This is a very decent performance from what we've seen at the moment. And there's a lot to like. And I think I'm right in saying they're also playing right after this against Turkmenistan, who picked up a pretty heavy loss as well. So it could be back-to-back quick games for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, it could. I think it's interesting for Kazakhstan. It seems to suggest the idea that, you know, having a couple of players have a little bit of international success can drive the local scene so far forward, you know? I think for the early days of CSGO, and obviously for the, you know, for 1.6, someone like Adren, you know, being around and playing at a high level, I think that just goes to carry like the Kazakhstan scene a lot. Like, people are watching from home, they respect the fact that he's out there playing at a high level, and they want to do the same thing, right? So I think having like a couple of role models like that can really go far. So I'm curious if that's going to be a feature for some of these regions, right? It's one of the reasons why, you know, talking about Iesf alone from Uzbekistan, it could be really fun to see him try and, you know, and get onto like a high level team in the regular scene, just to see if he can have the same effect, because he definitely has some chops. So looks like it's going to be an attack towards the B bomb side. The good rotation coming in here, I do like that, but the defense still has to hold here, and the Molotovs and the flashbangs made it very, very hard. So Madara is going to end up going down.
Bomb will go down as well. Hostbarn sets up in a 4v3. It's one of those as well where the Kazakhstan region, while this is an Asia qualifier, they can actually play in Europe. There was a team not even that long ago that I used to commentate back in kind of the tier 2 sort of things called 100 Ping Gods. And
nice.
Kind of a play on themselves, because they were playing a lot of series at about 100 ping. They can play in Europe. They can play in Asia. They've got kind of, I guess, I say the best of both. It's actually kind of the worst of both. They played towards Asia, but it's still high ping there. They play towards EU, but it's high ping there as well. So this kind of Central Asian region sort of have to stick to themselves a little bit. Or you play over in East Russia, I think, is another server that they can kind of go on.
Okay, yeah.
I got to give them a lot of credit. I mean, these sort of players who come from regions like this that are very small in not only just size, but then also kind of their, I guess, prowess in terms of the international scene of Counter-Strike. The players that really make it and give it a good go and are playing kind of Major TV and playing in all these tournaments and stuff, I have a lot of respect for them.
Yeah, I mean, and embracing the memes as well. I like the name. Like, you know, you gotta do something. Like, if you're, you know, you can't really get stuck complaining about it. So I guess that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's a 7-0 lead. So there's not that much to talk about in terms of the game itself, right? King and Ice and K27, they all got 4 kills. So that's definitely something to work with. But well, yeah, overall, you can just tell that the Kazakhstani side here, they're a cut above and beyond right now. And that's kind of what we were maybe guessing was going to happen. But I think we're seeing a little bit of that play out in real time here.
That's it. I mean, it's seriously pretty simple work. Lots to like, though. Lots to like. Kazakhstan at the very least look clean. They're a side that we hope can be very competitive. It sets off that potential of the Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan match being pretty spicy indeed, if both of them showcase how good they can be. Okay, 27, our team kill in the mix there. It's a little bit chaotic. It's into a 3 versus 3. I mean, King might get a chance here. He will. Both sides spot each other out, both the Orbs, but neither of them connects a shot. Very chaotic fight towards Banana, it seemed, but a peek in there for King. Down he goes, and the A side pretty open now. Players rotating in via library, but honestly too late here. I mean, K27 is also so low.
Yeah, hard for him to get into the fight. It's very, very dangerous. Very often a pre-fired position. This one, he will. Has a bullet that I think landed right in the door frame next to him. So he's like, I'm out. I can't stay alive in this one. 2 versus 3 with a bomb down, and unless you get some sort of miracle double kill right now, it's probably not going to happen. I think they're realizing that too. So backing on out, trying to prioritize the weaponry that they got, which in fairness makes a lot of sense. I don't know what else they're supposed to do here. So didn't have the health or the utility for it. So it will be an 8th round here picked up.
In the corner. I mean, at the very least, a exit kill of some sort is... It's a small silver lining. There's not a huge amount you can really say to break this one down. Tajikistan just cannot seem to compete. Hot Flash is kind of crazy, and he will get another kill. Fair play to Black Magic. The last player is the AWP, though. Pumpkin doesn't want to lose that. K27 drops some Molotov. Oh my god, I hope he doesn't spread onto himself, because that would be pretty awkward. Oh my god. That was very close to killing himself there. He's a lucky man. There's an 8-0 start for Kazakhstan. Very light work in towards this one. Haven't broken too much of a sweat. They're honestly just playing this a little bit like a pug, you know, approaching with the individuals, flying into fights and kind of backing themselves in the aim duels. And honestly, I don't blame them. It's working wonderfully. Great stuff, in all fairness. In Kazakhstan, they look super clean.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to really criticize them and ask them to do anything differently. They're winning the rounds that they did win at the moment, and there's not much we can complain about here. Some grenades being set up, and with limited rifles on the CT side, it's unlikely they're going to be able to put up a great defense here, but smokes are well timed. I'd say, like, it doesn't seem to me like Tajikistan don't know what they're doing. Like, I'm not getting the sense that they are completely lost in this game. I just think they're outclassed in terms of some of the mechanics here, but they definitely know how to play Counter-Strike. It's just...
agreed.
Yeah, they're just running into, like, a tough opponent in Kazakhstan, so... Oh, could be a big opportunity there. K27, good couple of kills, but Pumpkin turning around and absolutely blowing him up. Still, oh, and look at this, out of the B-bomb side. I think here the rotation, yeah, Defizer knows they've rotated out, so they're going to bring the bomb back. And when they come back to check, he's already hiding in that corner. I think he might have won the round almost already with that little push. I doubt if Madara is going to be able to go back and check this one.
They've smoked
especially with the smoke. Yeah.
Oh, what? I felt like Defizer could have seen him there as well.
He did. He 100% did. I think he might have just waited to see if there was going to be 2 people pushing through. He might have been a little bit greedy because the smoke really sells it. It's still a cool play from Defizer. Like, it is a nice idea. Just got beat by the Deagle this time around. Still, Pumpkin is here, and he's been taking away a little bit of our attention so far. It's been pretty good with the AWP. He's had some clutch moments. Now he's set up in a nice position. They don't have any more grenades either on the CT side, and they don't have a kit either. So I think even the time they've waited now is probably too late to try and do anything with. Yeah. All right.
Pumpkin, Black Magic dies here, I think.
Probably.
Yeah, he'll go down. But honestly, really good play. I mean, that rotate, pushing in through B, no one spotted there. Tajikistan, even though he dies, he actually wins them the round with no contact, at least for himself personally. It's a really, really well played round. Kazakhstan 9-0. And just come back to the point you were saying, you're spot on. Honestly, Tajikistan, they actually are playing good Counter-Strike. The util's very spot on. The smokes and flashes are very decent for each other. The synergy and the teamwork's there. And, you know, you can tell they've got setups, retakes, executes, all the rest. But it does come down to the fundamentals, which is the mechanics over towards Kazakhstan are just that tad better. And it's showing. But a 1-for-1. That Magic will fall to the hands of the Orb of King. Molotov in towards top car. A little bit too late here, though, for Madara. Needs to be careful. They've already pushed up past this.
Yeah, I do think that is it's the mechanics that are making a difference here. Ice showing up, and it would have been sick if you'd have got the double spray. That might have saved the round a little bit, but now it's down to a 1 versus 3 with the bomb definitely going to be planted here. So yeah, it is unfortunately a little bit of more of a one-sided game here with Kazakhstan. But I guess that means, like you said, that we're kind of building up for the potential game between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, which could be really fun.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, both of them have been dominant in their opening matchup so far. And of course, if Kazakhstan make it 2-for-2 in dominant ones, then it does make a further showing just about how good these two sides are. They're the favorites coming towards this qualifier. I would have been very surprised if either of them lost to basically anybody that wasn't kind of each other. So yeah, and even then, I'm honestly leaning. I know it's partly biased just because of us seeing them at Yash, but I'm still leaning towards Uzbekistan as the favorites overall. But I think it's gonna be a good matchup. Kazakhstan look very crisp. This is a very good map. I always like to say it's kind of Inferno is a good litmus test map of just how good a team actually is. It's nothing new on this map really ever. So it comes down to what's the teamwork like, how crisp are you, and so far everything's kind of perfect towards Kazakhstan. You kind of complain about them, really. That's all. 10-0, flawless so far. Tajikistan is already starting to feel like maybe the beginning of the end. If they can get, I'd like to see them get around. Let's start with that, and then we can talk about the potential of how you get back into this game.
Yeah, it's a really, really long road back. So, we'll pick up that conversation if we get there. Ice hiding. He's hearing the footsteps. Grenade lands a little bit further on back. Pumpkin not missing a shot. Ooh, tries to quickscope that one, but at least they get the trade in there. Hiding further back with the MP9, and again, you're not seeing they're not rushing into anything. If you're waiting with the MP9 up there, you'd love for them to run forward, but they're so well aware what's happening. Now they know they can take the fight if they want, or they can just go and plant the bomb on the other side. So yeah, the bomb is going to be planted at A here. Not much they can do about it, but I almost might as well try and fight for it here. You've got to win at least a couple of rounds here on the CT side. So time to clutch.
Yeah, why not? There is no downside to giving this a go, honestly. Bomb is planted 4 short. They knew the last player was over towards B. He's surely not going to rotate all the way over, kind of via library. Got to expect him coming this way. Goes for a tap on towards the bomb long by wrapping long. They've got plenty of time. Play off each other brilliantly. Nice little 1-2 setup. A good trade to come through. Kazakhstan 11-0. Nice and simple. Nice and easy, Anders. I mean, this is the expected result to a degree. I mean, maybe we want to maybe a little bit more out of Tajikistan, just in the sense that we don't really know these guys all too well, but Kazakhstan just showing just how scary they are. This lineup under the banner of Tora, they're no joke. They are a very, very solid team. They play a lot within kind of that tier 2 Counter-Strike that I like to mention, and honestly, they're just showing just how crisp they can be when they play well.
Yeah, they have a really, really good understanding of the game. So really hard to beat, and there's only so many ways that we can say that. I've got to say, though, I mean, it's a takeaway from me for now is that Pumpkin looks like a really interesting player.
Yes.
Some of the mechanics with the AWP looks pretty solid, even though he's playing against an opponent that's maybe a little bit below their skill level. It's still good to see. The fires are showing up. Only 17, all right, yeah. So early on, even we could be catching. There could be one of those names that we, look back on a couple of years from now and say, "Oh, wait a minute, I remember him. Yeah, he was playing in the qualifier for Iesf." So Black Magic looked like he's going to get almost a free kill here at that range. Mag 7 versus AK. Probably not going to be favorite for a fair fight there. But either way, he's going to get found. He got lured into it because he got the other kill. That's interesting. Either way, it is going to be, I think, a 12th round here for Kazakhstan. It's just very one-sided.
Yeah, will they clear? Double in the smoke. Yeah, not going to happen. They know where the last guy is. He's over towards second mid. K27's got nothing to lose here. Give it a look in, but he gets caught by the orb. 12-0, flawless. First half coming through, and I mean, across the board, brilliant. 30 for Pumpkin, 12 for Black Magic, 10 and 11 individually for the likes of Tasman and Forkies. I mean, just super, super solid work. Nothing we can complain about. Kazakhstan look great. They're playing great. And yeah, the young Orpa, 17 years of age, Pumpkin, super talented. I got to cast him under a Vanguard. They were obviously, as an organization, one that bit of a legendary kind of org, obviously. Previous VP and all the rest. They've been around for a long, long time. But they've kind of more dipped in towards kind of the tier 2 scene these days. And half of this team, I think basically 3 out of 5 were under that banner for a little while. Well, being picked up by Tor, but not a bad start. And it's falling apart. It's chaotic. And it's a 13-0. Anders, it's a quick one. What can you say? Kazakhstan, just brilliant.
Yeah, we did not waste any time with that one. Yeah, that was, we talked about it. Some unknown quantities, obviously. We didn't really know a lot about Tajikistan at the start of it, but at the end of it, we got a sense that Kazakhstan were going to be the better just because of the region, because of the talent that's been produced there in the past. And these guys certainly live up to that hype. So that's pretty cool to see, actually. I like that. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, really, really well done. I mean, just showcase just how good they are. 13-0. You can't really complain in any way just about how good Kazakhstan were. There was moments, these kind of flash in the pan sort of instances, but realistically, not enough for us to go off and say that
yeah, it was good enough. And we take a look at some of these highlights as well. You can just see just how good they were. It was a bit of a massacre at times, and it came down to what was the one key fundamental thing that can differentiate between teams who both obviously play Counter-Strike a hell of a lot. As you can tell, credit to Tajikistan, the setups were good, but when it comes to 50-50 is the raw mechanics of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, definitely looked like that. Hope we get to see more talent coming out onto the international scene in the future. That'd be really cool. But like I said, they do have a long history with it. Shout out to anyone who still remembers the Standard Dragons. That project was kind of sick back in like 2014 or whenever it was. Good times, really good times. Supposed to be the team that was going to kill NIP, I remember. It didn't really work out that way, but still, it was fun to think about the fact that there are still people coming out of the region to play top-level Counter-Strike. So, one-sided game to say the least, but yeah, we have a I think a favorite already for the region. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, Kazakhstan looking very, very good. It does set up that conversation about them and Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
In a very interesting light. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing when they end up playing how that goes. Uzbekistan got a 13-1 over Turkmenistan a little bit earlier today, so they were dominant, which is pretty sick. Kyrgyzstan then ended up beating Turkmenistan as well in I think a relatively one-sided game. I say, yeah, it was 13-4. So I think if I'm right saying Turkmenistan might be already kind of donezo in the qualification hopes, but at least Kyrgyzstan, they responded well. They lost to Kazakhstan in their opening game dominantly. I think that was 13-1 as well. So they responded well with a win. It's kind of back and forth. This is kind of how things work with some of these qualifiers. You see, a couple of teams who are maybe the heavy favorites, but then a couple of others who at least kind of nip at the heels, is how I like to put it.
Yeah, I mean, get the experience, get a sense of what it's like. Come back and play again next time. Like we talked about this when we were watching Nigeria and Ghana, I think, try to qualify over the North African qualifier. And, even if they didn't play super good Counter-Strike, it's still I'm going to look out for them next time, right? Like next time we do Iesf next year, how has it improved? Have they got better? Are there more resources? Like it takes time to build these things. I think it's interesting. So yeah, even if some countries here aren't going to be, showing their absolute best, you give them time. Maybe it'll grow. Maybe it'll become a more of established thing. I think that's worth spending some time on. But yeah, good work from the Kazakhstan squad. No question about it. Waiting to see if we can get an interview on the way. Yeah, and see if we can catch one of the players to get a sense of how confident they feel. Surely after this one, they might got to be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, I found themselves 2-0. Only lost a few rounds as well. So, I mean, it's been, all in all, a pretty, simple day at the office. They're map number 1. It was 13-6 against Kyrgyzstan. So a little bit more of a competition there. But, I mean, all in all, still relatively, one-sided in kind of quotation marks in that one. So, yeah, I think I look at this in Kazakhstan now, 2-0. A very, very strong start. They found themselves top of the group. Obviously, Uzbekistan haven't played their second game yet, as that'll be coming up next. They have got... trying to check who they've got actually as their next game. They are going to be playing against Tajikistan. So there we go. It's Tajikistan who you've got to try and respond. I mean, that's a hard kind of run of things, right? You get the two best teams in a row. I mean, no real rest for the wicked there, basically, at all.
Yeah, not going to be any real breaks. So, but still, I'm curious to learn some new names from the region. Are we? So we got Kyrgyzstan as well, and we've got Turkmenistan. So yes. there are going to be 10 players there that we maybe don't know nearly as well. I noticed one of them on Turkmenistan is called Illusion. Now that was my name back in the day, so I'm excited for that.
Okay.
Before I decided to ditch the whole naming thing and just stick with my real name, but that's what I used to play under when I played, Counter-Strike 1.3 or something like that. But still.
Yeah, I think I actually remember seeing that on. I think it was your Wikipedia. I think it was. It says something along those lines. And I was going to. There you go. Yeah, formerly known as Illusion when you worked at Hit TV. There you go. I was going to ask about that. I think we have an interview in a second. We'll be ready. We're going to be having the Pfizer coming in. We're just waiting for him to get his mic set up and all of the rest. But I mean, there's not that many games here left in this one. This is a little bit of a different format to the previous region we were doing because there's 5 teams here. It then goes into kind of best of 1 round robin across just the 2 days as well. Tomorrow's games pretty important though. I think realistically, it's Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan who are the favorites, but they will be playing off against each other in the opening game tomorrow in what is called round 4, quote unquote. It's the opening game is tomorrow, which is pretty spicy, man. I hope we get to cover that one. I hope we're not doing anything else because that's a banger, in all fairness. That's two teams that probably should be on land. Two teams that actually have a really good chance of qualifying to the main event in Riyadh. So we'll have a look and see. But I think we have Pfizer ready to join us for an interview and get to pick his brains off the back of a pretty easy one. Here he is. Brother, thank you very much for joining us. Good to see you. First of all, how are we feeling? That was pretty easy. That felt pretty quick.
Can you hear us all right? I think.
Oh, you can't. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Let's see if we can get it sorted out. There we go.
Can you hear us?
Perfect.
Okay,
wonderful.
Yeah, as long as we can hear you, that's all that matters.
Yeah. How are you guys doing? That was a really, really easy game for you guys. How confident are you guys feeling that you can qualify for the main event in Chengdu? Ooh, I've lost.
What about you, Anders? But I can't hear him.
Yeah, I've lost this audio as well. Let's see if we can set
He
it
lost
up.
ours, we've lost his. You hate to see it.
Yeah, let's
I really do.
see if we can figure it
No,
out.
I can lip read you now. I can't hear you.
We'll see if we can sort it out. Technology is not easy at all, but
Yeah.
give us a
Never
moment.
is. Yeah, it should be too soon.
Yeah, we're on it. Yeah, we got the
You
tech
can
people on
maybe
it. Don't worry about it.
Just run it again, Anders. It's easy as. Okay, we'll come back to us.
All right. Yeah, we'll see if we can sort it out. But yeah, I'm curious to see if they see themselves as well as some of the favorites. Hopefully they do. They should after this particular performance. But yeah,
interesting to see kind of as well for them what this sort of a tournament kind of means to them, right? I mean, we look at this in the sense of they play obviously a lot of tier 2 Counter-Strike, but even in the tier 2, it's so rare that you get lands of this sort of caliber, this quality. I mean, this is the kind of the beautiful thing about Iesf. You get players who maybe don't always get those opportunities to actually get to prove themselves. So yeah, playing an international land in Chengdu and then maybe even a second in Riyadh off the back of it, it's pretty sick.
yeah. I mean, that's for someone who doesn't get a lot of chances to play. That's something that should be quite a lot of experience to pick up all of a sudden, and especially for some of these players that might have dreams of playing at the international level. That could be a great starting point here to get some LAN experience, because it is just different. It's a different feeling when there's a lot more on the line. So we'll see if we can get Defizer back online in a second. Hopefully we can get the audio sorted. Both need to be in place, but we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. Worst case, if not, we can kind of just chill out a little bit before we head in towards our next game off the back of this. I think I'm right in saying we have basically our pick of the choice. We want to go towards Kazakhstan versus Turkmenistan, or do you want to go to Uzbekistan versus Tajikistan? Both of them, you hate to say it, on paper should be a little bit one-sided. Kazakhstan versus Turkmenistan, it's a pretty tough match. I mean, Uzbekistan beaten 13-1, and then they just lost again 13-1 against Kyrgyzstan. So it's not good signs there for Turkmenistan, bless them. As Tajikistan, we just seen them get 13-0'd. Uzbekistan are arguably equally as good as Kazakhstan, if not potentially even better. So regardless of where we go, I think it's safe to say Anders might have a quick end to the day.
Yeah, I think there's no way around it. Like it does seem like that's the case. But so maybe again we can spot some players that we might say, okay, listen, I'm gonna remember him no matter what. So I always try and look for the highlights in that sense. Okay, I think we might be ready with the Pfizer again.
All
so
right.
let's see if we can get it back on. Hopefully we can hear him. He can hear us. See if it's gonna work.
Hello, can you hear
Hello?
us?
Guys, I can
Can you hear
hear
us?
you.
Hello.
I can't hear him. So
I can't hear him. So not a good sign.
ooh, well, I think I think the audio's gonna work now. Hold on. Yeah, let's see.
Don't
Hello.
have voice.
Hey, can you hear us? No, I think not. Damn, we're so close, Hans. So close.
Technology is so hard. Yeah, I know.
So close, but so far.
All right.
We
Well,
can
we
hear him,
might
though,
have to skip
briefly.
it then, just to give the Pfizer a chance to go out and celebrate a little bit, or get ready for the next game in either case. But yeah, that's well, maybe we'll get him if we see them again. We'll get him one more time. We'll just get it fixed up. But yeah, regardless, surely they've got to be feeling like top of the world right now.
Yeah, let's be honest. They're a side who consider themselves probably the favorites or one of. I think they'll realize that this is a qualifier which they should kind of walk all over for the most part because of just their quality. They're a very solid side with individuals who have the ability to play on an international land, have the ability to really compete against some of the best in the entire region. So I think for them, it'd be nice to pick their brains, but we kind of know how they're feeling. It's a 30-0. There's not a lot to break down off the back of that. They absolutely decimated Tajikistan, and it might be the same result heading in towards the next game. I'm not too 100% sure which one we will be covering, but regardless, both should be quick. Kazakhstan to Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan have got, I think, like 2 rounds across their opening 2 best of ones. Tajikistan, we've just seen them get 30-0. They actually played pretty decently, though. I don't think that, like, even though it was a 30-0, I don't think it was like a massacre. You can see they had the right ideas. You can see they had setups and all the rest, but in the end, it didn't matter. Ladies and gents, we're going to first one to a break. When we are back, it's our final best of one of the day here in Central Asia. You don't want to miss it. See you soon. What's going on, people? Welcome. We are about to head into our final game of the day, and we're going to check in with my favorites, with the boys. We're checking in with Uzbekistan, just on the back of them having, a pretty easy start to the day. They got a nice little 13-1 over Turkmenistan, and now they take on Tajikistan, who we've just seen lose 13-0. So, Anders, I think it's safe to say we've got a favorite in this one.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about it. Could be another very, very one-sided affair, but again, we're going to get to learn some new names and say, hello to at least one name that we already recognize, but I expect it's going to be quite a one-sided match.
Yes, I mean, honestly, looking at this, we need to see a completely different Tajikistan in kind of every single way, but honestly, we'll come back to a point that we've kind of touched on a few times. Tajikistan didn't play bad Counter-Strike. They actually, as much as it sounds wild for us to say that off the back of 13-0, they actually didn't play in terms of their fundamental setups bad. They had decent ideas. The spacing was fine. The util was fine. It was actually just coming down to raw angels is where they were losing these games and losing those rounds.
Yeah.
So I think maybe they can kind of clean up a couple of the mistakes or just give themselves a couple more opportunities with maybe, honestly, just gimmicks. That's when we can maybe talk about something. But Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan are a solid side and their individuals are scary. But man, some of the players on Uzbekistan roster they're no joke either. I mean, these guys have played at some of them have played at the top level of tier 2 for a while now.
All right, yeah. I mean, I definitely look forward to it. I want to see if Iesf Lone's got some people on his side that are worth talking about because they were very, very good in Yash, the Uzbekistan team last time. It was really fun to see.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look through the Tajikistan roster. Was this one? Of course, we just seen these guys. There was a couple of moments. King looked okay on the AWP. He had a couple of individual highlight shots, so to say. But realistically, I'm not going to look into it all too much. It was a pretty one-sided game. Tajikistan never really got going. There was a couple of moments where maybe we can say the team looked all right, but it's tough to say that. You get 13-0. There's no two ways about it. It does need to be a different showing, though, from them. They need to come and bring some sort of confidence coming into this. It's not that easy. Let's check in with Uzbekistan, though. And there's a little bit more to talk about here for some of these players. And obviously, there's one in particular that we are fans of. We got to meet him in Yash last year as he represented Team Uzbekistan. That's Iesf Lone, very talented guy, now playing on Force Reload, their academy side. However, the players around him are also pretty damn talented as well. Ururkin is someone I don't actually know. He's a bit of a new name for me, at least in the domestic scene. Ryujin has been around for a long, long time. Decent player. He's pretty young himself. Very, very talented rifler playing under the banner of OneWin, who are one of the kind of the more Titan teams within that of tier 2. DSSJ, another player who's been very scary recently, playing under Arc Red. And somebody who I look toward to make a real big difference. He's a little bit older, but kind of mid-20s at this point, but really, really talented dude. And then the last one being Seka, who is the vet of the team at 30 years of age. But interestingly enough, Seka and DSSJ are both open. So I wonder how they're going to kind of go about that.
Okay. Some interesting names here. Rukin is, I guess, is like that's Urukin. That's going to be a difficult name to pronounce, I guess. Rikin, I must say his real name is insane. Like Boris Kim, that is a strong name. I have that has some real power behind it. I like that.
Cool haircut as well. I'll just throw out there. He's got a mean afro on it. Like, it's pretty sick.
Oh yeah.
He did last time I casted him, which was like about a year ago. But he had a cool big afro kind of vibe on it. So.
Not to get into any numerology or anything like that, but like that's a powerful name. Like you can't really be named Boris Kim and not like you're going to go somewhere in life. Like for sure, that's sick. Well played. I think this is going to be another one-sided game, like we already said. But I'm still going to be looking for some of these players to see if they got some mechanical talent to show us again, because we're going to try and make some sort of judgment about what's going to happen when Uzbekistan face off against Kazakhstan. That's probably going to be the interesting part. Hope we get to see catch a couple of more games from the region again. I still want to see what Turkmenistan are able to do down the road. Like it could be fun to just to have a sense of it, just so we have like some taste of what's going on for sure. And also Kyrgyzstan as well is in there. So might be another couple of countries that can do some damage here. That could be interesting.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, we're looking at this and it's a really decent opportunity all in all. I mean, both of these sides, especially for Turkmenistan now, Tajikistan, I say, you've kind of got nothing to lose because you don't want to be like there with Turkmenistan. They've had a bit of a rough run of things. Both of them find themselves in a bit of a tough spot. 0 points for Tajikistan and Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan, for them, it's been a pretty rough day at the office. So they've got kind of 5 rounds across their 2 games they've played so far. Tajikistan would at least like to make, a bit of a competition out of this. And we hope that we can see something like it. But Uzbekistan, big thing for them, making sure that they keep up with Kazakhstan. Just in 13-0, these guys. So I think that's kind of a bit of a, lay down the gauntlet type of vibe. And I think Uzbekistan, who they know that their closest competition, especially with them being, those two are going to play off against each other tomorrow, you kind of want to say, well, if you can do it, so can we.
Yeah. I mean, that's the right attitude, right? You gotta come in there not being too impressed by what the other teams are doing and just kind of giving it the best that you can. Yeah. They're your favorite team right now. I can tell. I don't know. I feel like the Kazakhstan side, especially with Pumpkin out there, that made me think. All right, that's some powerful AWP play. I wonder if they're going to have someone on their side here to maybe fight against it. Obviously it's a best of 1, and we end up going to Mirage, the deciding map. So, all right, I guess Vertigo kind of lived for the first round of bans. It was a little bit into it. So. Yeah, I'm just tracking the Vertigo hate to see how much how high it is.
Yeah, it is one of those that is played a fairly decent amount in the region. But yeah, Mirage going to come through the Pugger's Paradise, nice and simple. But yeah, I'm with you. Just touching on what you were saying. The big difference. I like the Uzbekistan side a lot. I like the individuals, but honestly, for me, Kazakhstan should be seen as the favorites in terms of results. I think players wise, maybe Uzbekistan potentially a little scarier with DSSJ, really good AWPer, Ryujin, very good rifler, Icy Bone, very good rifler. However, Kazakhstan are a team, whereas Uzbekistan are actually a mix. And there's something we've touched upon across today's qualifiers that normally you kind of back teams as the ones to win because they've got the defaults, they've got the setups, they know how to play around each other. But, all 5 of these guys play on different teams. So we'll have to see how things look in the game. Do they have that synergy, cohesion, all of the rest? Well, Anders, it's about time to find out. Uzbekistan going to be starting on that CT side. Tajikistan starting on the T side.
Yeah, let's not waste any time. Let's get right into it. Already making the jump down, but good defense with the USP. All right, it's a pretty good follow-up, actually. K27 coming in to get the kill. They're going to go straight for the bomb plant, no real delay, and the retake is on now for Uzbekistan. We'll see if they're going to be able to find their way through.
Fusion. From the corner. Look at this aggro setup. My God. I mean, he gets dismantled pretty quickly, in all fairness. Last player over towards Firebox. Ices, and they're walking. They go for the knife. It's still kind of risky, fellas. I mean, 1v3 is not impossible, but I don't hate it. Well, it is what it is. Uzbekistan win the round. Good confidence, I guess, is a nice thing to see. They're not too stressed coming into this one, Uzbekistan, it seems.
Yeah, that's the kind of play you make when you just feel like, all right, listen, we already know we have such a good read on this. We're gonna win it. So, but still, bomb planted. They get a little bit of extra cash on the T side, and that's worth something all on its own.
Well,
second
for now,
round, yeah,
we'll have to see basically what Tajikistan could do with their little force buy they've got. Of course, bomb plant will facilitate it, but it's a full buyout for the CT side. They'll know all too well about it. Final game of the day as well for Tajikistan, so nothing really left to lose it. And go all out. Mid-smoke going to come through. Fusion can pop shots through it. I'm judging by the fact that he's the one wielding the scout, that he'll be the primary AWPer. In this one, maybe, but then, I don't know, they have a few different players who can pick it up. Either way, opening couple are decent, and Uzbekistan left down to 2.
Okay, and this is definitely not according to the script right here. But it's happening anyway. Oh, bomb does get planted. That's hugely important. If that kill had happened a second earlier and there wasn't a bomb plant, you never know what can happen. But now it is essentially a 2 versus 5 retake here coming into it. Already whittled down a little bit, but jumping with the Mac 10. It's not worth challenging. DSS on the other side. Going to get one more kill, but it will be Tajikistan coming up with this kill and the round as well. I can't believe it. That's shocking.
Honestly, I think, for me, that just comes down to Uzbekistan coming in towards that round just a little bit too lax, a little bit too loose. They're sort of 3 of them kind of messing around, taking pop shots in through a window. I think they realize that they're the better players, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you take your foot off the gas, you can get punished. And in that instance, well, yeah, they did. So credit to Tajikistan. Still got something in the locker. They're not a side you can completely sleep on. Yes, they've been 13-0'd, but yeah, they've got enough. In fire mid. It has to be a force buy as well for Uzbekistan here, just off the fact that their econ is in double eco mode. So there's no point really even saving. They would have had to eco in towards the next round regardless. They give up short control and they start to wrap in towards B.
Nice shot through the smoke. Putting a little bit of pressure on. No one checking the corner there, so a rifle has been going over. That's dangerous. We'll see what DSS could do with the Deagle. It's a good headshot to begin with, and there's a flank coming in as well. They're in a little bit of trouble right now. Which is Gracias is going to be going down. It's a second to get that one, and now just one player left. Not going to be for long, so sure, they might have given up the previous round, but they're kind of just telling us, all right, you know what? We're just going to take it right back. Who cares?
Damn, some of those shots were kind of ridiculous. I can't lie. Deagle looking crisp. So, Uzbekistan onto right back. This is what they're like, from when they're playing Counter-Strike at the level we know they can. They're pretty damn good. But just make sure that you don't get, too comfortable, too lackadaisical in some of these fights. 2-1, they aren't back. Uzbekistan, unfortunately for them, no real money, no real buy. And, yeah, should be a 3-1 starting towards this one. The Glock trying to make a little move in towards mid. Yes, SJ having a little fight behind it. It's a massacre. Basically, all the shots through the smokes and only the one casualty for Uzbekistan. Very simple third on the board.
Yeah, job done. Not much messing around there. You're all right, though. I mean, there's no point in sort of prolonging things, and I don't know if the round differential is going to be a factor, but just why leave it to chance, right? Why not just try and win as much as you can and then celebrate later?
Yeah.
Still have not that many kills happening on the T side for the minute here. Nice grenade, though, but the AWP will stick around on the CT side. And to answer your question, at least for now, it was DSS who's going to be picking up the AWP, and he's actually shut down.
Damn, that is a crisp shot. A little flash. Making this a little hard, but in the end, I think it should be fine. And yeah, last man with an AK, he's so far away over towards ramp. He was the one throwing the U-turn, setting it all up. He's about to eat a grenade as well, so makes his life a little worse. Then I'm walking. Very simple round by Uzbekistan. They just win it off the back of, well, War Angels.
Not a bad job. 4-1. And without the bomb plant, obviously, you don't really have the money. Even with the bomb plant, probably would have been very, very tricky to try and make that buy. But not even a question here. And stealing a couple of AKs there on IC and on to not a name that's going to be easy to pronounce. We'll have to ask him if we get a chance. Maybe in Chengdu, we'll find out for sure. We'll say, how exactly is that? Help us out, Make
our lives a little easier.
Exactly, give us the inside scoop on that one. Got 5 Deagles on the T side. Yeah,
About these events, you get to find out all these kind of intricate details about, especially for maybe, oh my God, what a shot by King. But yeah, like you're saying, it is a nice thing about events like Iesf. You get to find out about regions that are a little bit slept upon. Deagle, he couldn't hit the second and reload, nearly pulled off, but it will be a double there. Ryujin also falls. Making something of this.
Yeah, doing some damage. Flick not really connecting there. Gets the jump on over. It was spotted, however. The bomb is making its way through T-spawn, so if you're the AWP playing in the window, yeah, you don't want to be over challenging too much. You got to be careful. There's a player right behind him, and he doesn't get the no-scope off either, so now it's a 1 versus 3, and they're going to win another round. Okay.
Fair play.
Tajikistan actually coming up with some good stuff here.
Yeah, the 2 rounds they're losing to as well are kind of the rounds out of nothing in a way, right? I think it is showing pretty handily where Uzbekistan have these pitfalls about them. They just don't have the discipline. It's as simple as that. It's all well and good playing kind of, good Counter-Strike where your individuals are very solid, but you've got to make sure that you're clean in terms of the way you approach some of the rounds which are kind of guaranteed. That was pistols for the most part. And they've fallen flat to it. Bad. Uzbekistan will rebuy though. That's the main thing. They've got at least enough economy to work off. So don't worry just yet. Tajikistan though, keeping themselves alive. Already better than what we saw against Kazakhstan. So but honestly, we really can't complain at all. This is been a bit of a rough day out of the office. So any rounds are good rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're definitely showing us that. Again, we got the sense of it in the first match that they kind of knew what they were doing, and I think that they're cementing that fact right now. Tajikistan coming up with more interesting rounds than maybe a lot of people were expecting here. That's, I think, really worth respecting. So, some pressure being applied over the B-bomb side. We can tell that this is a bit of a fake. The actual attack is going to be towards the A-bomb side, but if you can stay alive here in this position, then it's worth it.
It's true. Very true. Attack anchoring. Nothing really to work with there. They're going to cross, and I think they've actually been able to do it silently. Nice shot, though. SSJ, beautiful work. Oh, no, but Ryujin will get caught. Nearly kills his teammate, but good information. There's a decent flank here. Icy going for one. Looking for a second, and he'll deliver. No bomb point just yet, and the orb still delivering. It's falling apart. And I think now for Ice, I'd just save it.
Yeah, that might be the better choice. Unfortunately, because that was a great setup for it otherwise. Like, they had a chance in this round, but once the game slowed down a little bit, they just can't really do much of anything here. Time's going to be running out, and that will make it a 5-2 scoreline. With the money being, I don't know, you can find a way to make this work on the T side if you want to.
Let's see. Yeah, looks like they're tempted to squeeze in a bit of a buy. That's a really good round for the individuals there. I mean, Ice going for a double, but it's actually the orb that does most of God's work. Some quick shots. The SSJ, he's very talented, honestly, when he gets going. Seka also used to be an AWP. He played for, I think they were called Storm Uzbekistan off the top of my head. But,
okay.
Yeah, he's, a little bit older. He's 30 years of age these days. Doesn't play maybe at the level that the SSJ does. So he's doing a little bit more of the anchoring work. He's a bit more of probably the, what do you call it? Like the vibes, the experience in the team.
Yeah, he's just, that's nice. You don't have to keep up with the swiftness of the younger generation. You can just kind of lean back and enjoy the game a little bit. I can respect that. Slow start to this round here. Tajikistan not too aggressive at the beginning of it. They want to see if there's going to be any wild stuff happening from the Uzbekistan side. And you know what? I can understand that too, because they have been playing, maybe a little bit too bravely, maybe a little bit too brazenly on the CT side. So why not just see if they're going to give you some easy kills to begin with, if they're going to come running at you, which they're currently not. But yeah, it's been part of the game for now, so you can understand that. A little bit of a flash. It will keep a lot of people over on the B side right now, and looks like there's going to be an attempted crunch. Nice kill. K27 to take down Icy Blown.
Yeah, score. Big trade though. Mugen backside. Talented rifler, but he can only get one, and Seka will fall as well. Uh-oh. Bomb goes down. Now maybe something to work with. They're trying to boost up on towards sides. Taking the sweet time to do it, but they will in the end. Not really the strongest position, in all fairness, to hold in a post plant, but see what they can do with it. One player going towards doors now is DSSJ. Had an opportunity. He gets caught with the AWP, and Tajikistan, that's a solid round. That's not even a round where Uzbekistan take the foot off the gas and make mistakes. They beat them fair and square.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that makes you just a little bit worried. They just still seem like they are the favorite team here, but you lose too many of those rounds, you never know what could happen, right? Sometimes when you realize a little bit later in the game, you're like, wait a minute, these guys are actually a little bit better than we were expecting. You can't necessarily turn it around. Big teams in the past have fallen to worse teams for this very reason. Like, you want to pull the brake, but by the time you do it, it's a little bit too late. I do like that. It's DSS coming in with a nice shot to take down K27, and that establishes a bunch of map control for them. The rest of them don't have that many rifles, but we'll see. They're still got a little bit of a cheeky setup over towards the B bomb side. You could see, I think it's Seka who's jumping, and Iesf just ready to go at them with the deagle and the flashbang. Oh, it's another good grenade. My God, they're absolutely picking them apart in this round.
Yeah, it's just pretty damn easy, isn't it? I mean, already now 5-3, but King so low. As long as Uzbekistan don't overface, they should be absolutely fine. It's a little bit of a weird one, but I think all in all, the pistols have been such a problem for Tajikistan. That's where they seem to have this real weakness. When they come against these kind of lower to random buyers out of Uzbekistan, these gimmicky plays that they do, it's hard to read into them.
Yeah, just let him spend the time here, right? That's the thing that's really going to be hurting them soon. Oh, nice face with the AK. So Ura coming out with that one, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. The bomb not really delivered yet. Oh, the deagle shot, that's devastating. 20 seconds, and it's Region coming in with a good kill there towards Muchas Gracias. So Uzbekistan 6-3 in their favor. They steal that round back. Still seems like they have well in control of this game. It sort of almost feels like whenever they want to run around, they kind of can. Maybe they're having a little bit of fun too.
Yeah, 6-3. Nice and easy in the sense of Uzbekistan aren't taking it too easy. They're not trying to kind of come into what's this and show too much disrespect. I mean, Tajikistan, the rounds that they're winning are pretty legit. I think Uzbekistan are probably starting to realize as well that it's not as much of a walk in the park as it maybe they would have expected. Icy Vote and Fusion both get caught, and it could be more for more. Oh, wow. Very quick. Some of these rounds are being found, and only 2 left for Uzbekistan. 1 being the MP9, which is dropped. I mean, so simple.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Definitely looks like a level difference. Hard to know. Like, does this make you wonder if the Uzbekistan-Kazakhstan game is going to be different, or do you think it's just Uzbekistan having a bit of a decent time? And does it make you worried at all, or not yet?
Not yet, but I do think that immediately Kazakhstan look like a much cleaner side, right? I mean, this is probably the expectation. Uzbekistan are a mix where Kazakhstan are kind of a full team, and they play under that Tor banner. But I do think there is a little bit, at least to me, where I think Uzbekistan are kind of trying to play for highlights to a degree. It feels like they're playing very individualistic, not playing off each other, and they are allowing Tajikistan to kind of fight fire with fire. You don't actually really want to pug against a side like this, but it's kind of working. This pistol round being put to bed pretty quickly. As Iceman get cleared, not effectively. We'll get one. Some more as well. Yeah, met with nades, but he's still alive towards bench somehow, not for much longer. Gets caught by ice, and they all one by one start to drop. The 5-7 can only get himself one. In the end, Uzbekistan about to fall flat. But yeah, I think Tajikistan, they actually look like they're playing better Counter-Strike here at the very least in terms of mechanics.
Yeah, this is quite the revelation. I was really gearing up for like another close to 13-0 kind of deal, but Tajikistan are showing us that is not the case right now. It's K27. He's got 10 kills, but I feel like at least 3 or 4 or 5 of them are entry frags. Like, he's doing great work at the start of the rounds. It's hugely important. And then Muchas Gracias is also doing really well with 11 kills. So they've got a couple of players that are, starting out at a high level here. And they've got the strategies. Dropping the bomb far back here. Just playing a default kind of scenario. Trying to take control of middle and underpass and make sure that no one's hanging around there. So it's all pretty good Counter-Strike stuff right now. Winning the fight there against DSSJ. So now 4 versus 5 to begin with.
Oh, hang on though. At least a little swing going to come through. It's very scrappy, but it is looking pretty decent for Tajikistan. 5-7 hoping to get one. Will, in fact, there's an AK to work with. I think there's a second one dropped there as well. They want it. Yeah, they'll get it. 2v3, not impossible here. Bomb's still not down either. Second going to make a move. Back turn. Icy phone. Needed a bit of a miracle there. Only goes 1 for 1. 6 all half. Much, much closer than I thought it was going to be.
Definitely. Tied up. Means winner with the pistol now. I mean, that could make the big difference here. Just picking that one up and maybe off you go. Imagine if Tajikistan is somehow able to steal this away and actually beat Uzbekistan. That would be, I think, the real surprise of the bracket. Certainly, I was not expecting that. But I don't know. I still think there's a chance that this could turn out differently. Uzbekistan, we'll see now that they're going to be on the T side. They could be a lot more ferocious. You can make some quick calls and just kind of run down your opponent. So I think that happens sometimes when you're playing at sort of a tier 2 level. So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, coming into this one, I'm already shocked. I'm already surprised.
Yeah, I'm with you. Take a pistol here. Tajikistan, we could be having a little bit of a conversation, in all fairness. Kind of a ridiculous position that we put ourselves into where Uzbekistan are actually having to maybe kind of lock in a little bit. I think still, at least for my money, not playing this as they should be. Not playing that up to the level of the individuals on their team. Tajikistan, they're causing an upset here. My God, what a conversation that would be. Not by any means guaranteed just yet. A pistol round's needed. And then we've got to start to see, at the very least, a bit of consistency out of Tajikistan in terms of their rifle rounds. But so far, it's better than nothing.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I think if we get a chance to talk to Uzbekistan, if they win this, it'd be interesting to see if we can get a sense of, like, if they were expecting this, if they had a sense of it, because certainly it's a bit surprising to those of us watching. We got dualies coming out on the CT side. I think maybe they sold them again. I swear I saw some. But either way, we're heading into the pistol here in the second half. And yeah, with Tajikistan able to pick up half the rounds in the first half. That's crazy. Now they're going to be executing. It's Uzbekistan on the T side, and they're going to be going straight for the B bomb side. So yeah, we've got some dualies here in place. That's nice. Could be a chance. 30 bullets. Oh, the flash is pretty good though, and the dualies do nothing at all.
Wow. I mean, what do you even do here if you're Ice and King? They got no information about what the setup's like. They're going to hope for an overfight, and, well, you might get it, but it won't make a difference. A flawless round coming to come through from Uzbekistan. I mean, they barely even take damage. 4 out of 5, still on 100 HP. So easy, so simple. And it will be Uzbekistan kick-starting a lead. Good work, in all fairness. We still need a little bit more. Uzbekistan, I'm not convinced just yet. They've been a little lackadaisical throughout this game. Tajikistan can't really afford to do a force here, so this one's a bit of a throwaway regardless. Then full buy that comes in after this round is pretty damn important.
Oh yeah, this is where it's crunch time soon. At least this round, I think, should be a little bit easier. They just have USPs on the CT side, so shouldn't be much of a chance. Even if you're stacked up on a bomb site, which they're not really, but even if they were, I doubt you're going to be able to win these fights. The jump down, nice shot from Iesf Lone. Realized the boost was in. But yeah, this should be the cleanup round. I think the next one, though, even with a 2-round lead, you've got to be real careful here if you're Uzbekistan. Nice little drop down. Seka going to be taking care of K27 and King way across the map. But the P250, not much you could do really here. So just a question of trying to find an extra kill or two. There's the one. But hunted down eventually. So a 2-round lead for Uzbekistan. I think this is going to be the real pivotal round that's coming up now.
Yeah, it's not quite make or break, but it's definitely up there is how I'll put it. You know, it's their first gun round. They've got to come in towards this and really step it up and really kind of showcase what we saw at the end of that first half. If they don't, that's where it's a little worrying. That's where we look at this and say it might be kind of time to call it. We have to look at this, but this is the big one for me. If Tajikistan can't convert this first true gun round for them, where it's, you know, technically a bonus over towards Uzbekistan, we're in a little bit of trouble. Ice going aggro, and he's going to get the first. Ice finds IC blown in this sense, and already a nice little opener for Tajikistan to take.
Trying to fall back from that corner a little bit here. You've already won the first fight, so you don't want to stick around too much, but they will. Just enough to combine for the kill there. This is looking so good. CT side locking down the defense, winning every fight they needed. Only one casualty for the CT side. This is real interesting now. Once again, 8-7, and going into round number 16 here. some money on the T side, but still, I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this.
I'm with you. Question being for me now is, are we going to see Uzbekistan respond to one of these kind of gimmicky rounds that worked pretty well for them? Who knows? Who knows? Corner spray is good as Ryujin gets caught heading out from mid. Yikes. Opening double go the way of Tajikistan in pretty confident fashion. This is looking like we're about to be tied all square.
Yeah, I see him. Bit dangerous to pull out the grenade when that smoke fades. You never know if someone's made their way through. Ooh, and speaking of smokes, that one maybe not going where they wanted into the window. Iesf just charging on through with a Tech 9. Two of them caught sleeping in the window, and now he's jumping up on... Oh, he's getting one more kill. Like, what's happening? This should never be happening. Iesf giving us a bit of a glimpse of what he's all about, leaving Madara on his own. 1 versus 3. I don't know what just happened. It's wild.
Iesf magic when he gets going, man, honestly. Bomb goes down, and now the post-spawn sets up. I think this one is safe to say done here, but second might get a chance. He hears all the information at the very least. Peek and a tag, not enough for the kill, though. And he'll see it off in the end. It will be Uzbekistan back into the winning ways, but it did take some heroics, no two ways about it. It took Iesf to really pull them out of what felt like a pretty dire situation, thankfully. Oh, well and good. At 9-7 now. Back over towards the CT side. They have money to work with in terms of an investment. It's not the greatest, though. Double MP9, triple M4, but the Util lacking a kind of across the board bar, the top two of Ice and Gracia. So you're looking at that and saying, I mean, retake's going to be super difficult.
Yeah, no question. You're right. Starts out well enough for the T side, getting a kill or two in the middle. Ice up next. Oh, and his teammates burned out in that position. Good little peek there. Raijin coming in with that, and yeah, just powering through the middle. Also, you notice with the setups here for the Tajikistan side is that a lot of the times there's no real trades happening. They're very much set up like individuals. There's no swing in the middle when somebody dies. They're just dying one at a time. So that's something that could definitely be improved. It might make it a little bit easier. Unfortunately, they don't have any money in this next upcoming round, so they're in a little bit of trouble by this point.
Yeah, safe to say. Might be a bit of an awkward one. The 7. Uzbekistan, 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. Not going to be the easiest, but Tajikistan into this next round. It's basically their last chance as well. They can't make that buy round stick. Round number 19 is all she wrote, I think, in this one. We'll have to see. Util going to come over in a second. King up close, a very risky place to play. He might get a chance. Oh my god, they had Util out. And King spots all this information. They may as well go now.
Yeah, either you go or you spend like a minute trying to move around the map to try and sell some other idea. So I agree. Just go for it. You've already been discovered. They're going to throw the smokes and keep on pushing through. It's a bit of a chaotic spray, but it'll get the job done anyway as the bomb is being planted here. Oh, right through the smoke. Madara on the other side. He's going to be so upset. It's like, I just tried to take one shot, guy. Why are you doing that? It will be an 11th round for Uzbekistan. They are getting ahead of the game now. 4-round difference. Finally, a little bit of money on the CT side, but not a ton.
This is it, man. This is the real do or die, at least in my eyes. If Tajikistan can't find this round, I don't think they're going to have a chance here. Simple as that. With an 11-7 scoreline, it's much, much closer than, well, the Kazakhstan game, and much closer than we expected. But the result might remain the same. I see Vlode. The reason we loved him in Yash, he was one of the most dedicated entries we've seen in a while. And oh my god, he ran a hell W all the way out towards A. And he gets the easiest double open. He might even get one more. Icy Float is relentless.
Yeah, he really is. Oh, it's sick. It's fun to watch, though. They're going to win the round, make it up to 12 here without any real issue. So, yeah, I don't know. it still feels like that level difference exists here. Just I think just Tajikistan maybe coming up with a more of an interesting game than we were expecting, which I got to give them credit for. I think it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Tajikistan have at least made more of a conversation out of this one, but I think Uzbekistan have decided, yeah, we want to end this now. We want to call it. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. This has been a game which had its moments. This time the final towards A once again, and why not? However, not as successfully. Iesf and DSSJ got all to do.
Ooh, trying to make their way through the smoke right here. He will catch Iesf. And DSSJ is already low on health. Yeah, the grenade might just be enough. They throw it down and it catches him. Oh no, that's well done. They live another day. They need to win another 4 rounds like that to bring it in overtime though.
Yeah, it's true. And there's plenty of money still left in the back pockets. Uzbekistan kind of tried to go pretty relentless there with the back-to-back call of just flying out towards A. Second time of asking. Yeah, not to beat. Not to beat. Either way, 12-8.
Yeah. They have a lot of work ahead of them still.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at this and saying, hey, at least it's the better buy than what they had last round, and maybe chances. I know they can kind of at least fight up against some of these quicker style rounds, but they want to go towards the B site, and he's here, opt for the first, and I don't know, and this might be the end.
It could be. No question about it here. The bomb is quite far away. I think that's like the silver lining for the round is that there's a little bit of time here for the CTs to try and get into a better position, although that time is being slowed down by the Molotov, so yeah, you could see King. It's making him nervous that he has to wait on that corner for too long. There's a Molotov right in front as well. Don't even need it. Pick up the kill with the AK instead. But he can steal that grenade and sort of throw it back towards the market here. AWP waiting for them. It's a missed shot though. Iesf not able to take that one. That's a bit interesting. Maybe the retake could be on. There is a kit as well on ISO. Something is possible here. Seka just swings for it and gets the kill, leaving Muchas Gracias alone. He's going to try and go for the defuse inside. He does have the kit. He's going to find it finally. Is the spray going to be quite enough? Oh, it's a nice grenade. Knife is out, but they've already won the round on the CT side. He does get the stab in, but the game will continue.
Too little, too late. We go again. Tajikistan still not dead just yet, staying alive. And fair play. I mean, honestly, credit to them. It's very easy to kind of mentally, mentally check out in these sort of situations and just say, hey, they're better than us. They've got already towards, map point. They're going to call it. But Tajikistan got their ideas. They've still got a bit of fight left in them. Uzbekistan are just going so relentlessly quick in terms of how they're approaching these rounds. It's good at times, but pace can also kind of be the worst enemy too. I mean, we're seeing it now as well, where the second the pace stops and they don't actually know where to go, they get a little lost. They're shot towards mid. Head on towards the smoke as well, as Uzbekistan will find the opening kill.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nasty angle. I think he thought he was a little bit safer up on that boost, but obviously not the case. I like this attempted push towards the ramp over at A for King. I think you've got to do something like this, right? You're a man down. He's trying to get the information, basically pushing into T spawn by now. He might be late to the action, but at least they have more of a chance of knowing what's actually going on here. And you can tell Uzbekistan has slowed down, yeah? Here's the push coming through. He's quite deep in there by now. Iesf, though, the timing is magnificent. So now that push, that flank for the middle, it might not be quite enough here. And towards T spawn, or CT spawn, sorry, it's Ice who's already been thrown back with that AWP. Can't really do much of anything.
Yeah, I don't know. Not an easy one.
Definitely not. Oh, here comes up the A ramp again. So he went for the T spawn. Ooh. He kind of rotated all the way back straight into the AK, unfortunately. It leaves Madara 1 versus 3, and they know where he is. They've already heard the footsteps, so no surprises here. Uzbekistan looking to get this 13th round and almost picking it up in that fight. Iesf, I think, maybe a little bit rushed to try and end the game there. Definitely could have played it a lot more safely, but didn't really want to. Trying to do a little bit more damage, but it's not going to be enough. It'll be Uzbekistan at the end to pick up the map win.
Nice. I mean, honestly, considerably closer than we expected. We looked at that and said,
oh, yeah.
Kazakhstan just won 13-0. This should be kind of basically more or less a similar sort of scoreline, but it wasn't. Uzbekistan definitely not as clean. No two ways about it. They play that like a pug, and similar with most pugs, yes, you might have the individuals, but it doesn't always work out as intended, and that's exactly what we've just seen. I mean, Uzbekistan, they were made to work for that. It was much, much harder than I think probably they would have expected as well. We can take a look through some of the highlights, and you can see basically just how we got to where it was. It was, from the get-go, a considerably tougher game than I think Uzbekistan probably expected. And you could see them playing so loose.
Yeah, I think 100% a different game from what we were expecting. So we'll take those. Why not get a little bit of a different mix in there? It's more fun this way than the potential 13-0 that might have been in the cards at some point. So I'm happy for it. Good to see. Again, I think K27 coming up with some really good entry frags. Muchas gracias also coming up with some good rounds. Yeah, we had a little bit of everything. I think it was nice. Bit of a change of pace.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was a good game. It was good to see as well. For Uzbekistan, nice work from them individually at the very least. I mean, Iesf won 23-12. I think he finished at the tail end. I mean, a really, really good game. And multiple occasions actually bailed out Uzbekistan for some pretty embarrassing round losses. Thankfully, it wasn't the case. But, Uzbekistan now are joining Kazakhstan at the top. Both go 2-0 for the day. Both got 6 points. So exactly what you want. They're both in that qualification spot. The team closest to them is Kyrgyzstan, who are 1 win, 1 loss. But as long as basically there isn't any drastic upsets, at this rate, it's very much looking like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan will be the two teams making their way towards Chengdu, which is pretty damn sick. Of course, they'll be playing tomorrow as well as the opening game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens in that game for sure. Kind of hard to know, I guess. It's hard sometimes to match one team against another, but yeah, so far I think Tajikistan has been sort of the surprise of the day in many ways. Everything else I think we more or less expected. And we got to see two different regions, compete and try and qualify, right? Both the Southeast Asian and the Central Asian region. So we got a lot going on, a lot at the same time. The highlights at the end of it, I mean, you could see that I would say there's still a sizable difference. And I wonder if Uzbekistan, if they doubled and tripled down and played a little bit more, let's say, like the kind of Counter-Strike they probably normally play, they might have been able to win with a lot more rounds in their favor. But we'll see. I think we might get a different look at them if they play Kazakhstan, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I think you are right. I mean, I think maybe when they play against Kazakhstan, because it's maybe in their eyes a quote-unquote tougher team, they might actually lock in a little bit. But I think the big thing is probably that conversation about Kazakhstan as a team. Yes, the individuals may be super scary towards Uzbekistan, but if things get a little dicey, or when teams have to kind of fall back on the strat book, who's going to have a deeper one? It's going to be Kazakhstan in that sense. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. I really wonder how Uzbekistan are going to approach that, because there's a world in which they could actually try and actually utilize their slightly more mixy composition to their advantage. Play it very aggro, like a pug, and actually just see if they can catch these guys consistently off guard.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you have the confidence, if you feel like you can do it, then why not? Why not try and do that? Because again, I think we are trying to see if we can get, I think, Sekar online from Uzbekistan. So we'll see if we can get him with a little bit of an interview. Hopefully the audio will work this time for everyone involved. But, if not, I'm sure we'll find a way to fix it. But yeah, it'll be fun to see. I'm curious to see how they feel about the game, because we were surprised, but, maybe they weren't. So we'll try and find out for you guys.
Sure. I mean, Tajikistan, honestly, as well, and just you got to give them a little bit of credit too. A very, very good game, but considering the, I guess, context of it, you get 13-0'd by Kazakhstan in a tough old showing where there's nothing really to work with, and then, coming back in and making it really competitive. Fair play. I mean, honestly, not a bad showing at all. I think we can take some of the positives away from that and say that Tajikistan at least have earned themselves a bit of respect in the sense. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I don't think they're now in any sense contention for the spot. I'm pretty sure it's more or less locked in. But yeah, I think where we're at the moment, though, decent, better, right? At least there's something to speak of. 13-0 is pretty damning to come back from, and at least they made it competitive.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. You get slapped pretty hard. You have to get back up again for the next game right away, and you kind of do a good job. So more credit to them in that sense. I do believe the interview is ready. So let's try if we can get Seka in on join us for a call.
Yeah. So it'd be cool to kind of pick his brains off the back of that one. Hello. What's going on, man? Can you hear us? You can see us? All good. Thank you very much for joining us. First of all, how you feeling? 2 wins today. Pretty decent. You find yourself flawless. All in all, good day from you guys.
Yeah, thank you. We're feeling good, and we will pretty sure that.
I think we can't hear you. It might be the same again. Sorry, we had this issue a little bit earlier where it's either a case of you can't hear us or we can't hear you. It's one of the two.
We'll see if we can get it back online.
It's a bit of a tough one. Hopefully we can fix it, but we'll see. Yeah, just waiting for the tech side of things. Hello. Can you hear us? Now? I can hear you.
Yes.
All right, awesome.
Wonderful. Good.
Well, I'll go again. Good. How are you feeling off the back of today? 2 wins, pretty decent overall.
Yeah, we're feeling good, and we will sure. We was sure that we will win, I think, and we're feeling good. Thank you so much.
Nice. How did you feel about your last opponent here in Tajikistan? How were they better than you guys expected?
Yes. We expected more flawless victory, but we meet some issues on Mirage, but we still sure that we will promote from this group, I think.
Nice. See, I see behind you as well. You had a very, very good game.
Yeah.
Talk to me about tomorrow, Kazakhstan. That's going to be a pretty interesting game. Basically, winner of you guys guarantees, top place going through and all the rest. How you feeling about them? They're a pretty good side themselves.
Yeah, Kazakhstan is. I think it's a main enemy for us, and we will fight tomorrow for the slot in China, and we hope that we will win, and we're pretty confident in our strength and our power.
That's really sick. I'm glad to hear that. How does it? Can you guys tell that Iesf alone went through this last year and like has the experience? Does that help you guys having someone with more experience on the team?
Yeah, of course. Iesf alone is a good player. He's a strong player. And we also have Ryujin from One Win. We also had DSSJ from Arcred. And we think we have so much confidence because of these guys. And we hope that we will show all of guys, all of viewers that we can win. And we hope we will take road into the Riyadh.
Nice.
Awesome. Well, brother, we'd love to see it. We won't keep you too long. Go and celebrate. Go and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, best of luck in towards tomorrow. One more day and we could be seeing you in Chengdu, China.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you for you guys. And we enjoy to see you under snow, Kai. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Take care, brother. Take care.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff, man. Yeah, good to hear, man. Honestly, the one thing that I'm really taking away from that, they're confident against Kazakhstan, which is fair play. I mean, I would maybe be thinking here saying maybe a bit tentative or nothing, but they back themselves is basically what he's saying. So, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I think especially with like he mentioned the overall, the broad experience of the team, I imagine they are going to be super confident. So that's exciting. I think that game is going to be fun and obviously so much on the line. So pretty good stuff. Good to see that the confidence is not at all harmed.
Yeah, I am looking forward to it. But I think it's safe to say that, Anders, we're done for the day. We've had 2 best of 3s and then 2 best of 1s to see off today. We've covered Southeast Asia, we covered Central Asia, and of course, we'll be back tomorrow. We got plenty more Counter-Strike. We still need to decide who's making it out from Southeast Asia, where Malaysia are looking really, really good over there. Vietnam maybe just behind them. Here in Central Asia, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan pulling most of the heavy lifting in terms of the teams. We'll have to wait and see whether that continues in towards tomorrow. Maybe we have some upsets. But for now, ladies and gents, we're going to throw this one to end for the day. Be back tomorrow, I think, at 9 a.m. European time, 8 a.m. UK time, wherever you are in the world. can kind of figure it out off the back of CET, the AST, all the rest. Check on the Iesf Twitter and all the rest, and they'll tell you when we are live. For now, from myself and Anders, thank you for joining us. See you tomorrow.